Hello, friends, and welcome. And perhaps more importantly, welcome back. We've missed you. It's been a long 2 weeks. But as you know, for the past 12 years and now this 13th year, we always love to start the year with our prestigious Helwani Nose Awards. Yes, this is the 13th installment of said awards, and this is the year, and this is the award show that we look back perhaps in a greater form than ever, in a more robust form than ever, in a more prestigious form than ever. I'll explain all of this in a moment. What a year it was, what a time it was, the year 2025. And on this here show, we will be going over the year that was in mixed martial arts in particular. 13th Annual Helwani Nose Awards. Why is it so prestigious? Why is it so special? 27 categories in total. There is no show in all of sports, dare I say all of sports and entertainment, which covers the year that was quite like this one. Not just myself, not just Rick, not just GC, not just PT. The whole gang is back. We're all back to do this. We've got our tuxes on. We've got some new wrinkles, some new trinkets to show all of you. Please sit back, relax, and enjoy the 2025 Helwani Nose Awards.
Live from the Uncrowned Studios in New York, New York, we proudly welcome you to the 13th Annual Helwani Nose Awards. The 2025 edition of the show will celebrate the greatest achievements and moments in the sport of mixed martial arts. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the 27 categories that define the year in MMA. Now, here's your host, Ariel Helwani.
Back in your life on this Monday, January 5th, 2026. Hello again, everyone. I sure hope you're doing well. It is so great to be back. It has been 2 long weeks since we sat here in this chair talking to all of you about the great sport of mixed martial arts. I hope you all had a wonderful, relaxing, peaceful, prosperous holiday season. Hopefully you were around some friends, loved ones, family, had some good times, had some good laughs, but hopefully, most importantly, you are revved and ready to go for this 13th annual. Yes, 13th annual. First time we did this, I wasn't even a dad yet. Could you believe it? 13th Annual Helwani Nose Awards. We've been through many different places with these awards. Of course, the Vox days, then on to the ESPN days. And who could forget New York Rick and I ringing in the new year back in 2018, heading into 2019, the dawn of the new ESPN era for the UFC. And now here at our home, the Uncrowned HQ, in partnership with Yahoo Sports, our second year doing it from this very studio. Last year was, dare I say, the best one. This year will be even better. Why is it even better, you ask? Well, first things first, we've got 27 categories. And in case you're a stickler for, history, that's one more than last year. Yes, for the first time in many years, probably 4 or 5, we're introducing a new category. You know the usual ones. We can show them to you right here and now. Yes, male fighter, female fighter, fight of the year, round of the year, crowd, walkout, promo. But there's a new one nuzzled in there, performance of the year. Yes, I thought it was very important to include this new category. So those are the awards, 27 in total. And as I said at the very, very top, we're leveling up. Not just with a new category, but my friends, we are leveling up. Some people say you're leveling up, and you're not really. You're leveling up when you've got this in your possession, the most prestigious prize in all of sports and entertainment, the actual trophy. Some of you thought it was AI? Are you kidding? Our good friend Sarp Unger, to be exact, from all the way over in beautiful Turkey, designed this for us in what felt like a matter of days, shipped it over, and now here I have it in my possession, the most prestigious prize in all of mixed martial arts. There's little trinkets, there's little nods to the past, there's the #1 unbiased here. There's all kinds of things here I could talk to you about it, I could show it to you, or I could really show it to you. Play the tape, Andy! Ah, yes, look at that. I mean, it's really one of the most beautiful things I've ever seen. You see the who me there. Shout out to Alexander Usyk and his team. You see the peace and love, most important. You see the uncrowned crown. Shout out to the BITB and the Craic. You see the clover. And of course, shout out to Bob, who's to check. Yes, them's the awards. An absolute beaut. And there he is, Sarp Unger. Shout out to him who made this happen for us. Yes, followed by Ariel Helwani, Petesy Carroll, New York Craic. The whole gang follows him. He's an unbelievable designer. He put this together for us. The nose, this is my actual nose, into a microphone with headphones. 13th annual. I mean, I'm actually smitten. My breath has been taken away. It's a beautiful thing. So it's going to sit with me. I'm going to find a good spot for it. Maybe I put it right in the middle. What about that? Who is to check, right? I don't want to drop this thing. It's like
who's to check?
Yeah, thank you. First, who's to check of the new year? Do I put it right in the middle, Frankie? What do you say?
Right in the middle.
Right in the freaking middle. There it is, next to Mr. Aspinall over there. Okay, yeah, look at that. That's freaking great right there. Let me get that straight. Oh, my lottie-dottie. We likes the party. Yes, and of course, you heard Frank right over there. It's not just me here. The whole gang is back. Gentlemen, are you back? Yeah! The boys are back in town. Hello, everyone. And Petesy got the memo.
Yeah, I mean, I couldn't pull the same rabbit or the same hat twice in a row, you know what I mean? But look, at least I won't get Connor all upset. Like last year, I thought he was going to swing for me.
He was so
via
mad.
Zoom. So very happy to make him happy.
You look fantastic. I mean, a little stubble there. You're a little bit tanned. You look refreshed. Not lamenting the fact that your team sacked its gaffer earlier this morning.
Too early for that. Come on now.
You look fantastic. New York Craic, you look fantastic as well. Is that the same Tux T-shirt from all of those years ago? Yeah.
No, I feel like there were like two different iterations. This is the same from last year for sure. I don't know how long this goes. Certainly not 13 years. Happy to be here. Happy New Year to everybody.
Oh my gosh, you look great. Nice little haircut there. You look refreshed. And of course, GC has the glow of someone who went back home, got to spend some time with the folks back in the Peach State, is it?
The Peach State, yep.
Yes. Welcome back, GC. Welcome back.
I appreciate it. This is the same old tux, but for the first time in the award show history, I got a dry clean before the show.
Wow. This is a big, this is a big
So
deal.
did I.
We're all wearing tuxes. Rumor on the street is Mr. Frankie's also wearing a tux today.
Damn right.
Yes?
A little itchy around the neck, but I'm happy to be wearing it with you guys.
Let's get a shot of the control room. Everyone's back. Proud Papa Jordan is there. Yep, there he is. Andy's there. Shout out to the good people of Venezuela. Much love. Stay strong. And everyone is very excited. Everyone is very excited to do this. Like I said, 27 categories. I cannot wait. But my friends, before we have a great time, and before I know a lot of you have been looking forward to it, trust me, we have been looking forward to this more so than all of you. We love this. A lot of planning goes into this show. We've been talking about this for like 2 months now. Unfortunately, we do have to start with some very, very sad news. We cannot start today's show without acknowledging how tough the break was. This past year was really tough for the MMA media fraternity. Earlier in the year, we lost Jordan Breen, the prolific Jordan Breen. Then over the summer, we lost Tom Gerbasi. We love him and miss him dearly, still have his book right over there. And then, shocking to all of us, came the news that our dear friend Abby Subban of MMA Junkie shockingly, tragically, suddenly passed away. And I can't even believe that I am saying these words, honestly. If I could put it in the easiest and simplest way possible, a salt of the earth sweetheart of a human being, truly a sweetheart of a human being. First met Abby in 2014 in Dublin. I considered him an extended part of the family because he was so supportive of everything that we did here at Uncrowned and all the other stops. Was always writing, was always checking out. Frank, honestly, if there was an audio issue, it was usually coming from Abby, who would listen to the show and send it to me with the exact time code. A brilliant editor, a brilliant videographer, a member of the MMA Junkie team for quite some time. I was introduced to him by the great Chamatkar Sandhu, and getting the news over the break, just absolutely heartbreaking, gut-wrenching. Just spoke to him a couple weeks ago and spoke to him quite often, living over in London. Want to just send our best to his wife, Charlotte, to his children, Santino and Omari, Loverly, Marley, his mother, Merlina, and his sisters, Salma and Anna. Can't believe that I'm even talking about this because he was just such a great guy, a huge MMA fan, and just an absolute a gem of a human being and a very valued member of the MMA media fraternity. I was close to him. PT was even closer, a very good friend of his. And so, PT, I just wanted to give you a couple of minutes, seconds, as long as you want, to remember our dear friend Abby Subban.
Yeah, obviously very, very tough Christmas. He means the world to the MMA community here. He's a legend of the European scene. He helped everybody. I mean, if it was your first day on the job, he was over helping you, asking you if you needed anything, introducing you to everyone. I met him at his first credentialed event, which is just a few months before you met him, Ariel. It was the London event, and straight over, shaking hands. And the MMA scene there was very competitive, and every outlet was kind of like it's a little gang. And Abby just didn't apply himself to any of that stuff. He would be over making friends with everybody. He was always the glue that brought everyone together on press row. He was a very motivational person. Like he was the one who told me to get the finger out and start the podcast, which eventually became part of this brilliant broadcasting team. That's the first logo for the Craic here. With the new logo, of course, for Uncrowned in the top corner. Originally, Abby put this all together. He named the show just to get it going. There he is there. And look, I can remember when MMA Fighting started sending me to events. I had been a writer up to that point, and I was going with a camera and a microphone, and I didn't know how to use it. And I was freaking out, like visibly freaked out, trying to get this stuff to work because I had no idea how to do it. He'd stand beside me, do absolutely everything. And he'd just say, just press the button now, Petesy. And I'd do it. And then every time I'd have to set up again, he could see me visibly freaking out. And he'd just shout, just press the fucking button, Petesy. To the point where nearly everybody on press row was saying it in unison. Just a brilliant, brilliant fella. I can't, I'm so sorry for his whole family. Charlotte, of course, young kids, and Mari and Santino. And then obviously he has older kids as well, Marley and Loverly. They're a credit to him too. It's all he ever talked about, to be honest. If it wasn't MMA, he was talking about his family. I just have so many videos of him just walking around his house in Southall, just like putting the camera in his kid's face, in Charlotte's face, just beaming about how much he loved life. And absolutely devastating. He sent me this picture 2 days before he had the heart attack. And it's just so weird, like 2 days before, like, and then that happens. But obviously devastated. I love him so much, and we're going to look after him and his family as much as we can. Very sad news. I'm rambling. I'm sorry.
No. Beautiful words. One of the last conversations I had with him was him sending me one of those videos of him and his son having pineapple and olives pizza. Yeah. And he would say, it's actually pretty good. That was just the kind of guy that he was. And he would always joke with me, and this was the actual last conversation that I had. He would always joke with me that he was the one that introduced me to the influencer boxing scene. I remember one time when we were doing the Crust First pizza pod with Rick at the ESPN days. In the early days, I was confusing Jake and Logan Paul, and I was like, what is going on here with a guy named KSI? And he gave me a whole breakdown. He told me who Anisan Gibb was and all this stuff. And on the Wednesday morning that I was flying to Miami, he brought out the receipts of him explaining to me who Jake and Anisan Gibb was way back 5-6 years ago. And I was like, you were the guy. Now here I am boarding a plane to watch Jake Paul fight Anthony Joshua. And I will say this about Abby, and I want to give Rick a moment to talk about him as well. I will say this, ever since the move back to Vox, he would always tell me that it didn't quite seem right when he heard me cuss on the show. Always tell me, as recently as just a few weeks ago, doesn't quite seem right. Don't know if I like it. It's not you. It's not you. And so I would like to think Abby is listening to us and enjoying our show right now, somewhere in a better place. Hopefully he's relaxing, and I pray that he has a smile on his face. And my vow to you, Abby, up there is that I'm going to do my best to stop the cussing, because you would always tell me that you didn't like it, and you're right. And so I hope you recognize that and understand that I want to do that in your honor, among the many things that we will do in your honor, but you would always harp on that one. And so that's my resolution for this year, is that we are going to dial back on the cussing, because that is what you asked for. Rick, I know you knew him as well. Any thoughts that you wanted to share about Abby?
Yeah, thank you both for your beautiful words. Abby was a very special person, as I think we've all kind of gotten across. And we all talked about like our different interactions with him through the MMA space and how he's impacted that. And there are hundreds of people out there who have those stories, right? Like from the person who's just getting started in MMA media to the veterans of the sport who have all kind of interacted with Abby, and Abby has helped in some way or supported in some way. He was super motivational. He would send everybody messages of encouragement. I don't think there's anybody who could even have a lukewarm story about Abby, let alone a bad one. Every single interaction with him was a positive experience. And so I think that was his superpower. That was his gift, was when you're in the presence of Abby, you feel like you're the most important person in the world. And he had a way of kind of doing that for everybody.
Yes.
And I remember a story when, I had my first daughter, Avery. He was one of the first people to message me, and he told me to take a picture of Avery's little hand wrapped around my finger. Excuse me. Because it's something that would mean something to me down the line, and it's one of the pictures I cherish. And so I'm a little broken up about it, but I'm just trying to get across that Abby was truly a special human being and meant so much to so many. And I wanted to give a special shout out to Chamakar Sandhu, Mike Bond, and some of the others who have really like got the word out about this and made sure that the GoFundMe was publicized and supported. Obviously, so many people, including yourself, Ariel, made very generous donations. So thank you to everybody and thinking of his family.
Yes, and speaking of that GoFundMe, it's actually pinned right now at the top of our chat. So if you are so inclined, if you are an MMA fan, if you're an MMA junkie fan, I can assure you have enjoyed his content. And he was a true blue MMA fan, but more importantly, just a beautiful human being. Honestly, it's right now pinned at the top of the chat on the YouTube channel. The best thing that anyone could say about Abby is that in this world of, us being all competitive and working and it's cutthroat and it's media, there was no greater teammate to everyone in the MMA community as far as media is concerned than this man. He was always so supportive. He didn't care which site you worked for or whose team you were on, so to speak. He just had a beautiful way. And for me, and I think for Eric as well, he's 5 hours ahead. So you'd wake up, I'd always wake up to a message about the show, about some joke, about something that we did or talked about. And I will miss that dearly, and I will miss him dearly. So again, our love, our heart, our soul goes to his family. We will do our absolute best to never forget Abby, and to his friends as well, as Rick mentioned, Sandhu and so many others who worked so closely with him, our friends at MMA Junkie, our condolences, our sincerest condolences. Hopefully we will see him again soon, and we will miss him, but we will never forget him. Unfortunately, that wasn't the only tough news that we had to digest. It was a week ago today. We ended the year 2 weeks ago today, talking about like, holy crap, Anthony Joshua has just, exploded. Like, it's like America just found out about this guy, and he's been a pro for 13 years. And you would see all these posts about him and all this chatter about him. And then, he's enjoying Christmas and he's enjoying the holidays, and he's there with Eddie Hearn, and they're talking about, the great win. And then you wake up on Monday of last week and find out that he has been in a horrific car accident back home in Nigeria. And you find out that two of his closest friends, Sinagami and Latif Latz Ayodele, tragically passed away. And these were mainstays on his team since the very beginning. And all the stories about them were that they were so close to him, that they were so loyal, that they had his back. They were integral parts of his team. And there were shocking scenes of AJ, being removed from the car, and you come to find out afterwards that he was perhaps inches away from suffering a horrific fate, and just another reminder of how, fleeting life is, and how we have to take every day and live it to its fullest and never take any of the gifts that we are given for granted. Yesterday was their funeral. Can't imagine what Anthony Joshua, who, I remember noting during that fight week, just seemed to be in such a peaceful, beautiful Zen state. I can't imagine how he's doing right now. I can't imagine how he's feeling. I can't imagine his mental and physical state. Who knows, who cares at this point if he fights again? I just wish him the best. I hope he has a speedy recovery. I wish the families involved the best. And we want to say rest in peace as well to Sinagami and Latif Ayodele. So just some tough news to digest over the break. And wanted to start today's show and want to give a shout out to MVP, Most Valuable Promotions, who had the first major boxing show of 2026 this past weekend over in Puerto Rico. And I thought they did a beautiful gesture by having their names written on the canvas. Tonight we honor two extraordinary young men who have impacted many lives and helped create one of the greatest boxers of all time. This is for Sina and Latz's loved ones and Team Anthony Joshua. With respect, Sinagami and Latif Ayodele, thank you for helping MVP put on a massive event. You will be remembered always. And there's Jake with respect and remembrance comment underneath. So like I said, a tough break. We will do our best to transition and smile and celebrate the year that was with these awards. And to bring you up to speed really quickly, a lot of people in the world of MMA, a lot of notable names, had a very happy and prosperous break, and we're quite busy. So just wanted to take you around the world of MMA real quickly here before we get into things to catch you up on perhaps some items that you may have missed. Everyone over the break is always trying to get into the best of shape possible, and well, you can look no further than over in beautiful Paris, France, where Monsieur Benoit Saint-Denis was doing this little number. I mean, golly, look at this. I mean, this is craziness right here. Look at that. From Mr. BSD. Had a big year in 2025. Some very good news for one, Alex Pantoja. We all remember at the beginning of December, he suffers that gruesome elbow injury, loses his belt to Josh Van. There was talk of a shoulder. It was really an elbow. There was worry that he would have to go under the knife, that he would have to deal with all kinds of consequences from that injury. Well, now you see him during the break, and look at how good this guy looks. It's unbelievable. Look at that. That's Mr. Alex Pantoja using both arms and looking pretty damn great. Look at this guy. Even doing a little bit of a sparring sesh. Unbelievable. And I can break this news. This is according to his team. Alex Pantoja will not need surgery. I have been told he will not need surgery. Just the tendons were affected. No fractures. Ligaments are intact. No surgery. Hoping that he'll return maybe mid to third quarter of 2026. But that is incredible news for one Alex Pantoja. Beautiful to see, and we wish him the best. Perhaps some promising news for Tom Aspinall was that he did announce that he did have an eye procedure, and he may need another one, but it seems as though he is hopeful that he's going to be back at it at some point in 2026. Here's the announcement via his YouTube channel.
And just for everyone wants to know as well, obviously, you've been pretty clear in what you've said. Back to Cyril, but surgery now is the focus, and then we'll kick on to 2026, right?
That's the plan. But by the time this is going out, they probably have had surgery on one side already. The next surgery's coming mid-January, so we're working towards getting back, and that's the plan.
Get up, young Tom. We wish you the best, and hopefully it all goes smoothly, and we'll see him back sooner rather than later. Some new friends got together, guys, during the break. How about this little one? Mr. Paul Hughes and Alex Volkanovski doing a little training sesh. I presume down under, of course. Volk up next in very early February, defending his title down under against one Diego Lopez. And I think we all need a friend in life like Merab Dvalishvili. It's no secret that Ilia Topuria is going through a rough time. Look at the adventures of Merab and Ilya in Georgia. This was a fun thing to chronicle and monitor over the break. It seems like Merab is just the ultimate bud. Wouldn't you say, PT? I mean, isn't this wholesome stuff? What is that, by the way, that they're eating? Is that pizza? What is that?
I think that's a cachapuri. That's Georgian food.
Oh, yes, that's right. What is a cachapuri?
It's like cheese and bread. It's similar.
Okay.
But tastes,
Like a
it's
margarita
fantastic.
pizza.
Do you not get the feeling that, like, Merab, who's coming off a title loss, is like, you know what, I'm going to go down there and I'm going to lift your spirits, right?
This isn't about me, it's about you. Kind
Yes.
of job, you know? Let me prop you up, brother. That's the kind of the feeling you're getting here. What a guy.
I love
Fantastic.
it. I love to see it.
Could it be two guys lifting each other's spirits?
You know what?
Wow.
That's actually a beautiful way of putting it. You
A
know
brotherhood.
what?
A
Yes,
brotherhood.
an absolute Georgian brotherhood. We did have a nice little hard launch right at the buzzer. Or maybe it was right after the buzzer. It was at the very beginning of the year. Look at this one, guys. In case you are just listening to us, that is Alex Pereira and Tracy Cortez going with the hard launch. Usurping Dakota Ditcheva and Dalton Rosta, who, were the front runners for hard launch of 2025. But it does appear as though the two are madly in love, and we do wish the happy couple the best. We even saw them doing a little training sesh over at Teixeira MMA. Look at this. Bit of a height difference, but seems like a very equal matchup. Yeah, you're right. Look at this, a little tit for tat, showing a little feint. Yeah, that's good stuff. And they're so madly in love, they're even filming some heartwarming videos together. Here's,
thank God.
Yes, here's, well, not those videos, PT. Let's not get crazy.
Just making sure.
Here's a nice little fun one from the new happy couple.
Baby, are you gonna want to marry me? Alex!
The poor guy is like, what is going on?
Show me.
Oh my God. I mean, this is unbelievable stuff. It is like sleeping on the plane for that.
That's a flag,
Yeah.
ladies and gentlemen.
We wish them the best. It's a beautiful thing. Alex with the hair and the goatee looking great. I like the look. By the way, very busy break for Mr. Alex Pereira. His kids were in action over the break in a bit of a grappling match. Here's his two sons, who you know well, Alessandro Vidal Silva and Lohan Vidal Silva, getting together to not compete against each other, but to compete on the same card, it appears, and both victorious. And you'll see the proud father there cheering them on. That's beautiful stuff over at the Mohegan Sun. I love that. Look at this. Look at that bloodline. I mean, that is incredible. That is absolutely phenomenal. So congratulations to the boys. Everyone enjoys their time in the great outdoors over the break in different ways. Some go to warm climate, others go to cold climate, others go to, dare I say, Arctic climate. Here's the new UFC bantamweight champion Petr Yan enjoying the climate over in Russia. I mean, look at this. This is...
I feel like we should all do this, no?
Oh
We're all
my
doing this
God.
later.
Built different.
Who the fuck is we?
Yeah, that's right. But gentlemen, I am going to go out on a limb and say no one, and I mean no one, enjoyed their break and did more things than the great Arman Sarukian. I mean, can we just sit back and enjoy this highlight reel of all the things Arman Sarukian did over the break? Here he is. I don't even know. What is this? What are we doing now here?
Lathering a pig.
Lathering a pig. What is that, Frank? Can you narrate this for us? What's happening
Yeah,
here?
so now he's carrying a pig on a stick into what appears to be some sort of orifice of heat.
Oh.
He is then throwing in what appears to be mud. He's sealing it up with mud.
Oh, dear. It's just next level.
Looks at the camera, pulls the pig back out of the orifice of heat. And is eating it.
Orifice of heat is a
And now he's eating said pig. Look at this.
I would listen to a Frank narrate series.
Look at the tree in the back.
Tree
man.
is suspect.
Gigantic bow.
No, everything
like it's-
is
Also,
top notch.
the butcher's knife is crazy.
All for himself. He
No
does.
chance he eat the whole thing by himself.
You don't think?
He's full on food and influencer at this point. The gigantic plates. Do you hear the? Driest pig you've ever seen. It is
Are you
food
saying
influencer to a T.
The noise is part of the influencer.
Yeah, people like that, like ASMR.
Interesting.
Well, it's not just that, guys. Look at this caviar. How much caviar do you think this is? And how much can one man consume in one bite?
What kind of toast is it?
I got to be honest. Every time a new Armin video popped, I mean, I couldn't help but watch it multiple times and then drop it into the chat. It was just, well, look at this one. Now here he is eating the wararish, as we call it back in the motherland. What do you guys call it? Dolmites or something?
Yeah, dolmas.
Dolmas. Look at this. I've never seen that. And by the way, what's the stuff on the top? Is that yogurt? Look at this guy.
Some sort of yogurt dipping sauce.
PT.
He's putting those things back, man. I have 5 or 6. I'm like,
and then you're done.
Yeah.
Then you gotta go to the bathroom. Pizza, is your mouth watering like us here?
No, I don't know what they are.
You don't know what the grape leaves are?
Never experienced or have seen one of them things. So it's like looking at an inanimate object to me.
Sure.
It means absolutely nothing to me.
Well, it wasn't just eating for Armin. There was a little patinage, some skating, looking like a young Alex Ovechkin out there. Who knew he had these moves? Look at this. And then he just like chainsaws a UFC logo and then decides to go for I mean, who is doing life better than this guy right
What's
now?
in the can too? That's the second time we've seen that blue can.
Oh yeah, and let's have a little grappling match on the ice. What? You know, here we are getting all up in arms over the fact that this guy isn't fighting for the belt. Dare I say, he doesn't really seem to care all that much. Look at this. This is actually pretty impressive, by the way. You have to have great control of the skates.
It's going to end in tears, isn't it?
No. Nice little takedown attempt there. A rare... Oof.
See?
Yeah.
His hoop would be in bits after that now.
A lot of snow back home, but that's no match for Armin. Look at him just going to town here. What's going on? What's so funny?
I mean, we're sitting through a 3.5-minute Armin Sarukian day in the life highlight reel.
I was laughing at his hoop would be in bits.
I just want to say, you know, later in the show, there is a social media. We are rioting if he doesn't win the social media influencer.
You gotta tune in to find out.
I gotta say,
how much that car costs, can I just say? Like a shovel to a car like that. It's crazy.
Oh, yeah?
Like caviar on toast, we're making exclamation marks. It's a G-Wagon, and he's just using a metal shovel.
Yeah, what about the Ski-Doo here, huh? How much is that bad boy?
Not as much as the G-Wagon, honestly.
Oh, and by the way, in case you thought he was just, you know, messing about, he grappled, Mr. Shirabullet. Yeah, there he is with a nice little takedown. By the way, what's with all the people around the ring in this event here? He just completely annihilated him. That is a break right there. He did it all. And now, by the way, he's in sunny Florida because he's grappling Lance Palmer on Saturday at the RAF event. So the guy is just...
He stays busy.
He stays busy. All right, gents, no time to waste. No time to waste, all right? We're 30 minutes in. We've said a lot, but now it's time to do what you all are here to watch, and that is hand out 27 of these. I mean, this is something. By the way, a nice little intro here to kick us off. Here we go. Have we ever leveled up like this? Is this the glow up of the year? Already on January 5th? Dare I say it is. The glow up of the year. Gentlemen, here we go. And I thought it would be apropos, gentlemen. Rick, maybe the Magic game can be saved for later. You know, we're here for the 2025 Helwani Nose Awards.
Yeah, we're getting a little loose with putting me on camera when I'm not ready. It's happening a little too frequently lately.
This is how we do it. Now, guys, thought it would be apropos to kick things off with our newest award. Here we are. It is the Performance of the Year award. This is one that they give out a lot in boxing. And I thought it was important to introduce this one, much to the chagrin of, you know, the team in the back. And by the way, before we get into things, I want to give a huge shout out to Jordan, who really worked very hard behind the scenes because he has to field all of our picks and whatnot. So on air, Jordan, real MVP of this here award show. Frank did a great job, Andy, of course, but he's really slaving away during the break. So thank you,
on air, Jordan. I'm still waiting on
some
of your picks, so please get them in before the end of the show.
And we did have a meeting at the very beginning of this process, and he instituted a December 26th hard deadline. I scoffed at it, but in the end came in a day under. I believe I was working on Christmas. So, you know, not that I was celebrating Christmas, but, you know, I just wanted that acknowledgement as well. Anyway, new category, Performance of the Year. And what does this mean? Well, you know, you give out Fighter of the Year, you'll give out Knockout, Submission, but this is about someone, man or woman, We're not doing male or female. Just one person who just freaking rose above, who had an all-time night, who had an incredible performance on one night, seemed to be the best fighter in the world. I will kick things off, and then we'll go around the horn, and then everyone else will start when we move on to a new category. And so you think of some of the great performances. I'll just throw out a couple. Islam Makhachev's win over Jack Della, historic win. That could certainly be in the mix as well. Back in November at Madison Square Garden, UFC 322. Of course, Alex Pereira getting revenge on Magomed Ankalaev at UFC 320. After losing the belt in March, he comes back in October with an incredible win. A dominant performance from Valentina Shevchenko at UFC 322 as well, over one Zhang Weili to successfully defend her flyweight title and stop Weili from becoming a two-division champion. Ilia Topuria's knockout of Charles Oliveira, of course, over the summer was tremendous. But in my opinion, the performance that wowed us the most and that meant the most and that really kind of, in at least some people's eyes, came out of nowhere was Petr Yan back at UFC 323, defeating Merab Dvalishvili. And I picked this one for my pick for performance of the year for multiple reasons. Number one, he lost to him 2.5 years prior. It was a shutout. It wasn't even close. He comes all the way back, and he does what he did to Merab. In some people's eyes, a 50-45, and it was dominant, and it was virtuoso, and it was textbook, and he had an unbelievable game plan, and his coach afterwards showing a whole tree of how they would, deal with the different circumstances. Petr Yan over Merab Dvalishvili back in December, the final pay-per-view of the ESPN era, and the final pay-per-view ever, in my opinion, the 2025 performance of the year. Rick, your pick.
Yeah, same thing. Performance of the year. Thought it was one of the best performances we've ever seen. Considering how Merab looked, considering the run that he was on, for Yan to be able to come in a rematch in which he did not look competitive, to do that, the game plan implemented there, and the execution by Yan, it couldn't have been anything else for me. Although there were some very good ones, that was the one for me.
GC.
Yeah, we're going to make it 3 for 3 here. I also had Yan. Stuffed 27 takedowns, outstruck them all but one round, got the belt back when all the talk was about fighter of the year, greatest year ever in UFC history for Merab Dvalishvili, and Petr Yan turned the tide, got the belt back. Unreal performance.
Petesy.
Yeah, that's 4 out of 4.
Wow.
Yan as well. Incredible. And for the reasons you said, I mean, this was a terrible matchup for him as far as we were concerned going into this. Merab was an awful matchup for him. As far as we saw, we had evidence to prove that. And for him to flip it like that, absolutely unbelievable. This guy has been a brilliant fighter for a very, very long time, right back to his fledgling years in ACB. He's proved it once before in the UFC, and he's proved it again. And I cannot wait to see that trilogy fight if it happens.
All right, so a couple others that I can mention. Alex Volkanovski defeating Diego Lopez at UFC 314. Joshua Van defeating Brandon Royval at UFC 317. Anthony Hernandez's win over Roman Dolidze at the Fight Night event. Jack Della's win over Bilal Muhammad in Montreal 315. Kyoji Haraguchi's big return to the UFC late in the year. And then, of course, Khamzat Chimaev's somewhat polarizing but very dominant win over Dricus du Plessis. But in the end, 4-0 Petr Yan. Yes, Rick.
Yeah, I was just going to point out, when it comes to these, and I think Fight of the Year, a lot of us tend to gravitate toward like decisions or like thorough dominance that is like expressed over a long period of time. But truth be told, like Ilia Topuria, Charles Oliveira, Alex Pereira, Magomed Ankalaev, like you don't have better nights in the office than that, except if maybe you're Petr Yan in this year. I do think that those deserve mention and probably are like some of the best performances, even though when we think of this award, we do think of maybe like more of a sustained type of thing.
I agree, yeah. I mean, and to that point, Pereira and Ilia, I thought in particular, quick fights, but incredibly impressive. Want to add 2 more things before we move along to the next award. Number 1, over on the Substack, I asked all of you to give us your people's picks, and we have those. I want to give a big shout out to Alex Weber and moderator Lewis, who helped out with that. We added performance late, so this is the only one that I don't have a people's pick for. So stay tuned. More of those are to come, and a very, very, very special shout out. I say that Jordan is, the real MVP, and he is. But perhaps a co-MVP is our good friend Kaposa, who does tremendous work behind the scenes. for the award show for all of us. And also to our good friend Alan Murphy, who does amazing work. Oven did amazing work as far as the graphics are concerned. Spencer and Kel on the social side of things. So they are all huge contributors to this award show. So I want to give a shout out to all of them as well. We move along now to the very fun fight of the year, very prestigious award. New York Rick, you go first.
Yeah, this one was pretty easy for me. I knew it when it happened. I did have to go back because I didn't want to forget anything that had happened previously just to verify. But I had the feeling when it happened that Joshua Van versus Brandon Royval was going to be my fight of the year. 3 rounds of just absolute madness, complete performances by both at the highest level, right? You have to know that if Royval wins, he's going to get a title shot for Van wins, he's going to get a title shot for Royval. You have to imagine that he's going to be in the upper echelon still, despite his standing with Pantoja. And they went to war. They did not have to, and they did. And it was extremely enjoyable. Over 300 significant strikes each. Absolutely crazy. Shout out to Brandon Royval and Joshua Van. That was my fight of the year.
It was a tough one. I am going to go out on a limb. I don't know everyone's picks, by the way. I only know mine. I'm going to go out on a limb and say not a consensus for this one because I think there were a lot of good choices. GC, you go next.
I'm going to agree with Rick.
Okay.
He said the stat there. Only fight in UFC history where both fighters landed more than 200 significant strikes, and they did it in a 3-rounder. That right there should be enough to get fight of the year. But then you add, like you mentioned, the title implications. Then Van drops him with 10 seconds to go when it's 1-1 going into the 3rd round on 2 of the judges' scorecards. That leads to Van getting in the octagon later with Pantoja, gives him the title shot, and then he gets the belt 6 months later. Just all of the title implications around it, and then delivering on that stage, just pure violence on the main card of International Fight Week. Fight of the year for me, Josh Van versus Brandon Royval.
Wow. Okay. 2 for 2 for that fight. And by the way, the people agree with you guys. So we could say it's 3 for 3. Petesy, are you in agreement?
I'm afraid I'm not, guys. Even though that's a brilliant fight, it's right there, of course. Would not dispute that in any way. I'm going for the greatest PFL fight of all time between Usman Nurmagomedov and Paul Hughes, the first time around in January. And I watched it again because I was like, am I being biased here because an Irishman in this fight? But honestly, the drama of this fight, there's 2 stoppages, one in the 3rd round and one in the 4th. And it almost feels like a Formula 1 race. It's like, who is this break serving more? Obviously, PFL, and I wrote about this at the time, went into this kind of saying, this is Dagestan v Ireland, and we won't get into that again. But I was like, this is absolutely stupid. It's so different. And these guys come away from this with a completely different story to tell. I thought Paul Hughes did enough on the day. There's a lot of differing views on that. They both had a brilliant fight. And it might not have the most significant strikes of all time, but the tension, the skill that's on display, and just the drama, really, of the fight right up until the scores are announced. I thought it was brilliant. It's my fight of the year.
It's a great choice, and I actually was very close to picking that one. I had a hard time with this one. Want to give a shout out to some others. So as of right now, the people, like I said, picked Royval Van. That was UFC 317 International Fight Week, the one headlined by Ilia Topuria versus Mr. Charles Oliveira. Petes's pick is a tremendous one, and the rematch was great as well. Some others worth mentioning: Nassim Sadikhov against Nicholas Mata on the Hill Roundtree card in June. Merab Dvalishvili versus Petr Yan back at UFC 323 that we talked about earlier. What about Merab versus Umar Nurmagomedov? Mateusz Rebecki against Chris Duncan. Also, that Yuri Prochaska Khalil Roundtree fight was a banger as well. But in the end, I agree with Rick. I agree with GC. I agree with the people. And I, too, picked Joshua Van, Brandon Royval back at UFC 317, of course, won by Joshua Van. And really the coming out party for Mr. Van, his second fight in June. He fought in Newark, came back a couple weeks later, won this fight, an incredible back and forth affair. He comes back at the very end of the night, has the face-off, owns the moment with Alex Pantoja, puts his arm up, and then, of course, 6 months later, he ends up winning the title. Obviously, bit unceremonious, but them's the breaks, and he heads into 2026 as the UFC flyweight champion. So congratulations to all the great competitors. It was a tremendous year. And by the way, a couple of little nuggets here while we're talking about fights. In total, as far as 2025 is concerned, and the UFC in particular, 21 title fights, guys, in 2025. They had 19 in 2024 and 19 in 2023. They also had a BMF title, so if you want to count that one, they had 22 title fights in the year 2025. Any guesses as far as how many title changes this past year, guys?
Well, I think 11 was the number I had heard. Is
Yes,
that right?
11 total, including 3 vacant titles won by Mackenzie Dern, Ilya Topuria, and Alex Volkanovski. Defending champions, combined record in 2025, 9-8 with 1 no contest. And currently right now, there are no undisputed champions with an active title defense on their resume. Could you believe that?
That's crazy.
That is a crazy, crazy thing. Most fights in 2025, anyone know?
Who had the most fights?
Yeah.
Waldo Cortez Acosta with 5.
Yeah, 5. Hey, nailed it. How about that? By the way, I read that undisputed thing. Am I wrong? Doesn't Valentina have a title defense?
Yeah, I believe she is the one.
She might be the only
She's the one.
I think the statistic is no male fighter.
Male, yes. Okay, so no male fighter. Valentina Shevchenko, don't want to take that away from her. Yes, most fights, 5. Waldo Cortez Acosta went 4-1. And so shout out to him. And while we are talking about our next category, which is actually round of the year, so I'm going to save the rest of this for later, but I do want to tell you the ones who won the most performance bonuses. That was 3, the aforementioned Merab Dvalishvili, John Silva, and Diego Lopez. They all won 3 over the course of 2025. All right, let's move along now to round of the year, gentlemen. Round of the year, which is sometimes a tough one, and sometimes it falls under the umbrella of fight of the year, and sometimes it doesn't. Mr. GC, you go first.
Yeah, this is a tough one. It's a tough one every year, and this was almost my fight of the year when it happened back in September at Noche UFC in real time. I was watching it with Rick out in the kitchen, and I was like, oh my God, that's going to be my fight of the year. I don't think that's going to be able to be topped. I went back and rewatched the fights, though. I ultimately went with Josh Van Brandt and Royval. But for round of the year, round 2 of Diego Lopez versus Jean Silva in San Antonio. Back and forth affair. They're just throwing haymakers. At one point, like halfway through the round, Jean Silva is just flowing downhill. It looks like he's going to get the finish. Shout out to Diego Lopez's chin, just eating huge shots. He gets a takedown. It looks like Diego's going to be able to do something with that. Jean Silva pops back up. And then Jean Silva, who keeps going for the spinning back elbow all round. Even Dominic Cruz is like, man, that thing's getting close. That ended up being his demise. Diego Lopez hits him with the spinning back elbow. That leads to the TKO finish. Crowd goes nuts. Maybe the biggest crowd pop of the year in San Antonio. Diego Lopez jumps up on the octagon, giving the double birds to the crowd. Incredible moment, incredible round. Shout out to Diego Lopez and John Silva.
What I love about this pick is that's the round in which the fight ended. So you didn't even get the full 5 minutes, right?
Yeah.
But it was
almost.
incredible.
It went like 4:40.
Yeah.
And the first round was nuts, too. It looked like Diego had him like fully flattened out. It looked like he was going to get the finish there. But yeah, just incredible fight. Those guys brings fireworks every time.
Petesy.
I've gone for on one of the events of the year, UFC 323, a meeting between Baranevsky and Ibo Aslan, and this fight was absolutely insane. I think there was 6 knockdowns in this round of fighting. Mark Goddard, of course, one of the best referees in the world when it comes to those frenzied fights. We've seen him in that role over the years. I just thought it was brilliant. And you know who else did? Your good friend Daniel Cormier, because throughout this event, he could not stop speaking about this fight. I mean, think about the fights that are on this card. Merab, Jan, you obviously had Peyton Talbot and Cejudo. Cormier is bringing this fight up even when these guys are fighting. It was absolutely tremendous. Kind of reminded me of Pat Berry and Czech Congo back in the day. That's my round of the year.
Okay, interesting. All right. Maybe we're actually going to disagree on this one as far as all 4 of us are concerned. My pick for round of the year goes back to the Jamal Hill versus Khalil Roundtree card in June, and it's the first round of the Nassim Sadikov versus Nicholas Mata fight, which was an incredible back and forth affair. Some stats for you: significant strikes. Sadikov landing 39 of 63, Mata 36 of 82 total strikes. For Sadikov, 45 of 70, 44 of 91 for Nicholas Mata. 1 knockdown for Nicholas Mata. Back and forth they went. It was an incredible fight, an incredible back and forth affair. And it was ultimately won by the Black Wolf, Mr. Nassim Sadikhov. It was a tough one. There were a lot to choose from. I was very close. I will admit, I was very close to picking the final round of the Yuri Prochazka versus Khalil Roundtree fight, UFC 320, round 3. I was very close to picking that one, but in the end, wanted to give a shout out to Nassim Sadikhov versus Nicholas Mata. Round number 1 back in June of the Khalil Roundtree versus Jamal Hill card. Mr. New York Rick, final one.
Your prediction comes true. We are 4 separate answers for this.
Wow.
Mine was Adrian Luna Martinetti versus Mark Volagdin from Dana White Contender Series week 9. You could pick any round from this fight, but round 2 in particular, these dudes are bombing on each other to a level I have not seen. I cannot believe that the fight did not end in this round. Like there's fights like Royval versus Van where they're throwing volume, and it is just nonstop. It was that, except including knees and elbows and just devastating fight-finishing fights. I don't know how this got out of that second round. I don't know how this fight wasn't like more talked about. There were some people online kind of talking about it, and GC was like, yo, you got to watch it. When I did sit down to watch it, I could not believe my eyes. Round 2 of this fight is in the pantheon of violence. Like you mentioned, Petesy, your winner being like the Czech Congo. It was that, except sustained for the 5 rounds. The Pat Barry and Czech Congo. It was nuts, and they were bloodied and really, really badly beaten after the end of it. It's good watching if you enjoy violence. I encourage you to find that one.
It's an incredible fight. You say people didn't really talk about it. I saw people saying it was the greatest fight of all time. So much so that the UFC, I just wanted to double check this, they put the full fight on their YouTube channel, and the title of the video is, all caps, the greatest fight of all time.
Wow.
It's nuts.
Wow.
Great shout by you, Rick. I don't know if it's the greatest fight of all time. I stood by that in October. I stand by that now. I'm not going to get all caught up in all the hype and everything like that, but it was a fantastic fight. It was
that round might be the greatest round of all time, though. I'll tell you that. Holy
all time?
Shit. Yeah, I mean, Congo Barry and then that.
It's great.
Congo Barry and Frank Mir and Todd Duffy.
Shout out to that knockout.
Paul Daly, Nick Diaz.
That's a tremendous round. Chris Duncan, Terrence McKinney back at UFC 323. Prochazka Roundtree, like I said. Prochazka Hill, that first round was pretty interesting as well. What about the Jalton Almeida, Sergey Spivak round 1? There were a lot to choose from. It's always tough. I think this is one of the tougher ones to pick. And by the way, we're 0 for 5 as far as unity is concerned because the people picked Prochazka Roundtree round 3. That was their pick for round of the year. So a great year as far as rounds are concerned. And I love the fact that we all had different picks. Okay, let us move along and go with Knockout of the Year. Knockout of the Year is always one of the most prestigious ones to give out, and a lot of good candidates. I'm curious who Mr. Petesy Carroll has for his pick for Knockout of the Year 2025.
Big up Manchester. It's Lerone Murphy and Aaron Pico. That is my Knockout of the Year. You know, the context of this fight is very important. Pico is this guy that we saw as this blue chip prospect for a very long time. Bellator won the lotto when they got him, and they redlined him straight out the door. They put him in tricky matchups very early on, and he got caught a few times, but there was a lot of people that thought he could come into the UFC and be a top dog at featherweight. Lerone Murphy is this guy that is doing it the hard way. We often compare him to Leon Edwards, and that's what it feels like with him. Ariel has been saying for a very long time he should be the guy fighting for the featherweight title. He comes in against this dude, everyone's hyping him up, and scores one of the most beautiful, spectacular knockouts we've seen all year. Well, in my opinion, the best one. And just thought it was a fantastic moment for Lerone, fantastic moment for UK MMA, and a fantastic moment for Manchester top team.
Couldn't agree more. That is my pick as well. You laid it out. There was so much pressure on Murphy. It felt like he was being served up as the opponent to the new, young, shiny toy that is Aaron Pico. I think Pico would have gotten a title shot had he won the fight. He's coming at him. He's looking to be in incredible shape. He's replacing the injured Movsar Evloev. I mean, look at this. Look at this.
Jesus.
I mean, it's a vicious knockout. Let me be clear. He was supposed to fight Movsar, and then Movsar gets hurt, and then he gets moved to this one when they needed that co-main event, if my memory serves me correct. In any event, he just looks phenomenal, and he's going out there like a freaking raging bull. Like he's bringing the fight to Lerone. And then out of nowhere comes this spinning back elbow on a card, which of course featured the Carlos Praches spinning back elbow, which could be someone else's pick. Didn't see it coming from Lerone. It was fast. It was vicious. It was shocking. It should have been the exclamation point to get him that title shot. Of course, we know that it wasn't, but that takes nothing away from the knockout itself. That is my knockout of the year. Lerone Murphy, Aaron Pico, UFC 319. Back in Chicago in August. Mr. New York Rick.
Yeah, I think this one's going to be pretty obvious once you see the silhouette of my pick. And that's
it's a great one.
Hoofy versus King Green.
So good.
Insanely nasty, insanely clean. As we've kind of seen with some of the clips resurfacing, like style points matter to me when I'm picking some of these knockouts, and I don't think there was a more stylistically beautiful knockout than this, in addition to being extremely effective and finishing the fight in the way King Green fell. This was just beauty. This was just this is peak mixed martial arts for me. Like this is what I'm after when I want to see a clean knockout. It's ones like this. It's the Edson Barboza, Terry Adams spinning wheel kick. Like this is what I come for, and Hoofy delivered.
Yeah, that was
What's going on with the graphic there? What's going on with the graphic? Petessy's 20. What did that say?
Oh,
I said Petessy's 2024 knockout of the year.
In the year. You get a mulligan once in a while.
Yeah.
What if Lerone's watching this and he's like, hang on a fucking second. He just said I had the award.
Go ahead. Go off.
Sorry. No, I'm sorry. No, I just wanted to bring it up.
We'll talk
sorry, Jordan. Yeah, okay.
Is it possible that you gave him that pick earlier and changed your mind?
No, it isn't. That is not possible. All right. I have the document in front of me.
All right. That is a great choice. By the way, watch that one again. Like you have to watch it multiple times to be like, did he actually hit him? He grazes his head? It's a crazy thing. A beautiful knockout. The technique, shades of Edson Barboza back in the day. Terry Adams, tremendous stuff. All right, GC, your pick.
I'm going to agree with you and Petesy on this one. I'm going with Lerone Murphy's spinning back elbow on Aaron Pico. Don't have much to add to everything you guys said, but the stakes, co-main event of a UFC pay-per-view. He's won his last 5 fights by a decision. We need an exclamation point to get that title shot. He does that. Unfortunately, he doesn't get the title shot, but it was the shot heard around the world that night. An unbelievable knockout by Lerone Murphy.
Huge. Some others that are worth considering as well. Ilia Toporia's knockout of Charles Oliveira, the right hook back at UFC 317. Quillian Salkield's knockout of Nasrat Hakparas.
That was my number 2. That one, like I was like, oh my God, when it happened.
A coming out party for him at UFC 321. The aforementioned Carlos Praches knockout of Jeff Neal. By the way, Carlos Praches with 2 contenders, in my opinion. The knockout of Leon Edwards was incredible as well. Maybe not like as flashy, but in my opinion, very notable as well. Yuri Prochaska's knockout of Khalil Roundtree. What about Bo Nickel's knockout of Rodolfo Vieira? And I'll give another mention to Kevin Vallejos' knockout of Giga Chikadze. On and on it goes.
One more just to call out. Yeah. Don't forget Sergio Pettis on Magomedov.
Tremendous.
Because of all the spinning elbows, that one kind of got lost, but that one was insane. And you talk about stakes, like that's the ultimate stake. So yeah, that was a big one.
Huge. The people agreed with some of us. They gave it to Lerone Murphy and his spinning back elbow knockout of one Aaron Pico. So shout out to them. Shout out to all the big winners. Shout out to all the great knockouts and submissions. By the way, do want to let you know, as far as knockouts are concerned, the quickest knockout of 2025, that distinction in the UFC goes to Benoit Saint-Denis, who knocked out Beneil Dariush in 16 seconds back at UFC 322. Quickest submission, that went to Kyle Dawkins, who submitted Gerald Mearshart with the Darce choke in 50 seconds back at UFC 322 as well. We had him in studio after the win. And so with that in mind, let us go to our submission of the year. And this is always another tough one as well, because sometimes with this one, guys, it's like, do you go for the technique? Because a submission, there's so much that could go on. There's so much beauty. There's so much technique. There's all these little intricate details. Do you go with the stakes? Do you go with the viciousness of it all? I'll have to say, like, this was one of those that I was going back and forth. I'll usually like cross off the ones that I feel, 100% good about. And then I'll leave some others for the very end. And this was one of my final ones that I had to, say, here it is. This is my pick. And in the end, I went with the Bellator middleweight title fight back in July in South Africa. It was Costello Van Steenis, the pride of Spain, submitting Johnny Eblen in the final seconds of their title fight. You see right there, 22-21, locking in the rear naked in a fight, by the way, that he was losing 39-37 heading into the fifth round. And unlike John Cena, Johnny Eblen, shout out to him, refuses to tap. He goes out officially at around 8 seconds. 8 seconds left in the fifth round. Costello Van Steenis with the submission. And so given that, given the stake, given the comeback, given the fact that there was so much at stake, given how good Johnny had been in Bellator/PFL. Did I say Bellator title fight when I set this up? I perhaps did. I did. He'll always be the Bellator champion to me. It just occurred to me now that I said it. But it was for the PFL middleweight title, Bellator champion going in. You know, it's all very confusing. Costello Van Steenis' submission back in July in South Africa. That is my pick for submission of the year. New York, Rick.
It's a great one. And not only was he losing heading into the fifth round, 1 minute prior to the submission, less than a minute, at the minute mark of the fight, Johnny Eblen was on his back. And that fight ends with him choking out Johnny Eblen. Insane. You mentioned that, you know, do you do stakes? Do you style points? I kind of try to combine the two. I try to thread the needle on this. I did not have the same one as you. Mine was John Silva's ninja choke on Bryce Mitchell. The slickness, the speed with which he applied this, and against such a competent grappler in Bryce Mitchell, blew me away. It just blew me away, because obviously we think of John Silva as this like dynamic striker, crazy, dynamo of activity and energy when it comes to the striking. But when he was able to apply this choke and the speed at which he put Bryce Mitchell to sleep, it had to be that for me. It was just too clean. It was too brutal. Loved it. Much like my knockout. I was high on style points for this one.
Well, I can tell you the people agree with you. They also gave it to John Silva's submission, the ninja choke of one Bryce Mitchell. And there was a lot of tension going into that fight. He asked for him. All the crazy podcast talk going into it. It was a great time. Mr. GC, you're up next.
Yeah, I'm actually going to disagree with both of you here. I'm going to head to Munich, Germany.
Hell yeah.
Oh, yeah.
For Octagon 80.
It's a great shout.
Henrique Madureira defeating Iroglent Prizrini.
It's such a great shout.
I had never seen anything in my life like this. I believe we have the video. The inverted, I didn't even know you could get a submission from this.
Yeah.
Inverted triangle choke. At this point, I'm just like, all right, he's going to fall off, right? Like, this can't lead to anything, right? And it eventually ends up leading to a victory for Henrique Madureira.
Insane. Shades of Toby Imada and Jorge Masvidal from way back in the day. And by the way, this was my finalist. It was either this or Costello. In the end, the stakes for Costello put it over the edge for me. But that's just absurd technique right there. It's a great shout. It's an unbelievable pick.
Yeah, insane. Haven't seen anything like it.
Octagon had a great year as well. Petesy, your pick.
I'm with Rick, and the reason why, like, this is the biggest submission of the year. Like, there is no submission bigger than Silva and Mitchell. This was a public bloodletting. I've never seen anything like this in my life. So Mitchell does his first ever podcast, hard to believe to this day, and says he wants to go fishing with Hitler and he's a good guy and all this stuff. People are crying out for him to fight Silva pretty much immediately after that. The UFC go, oh, okay, let's do that. Dana White does an interview saying the best thing about this sport is we can see these guys get their ass kicked if they say something crazy. And he even said, like, Mitchell might be the stupidest human being alive or something to that effect. We all watched this fight nearly like with this anticipation the combat sports world has. And it's John Silva hanging off the cage, frothing at the mouth to go in and do this thing. In the lead up to the fight, Mitchell is saying he's been attacked in his dreams by women sent by the possessed John Silva. And then, when everyone just thought John Silva would go in and KO him like he usually does, he submits Mitchell, who's an incredible grappler. I think it's the biggest submission of the year. I don't think you can pick anything else, even though you guys have made some great arguments for your two. An incredible bit of technique for GC's pick. And then, of course, the Eblen one that you've talked about already. But I think if it's the submission of the year, it's got to be Silva over Mitchell.
I love it. I mean, I don't think there's a wrong answer. There's rarely a wrong answer unless it's like, Ronda Rousey.
No.
Fighter of the year.
I'll get
By the way,
I think I've got some.
Prediction show 2026.
Okay, it's going to age beautifully. It's going to age beautifully. Some others worth mentioning: Merab Dvalishvili's submission of Sean O'Malley, the north-south choke back at UFC 316. What about Sean Brady submitting Leon Edwards back in London at that fight night event at the O2? Shout out to Jake Hadley's submission over Mateus Matos in the PFL tournament. The Twister, Kayla Harrison's Kimura win over Juliana Pena. Jimmy Crute's submission against Ivan Urslan, the Camel Clutch, as it was referred to. And of course, Mr. Submission himself, Walter Walker, with the heel hooks. You can give it to any one of them, perhaps the Kennedy and Zechiku one. You could even give a shout out to Islam Makhachev.
Can I give one more?
Over Renato Moicano. Yes, of course.
It's the one it's my favorite and the one that will stick with me the most from the year, even though like John Silva's is my pick for sure and it will stick with me. But the visual of Fluffy Hernandez getting the rear naked choke, no hooks in, standing, lifting Roman Dolidze backwards, just straight bullying him and then choking him to sleep immediately was crazy.
Yep.
Like Fluffy is insane, and that one will stick with me. Much like the visual of Kopylov in his rear naked choke as well, when he's sticking the tongue out. Fluffy has a way of making it look good. But,
Unbelievable.
That was my number 2.
I agree, and a great year for him. Looking forward to his return. Okay, perhaps Mr. Fluffy Hernandez would fall under your Breakout Fighter of the Year award category. Perhaps he will get a mention there, Mr. New York Rick. That is our next category. You go first. Breakout Fighter of 2025.
Yeah, this was another no-brainer for me, and it features one of the other people that I said it wasn't a no-brainer in the fight of the year, Josh Van. You cannot have a better year than Josh Van at this point. Fight of the year contender, my fight of the year. Second youngest champ in UFC history behind John Jones. Like, this is doing it. This is the Alex Pereira Speed Run Award this year for Josh Van. No notes, no blemishes. You've done everything you could possibly do to put yourself in the category for breakout fighter. Has been on a tremendous rise, but this was really the year that Josh Van became the household name, at least for combat sports fans, and was a no-brainer for me.
GC?
I am actually not going to go with Josh Van.
Wow.
I'm going to head to the heavyweight division devoid of star power. So they're hungry for a name to emerge, a contender to emerge. And here we are together. I'm going to go with Mr. Waldo Cortez Acosta.
What a story.
The leader of a nation, Salsa Boy Nation, that is, that I am now proudly a part of. But in all seriousness, fighting 5 times, going 4-1 through those, and then ending the year with the back-to-back first-round knockouts, stepping in on extreme short notice against Shamil Gadziev, and then begging for another fight before the year's out. Now he's getting one at the start of the year on the very first pay-per-view, very first card of the Paramount Plus era, and he's getting it on the main card against Derek Lewis. Him diving into the social media of everything, starting this sort of brand of the Fighting Pirates, going off of the Tom Aspinall eye poke, and then the week after getting eye poked by his teammate and going on to win it. Him sort of just capitalizing on all of this, making a name for himself, finding himself in the top 5 of the division. I felt like he really broke out at 265.
I love it. And like we said earlier, 5 fights for him in 2025, 4-1, 3 knockouts. The pride of the Dominicana, of the Dominican Republic. Love that. And what a comeback for the two of you, right? I mean, you were hating him, then you loved him.
We really had some hard times. Yeah. We really had some hard times.
But you proved that you were able to get through it all. So that's a great pick. Wow. Petesy, do you agree with Rick? Do you agree with GC, or are you going off the board?
No, I agree with Rick. With Josh Van for this one. You know, might have called this. Might have been on the old short list there on last year's predictions podcast.
Wow.
I'm sure Jordan will let us all know about that. But fantastic fighter, brilliant year. I know a lot of people are trying to take away something from this man because of what happened with Pantoja, but that's completely out of his control. Couldn't have gone better for him. Perfect year. Great fighter.
I want to give a shout out to a few others who haven't been mentioned yet. John Silva. I know that the year ended poorly for him with the loss to Diego Lopez, but he had the Bryce Mitchell win. He had the Melsick win, a coming out party for him, if you will. Frank's favorite, Miss Fatima Klein, had a huge win. A huge year, I should say, 3-0 in 2025 with a pair of finishes and an impressive win over Angela Hill to end the year. What about RDR? I know, again, it ended poorly for him, but it felt like a big breakout year for him, going 3-1 in 2025. Thad Jean of PFL fame had a very, very strong year, winning the welterweight tournament. Michael Morales had a great year as well, going 2-0 in 2025 over top opposition. Of course, the big win at Madison Square Garden highlighted it all. But I agree with Rick, with PT, with the people as well. The people as well gave it to Josh Van. I'm giving it to Josh Van. 4-0 in 2025, including a fight of the year over the number one contender, Mr. Brandon Royval. Wins the title in December, injury or not. That's an incredible year for a guy that a lot of us weren't talking about in this type of way. Certainly a lot of us didn't think that he would be a champion by the end of the year. I know some of us did. But that is a true blue breakout year, in my opinion. So shout out to the man, Joshua Van, the pride of Myanmar and Houston. He wanted the Houston title fight. It doesn't look like he's getting it. Will he get the Japan title fight against Tatsuro Taira? Or perhaps today's news regarding Alex Pantoja, does that change things for Josh Van's first title defense? We shall find out. But for now, congratulations to Joshua Van, at least in my opinion, the 2025 Breakout Fighter of the Year. Most Improved Fighter of the Year is up next. And this is always a very tough one because, again, it's like, it's subjective, right? And I know a lot of these are, but it's like, okay, how did you rate this person going into the year? How do you rate them now? How did they improve in your eyes? This could be all over the place. We could go, in 5 different directions here. We'll start with you, GC.
Yeah, we saw the improvements happen in real time over the course of the year. He starts the year as a minus 1,000 favorite to Raoni Barcelos, loses that one. Next fight, Felipe Lima, International Fight Week, one that a lot of people thought that he was not going to be able to win. Lima's on a 14-fight win streak, and then he ends the year against Henry Cejudo, Olympic gold medalist wrestler, double champion in the UFC, and he 27s him on all 3 judges' scorecards. For me, Peyton Talbot, the improvements we saw across 2025 for him, earned him the title of Most Improved Fighter for me.
Love it. Love it. PT, do you agree?
I absolutely agree. Barcelos, South American wrestling champion back in his wrestling days, completely overwhelms him in the grappling department. And then at the end of the year, he is he's taken down an Olympic gold medalist. It's very impressive. It's Peyton Talbot, and overcame so much. Overcame everybody getting off the hype train, as GC pointed out with the Barcelos loss. A lot of people against him for Lima. I had him as breakout last year. I thought he'd be breakout. A lot of people laughing at that. I think you can make an argument for him as well in 2025 based on how it finished.
He was on my short list for Breakout Fighter of the Year, but then he loses at the beginning of the year, and then you wonder where he's going to go from there. Gets the win in June, and then a win like that and a performance like that over Henry Cejudo, to me, it had to be Peyton Talbot. So we'll go 3 for 3. Peyton Talbot gets my pick. He showed such great improvement. If he would have won that third fight of the year and just won via knockout like we had seen him knock people out in the past, it's like, all right, how much did he actually improve? But to do it with the wrestling against someone like Cejudo, old man or not, end of the career or not. By the way, he's signed with RAF and will debut for them in February in Arizona. Pretty amazing to see. No one saw that coming for him to score those takedowns against someone like Henry. Shocking stuff considering what happened in January, the improvements he made and will continue to make. It's an amazing thing to watch. He's going to be one of the guys to watch this year as far as okay, where did he start the year and where does he end the year? If he could get 3 fights in, I think he could be very much in the mix at 135. My Most Improved Fighter of the Year, one Peyton Talbot. Rick, do you agree?
4 for 4.
Okay.
Easy. Peyton.
There it is. There it is. And by the way, shout out to Wing C. He honored him with that tattoo, that circle tattoo. Just kidding. The people agree, by the way. The people agree. They give it to Payne Talbot. Some others worth mentioning. What about Fabian Edwards? He entered the year coming off the lackluster loss to one Johnny Eblin, reinvents himself, and ends up winning the PFL middleweight tournament. Same way that his brother won the welterweight title a few years prior. Edmund Shabazian ended the year 3-0 in the UFC. It looked like maybe he was, on thin ice as far as his career is concerned. Joseph Morales was cut from the UFC in 2018 after going 1-2 in the promotion. Comes back and has a very, very solid year after going through Cage Warriors and A1 Combat. Worked his way through The Ultimate Fighter. Alfie Davis, who we had on the show at the end of the year and is going to be fighting Usman Nurmagomedov in early February. Had a bit of an up and down run, and then all of a sudden goes on this incredible one, winning 3 consecutive upsets over the likes of Clay Collard, Brent Primus, and Gatsi Rabadamanov to win the lightweight tournament. We mentioned Josh Van throughout the show. I do think it's worth mentioning him for our Most Improved Fighter of the Year nod. And Melquiziel Costa ended up stringing together 4 victories in 2025, including a Fight of the Night performance against Julian Arosa, and finished both Andre Fili and Morgan Charrière. So those are some names that come to mind as far as Most Improved Fighter of the Year. Okay, guys, are we having fun? Are we having fun?
Yeah.
I'm having a great time, and it's so good to be back. And by the way, please, in the chat, let us know what you think of everything. Weigh in the comments if you're watching this after the fact. What about this trophy? Isn't it great? One more time. Can we take a look at that video of the trophy where it shows it? Yeah, Oban. I mean, it's something. Look at this thing. I mean, look at this thing. It's something else. Yes. Peace and love. Peace and love. Everyone's talking about it. Everyone's
It's trending on
pining
X
for
right
it.
now.
Yeah. Did you guys happen to see that shot where the leaders of the free world were doing some stuff and the X was in the background? Crazy. Anyway, comeback
I
fighter.
thought you were
going to
say the trophy was in the background.
No, it was not. It was not.
It should have been.
So, guys, we have comeback fighter of the year and comeback fight of the year. These are 2 different categories, right? So, comeback fighter of the year is a more career-based award, someone who came back, and then comeback fight of the year is someone who comes back like they're down and then they come back within the fight. So, a lot of other people go, just come back. No, we want to make the distinction. We want to give a hat tip to those who are down on their luck, but then in 2025 came back bigger, better, stronger, more successful, victorious than ever. And then in a moment, we'll give you our comeback fight of the year. So GC, comeback fighter of the year, who does it go to?
I'm going to go out to France, and I'm going to go to a man who was 0-2 in 2024 and then finds himself at 3-0 in 2025, all wins coming by finish, and that is Benoit Saint-Denis. He put the stamp on it at MSG against Beneil Dariush in just about a minute. Now he finds himself at number 6 in the division, or at least going against the number 6 guy in the division, Dan Hooker. Massive fight for him to start the year. So BSD. Massive 2025 for him.
Such a good shout. I mean, it was a nightmare 2024, and people were writing him off, and then the year that he had was phenomenal. So shout out to him. Great shout. Petesy, do you agree? Is it the Frenchman?
I don't agree. I have Yuri Prohaska.
Wow.
This guy, even in his fights, he has comebacks. You know what I mean? The Roundtree fight, it's like a religious experience watching it, where he starts coming back and then he knocks him out in the 3rd round after chasing most of the fight. Jamal Hill, competitive fight, and then he just turns into a demon. The later it goes, the more you hit this guy, the more possessed he seems to become. After the loss to Pereira, the second one, you're kind of going, how does this guy figure out his way back into the title mix? Even if he wins, even if he beats everyone, how would that be interesting? But I mean, isn't it interesting? And how the hell did he manage to do that in just 2 fights? It's Yuri Prohaska for me.
Another good shot. I feel like I say this before all of my picks, but I really did have a hard time with this one. In the end, I went with the very first fighter in UFC history to become a champion after once holding the belt, to regain their title after going on a 3-fight losing streak, and that's the one and only Petr Yan. He had the belt, lost the belt, went on the losing streak, and then came all the way back at the very end of the year to win that title, of course, against Merab in the Fight of the Year candidate. Just an unbelievable story. One thought that he would never truly rebound from the devastating first loss to Aljamain Sterling. He ends up losing in the rematch and then comes all the way and goes through a bit of a tough time and then comes all the way back to win this year. Did not see this coming at all. Did not see this coming, especially after how good Merab looked throughout the year. So Petr Yan, my comeback fighter of the year. Shout out to the big man, or, smaller man, considering He's a bantamweight. Anyway, shout out to him for winning this beaut. I can't stop touching it. It's just so nice and shiny and so beautiful. Mr. New York Rick, your pick, comeback fighter of the year.
Yeah, this was my most difficult category, but in the end, the boys in the back are aligned on this one, and it was BSD.
Wow.
To be where he was at the end of 2024, where people were acting like he couldn't fight at all, he was a bum, he was fraud checked, he was no good, he was and never was, to be back on top in the way that he did it and the way he just kind of carved up the competition, it was a real drastic comeback for BSD, so I had to lean in that direction. But there was a few other names that I really couldn't. I had a tough time deciding between.
You are aligned with GC. The people are aligned with me. They gave it to Piotr Jan. Some others worth mentioning. Alex Volkanovski had the back-to-back knockout losses, returns to defeat Diego Lopez and regain that title. Raoni Barcelos entered 2025 going 2-4 in his last 6 fights, then beats Peyton Talbot and follows that up with victories over Cody Garbrandt and Ricky Simone. Kyoji Haraguchi coming back after the stint overseas and winning in his return to the UFC back in November. My good friend, Kamaru Usman, what about that? 2-year layoff, comes back and beats the top 10 Mr. Joaquin Buckley. Shout out to him. I also mentioned Joseph Morales, who was cut from the UFC in 2018, wins TUF 33, goes 2-0 in 2025. Mason Jones, Petesy, cut from the UFC in 2022, returns and goes 2-0 in 2025. And shout out to the aforementioned Kyle Dawkins, who was cut in 2023 and returned to go 2-0 with some big wins in 2025. So
can I give one more?
Inspiring stuff. Yes, of course.
That I thought is eligible for comeback and most improved, but I ultimately couldn't go with it. Alexander Hernandez, who looked like he was on a skid that was going to take him straight out of the UFC.
Couldn't agree more.
And went 3-0, absolutely reestablished himself. Like him and Volk were right there for me behind BSD. I had a tough time, but Alexander Hernandez could have been most improved, could have been comeback. He had a great year after looking like he was on the skid.
Yeah, and he's turned into one of my favorite interviews of the year as well, interviewees of the year. So shout out to Alex Hernandez, 100%. Okay, so that's comeback fighter of the year. Now it's comeback fight of the year. And again, this is about a specific fight in which someone was down and then pulled victory out of the jaws of defeat. Mr. Petesy Carroll, you go first.
Yeah, I mean, you said earlier it's Koslow Van Steenis v. Johnny Eblen. Rick pointed out why. I think it's less than a minute, Rick. This guy is hooked in on his back. I had the exact time. I was trying to look for the tweet. And you're like, I can remember people texting me being like, it's a bit of a dud of a man. You know what I mean? Eblen's running away with this thing. He's 3 rounds up. Then Van Steenis just goes wild in the 4th round. And you're like, could he make a fight of this? Eblen gets that position in the last minute. And you're like, that's it. It's over. Somehow manages to do it. Absolutely crazy. Sets up a massive, massive fight with Fabian Edwards in Madrid. Cannot wait for that. Cannot wait to see major MMA in Spain. That is my comeback fight here. I just want to say, if this didn't happen, you wouldn't have been able to stop me picking Sean O'Bannon against Pooja Tumar. Head kick into armbar, absolutely fantastic. But how can you go against Koslow Van Steenis?
Yeah, both great shouts, but ultimately I agree with your first pick. I mentioned it earlier. Down 39-37 on 2 judges' scorecards heading into the 5th round, maybe going to lose that 5th round as well. And obviously the fight, 7 seconds left, and pulls off the submission win to not only beat Johnny Eblen, who was on a tremendous run in both Bellator and PFL, but to win the middleweight title. Now they're building a whole event around him in Madrid. An incredible win for a guy who was an underdog going into a title fight, and I think a lot of people did not think that he had what it took to beat Johnny Eblen. I want to see that rematch. We're not getting it off the bat. We're getting the Fabian Edwards fight, and Fabian deserves it as well. I mentioned he had a great year and showed a lot of improvement. Want to see that rematch, but a tremendous comeback win for the new and inaugural PFL middleweight champion. That was back in July in South Africa. Mr. New York Rick, do you agree?
3 for 3, baby. It had to be. That was an incredible comeback. The turning of tables, both in the fight itself and in the round itself. Shout out to Koslow Van Steenis for an incredible performance.
Mr. GC, do you agree?
I will not be making it 4 for 4. Your comeback fighter, Petesy, Mr. Yuri Prochazka. How can you not be romantic about a Yuri Prochazka fight? His performance against Khalil Roundtree is down.
It's crazy. 2018
on all 3 judges' scorecards. He is down and out. He pulls it from the fire, eats big shots, to land big shots and eventually gets the knockout of Khalil Roundtree, cementing himself at the top of the division. Obviously I had a light reaction to it. I was pretty happy about it. So yeah, my comeback fight of the year.
Performative.
I'm coming back.
Yuri Prochazka versus Khalil Roundtree.
Spinning elbow from Yuri.
Oh, here
2
it is.
minutes to
Yeah,
go.
love it.
Yuri, empty the tank, man.
I don't think I've watched this since this happened.
Thank you, Bruce.
Trying.
Thank you.
Oh, couple big shots from Yuri. Khalil slip. He's down. It's over. Yuri.
Look at the disappointment.
My skin's crawling. I want to rip this tuxedo off.
Look at the disappointment on his face.
He has like mortgage on this fight. Come on.
No bullshit. First time I've watched it since it happened.
Oh my god, it's so
I
good.
love
How
you,
can you
GC.
not
Fuck
love
the haters,
this
man.
guy? Oh, puts the check.
How could you not love GC?
I'm gonna have to take the headphones off when Yuri starts talking. I can't listen to it.
So good. Look at the disappointment. Look at it. Oh, when he looks off to the side.
Delivered.
When he looks off to the side, it's.
fly
What do you think of that,
flying
Yuri?
around.
Man, I think they.
I can't listen to it.
Okay.
This
Okay.
because they are on the before the cameras.
Ah.
But I really appreciate that. I really appreciate if it's really natural. So
It was. It is from the heart. I can tell you that. It is from the heart. It is very natural.
Okay.
It's just awkward
I
as
can
fuck.
promise you that. I'm trying.
I'm happy too, man. I'm really happy that. Oh man, I found it.
Oh, we could just keep this going. We could just.
I
keep
just
this-
love how long Jordan cut this. That
it
this
didn't
is like
need to be
3
that
minutes of torture.
So
I didn't hear what he said. I took
GC,
the
you're
headphones off.
comeback podcast host of the year after that. You know what I mean?
No,
Congratulations.
it's a tremendous shout. And by the way, the people agree with you, GC.
Shout
they
out.
go with Yuri Prochazka's win over Khalil
Nobody
Roundtree.
for Sean O'Bannon.
Nothing.
If you had
should've-
taken Sean O'Bannon over Puja Tomar, I would have said great shout, Pete.
It was a head kick to an armbar. Like she's out cold and she armbars. It's incredible.
It's great.
That and the Paul Hughes pick from earlier. But
Strap yourselves in for some of them later on. I'll tell you.
that fight in particular, I feel is like my number 2 in so many different categories, which is a crazy thing. A
watch
couple
it again.
others, guys. What about Waldo Cortez Acosta against Antidelia? Remember that?
Yeah.
Gets poked in the eye, comes back and knocks him out. Jared Cannonier against Gregory Rodriguez. What about Phil Rowe against Angelusa? Nassim Sadikhov and Nicholas Mata. Crazy first round. He comes back and wins in the second. What about Neil Magny and Jake Matthews? Remember that debacle?
I feel like you're just doing controversies at this stage.
Well,
between that and
those are comebacks. What about Mason Jones and his win over Bolaji Oki? Remember that one?
Yeah.
Back at the Nasruddin Imavov versus Caio Borralho fight in Paris. So those are a few that come to mind. But yes, in the end, some of us think Yuri Prochazka and some of us think Kostel Vanstinas. Congratulations to all the big winners. Congratulations. Look at this. Okay, guys, next up, upset of the year. Now, some might think upset of the year is like, okay, who is the biggest underdog? And that could be it. A reminder, we do have, the betting specific picks coming up very shortly. So some might say it's that, and others could be like, all right, this guy had no chance in a title fight and he pulled it off. I'm going to go out on a limb here, guys, okay? I'm going to go out on a limb here and say that none of you picked my winner. I'm going to go out on a lim and say that none of you picked my winner. I will go first. Let me take you back to earlier in the year. And there was a youngster from Augusta, Georgia, who was knocking everyone out with a lethal right hand.
Nobody has this.
And they were feting him. They were celebrating him throughout the streets of not only Georgia, but here in New York, because he made his way over to New York City. And he starts his week off with a beautiful interview in our studio, and he bonds with New York Craic throughout the streets of New York. That's his story to tell. And he's got a big fight coming up, and everyone's excited about it. And then all of a sudden, literally a couple days before the fight, his opponent pulls out. And then all of a sudden, it's a young man named Ethan Ewing who is called upon. A man who just fought a week prior at Uriah Faber's A1 Combat. He wins a title over there. It's like, Ethan Ewing, Ewing at MSG. Oh my God, what a story. And there walks Ethan Ewing, the inspector, walks into the Mecca, walks into the world's most famous arena, and just shuts down the hype train that was Malcolm Wellmaker. Now, I do believe Malcolm will be right back, and this time next year, perhaps he's the comeback fight of the year, the most improved fight of the year. Who knows? I believe he will be right where Payne Talbot is, the way in which we're talking about Peyton. But Ethan Ewing's win on 48 hours notice, flying cross country, UFC debut against the hype train, who was worthy of it, but still the hype train of Malcolm Wellmaker and the systematic clinical victory on the world's greatest stage, the Mecca, Madison Square Garden, to me was my upset of the year. No one saw this coming. No one was picking Ethan Ewing. No one had even heard of Ethan Ewing unless you're a part of his family or A1 Combat. A huge win for him. My upset pick of the year. One Ethan Ewing upsetting Malcolm Wellmaker. New York Craic, surely that's not your pick. So who is your pick?
It is not my pick, but it's a great pick. And yes, shout out to Malcolm Wellmaker and his whole family. Petr Yan versus Merab Dvalishvili in the rematch. Like to be in the position that he's in after the way that Merab dismantled him the first time, and to come out with that result, it could win every award. It could win every single award that's ever been awarded. It was a performance for the ages, and to get this rematch and to be counted out in this way against the guy in Merab who was tearing through people and looked like he was never going to be stopped, it had to be Petr Yan. What an incredible upset! But there were some other great ones. This was the one for me that was head and shoulders above.
GC, you agree?
I do agree with Rick. I make it 2 of 3 so far on Petr Yan. If you go on Tapology, you can click on the fight and scroll down and see the fan voting. On almost 10,000 votes, 90% had Merab Dvalishvili, 14-fight win streak, top 3 pound for pound. Any way you flip it, people are talking about fighter of the year, greatest year in UFC history. It just felt like he was just a machine moving down the mountain. He had all the momentum. He had already 50-45 Petr Yan before, and then Petr Yan comes out and puts together a performance that was dominant. However you scored it, 49-46, 48-47, 50-45, whatever it was dominance from Petr Yan. To systematically beat down Merab like that, for me, it has to be upset of the year.
A quick look at the opening odds for that fight. Merab, I'm looking at it here, was a minus 330. He opened as a minus 330, and Yan was a plus 240 heading into that fight. Ethan Ewing, by the way, plus 575 against a minus 800. Malcolm Wellmaker, just pointing out the opening odds. I'm just pointing out how things opened up. PT, who do you agree with?
You're not going to believe this, Ariel. I have the same one as you.
Come on! I thought I went off the grid.
I mean, I did too. I was like, there's no way he's going to say Ewing over Wellmaker, but here we are. For all the reasons you said.
Sure.
What we do.
All right. Well, shout out to some of the others who pulled off some big upsets. Jauno Barcelos, by the way, was a plus 710 against Peyton Talbot. RDR was a plus 295 in his win over Bo Nickel. Remember that one, guys? I do believe you were there for that over in Iowa. The aforementioned Costello Vanstinas was a plus 420 against Johnny Eblin. Do you want to know who my number 2 was? My number 2 was Alfie Davis, plus 1100. Against Gadzi Rabadamanov. A big win for him. And, of course, who could forget one Jordan Zebo was a plus 1,400 against Mr. Baki at Ares FC 35.
Oh, shit, I can't forget that one.
Remember that?
Yeah.
Do you know ball or do you know ball? It's just...
you know about nearly 40-year-old Michael Johnson versus Daniel Zellhuber. You know about that one?
Plus 555 for Mr. Michael Johnson at
it would have been
UFC
Paul Hughes
318.
up and robbed, of course. But
Daniel Rodriguez. Where is Daniel? Anyway, plus 450 against Kevin Holland. Win for him. So those are some others that come to mind. Alonzo Menefield was a plus 500. You know what's one that flies under the radar that I don't think a lot of people were calling back when it was announced? Tim Elliott, plus 250 against Kai Sakura. Not the biggest odds, but I don't think a lot of people were picking him to win back in August. So those are some of the picks for, or at least notable upsets of the year. The people, by the way, they agree with some of you. Petr Yan over Merab Dvalishvili. That is their pick for upset of the year. All right, we move along now, and we go to rivalry of the year. Again, like I said, we leave no stone unturned here. Every single aspect of the fight game is honored and discussed and broken down here. And I do want to remind you, it is the start of awards week here at Uncrowned HQ. Tomorrow, it's the second annual Ariel and Ade Boxing Awards. As robust as these, looking forward to that with my good friend Ade Oladipo. If you're not a fan of boxing, that's no problem. On the Nose is tomorrow as well, so there'll be plenty of MMA talk for you. And then on Wednesday, we have our 2026 prediction show. We'll look back at our picks from last week, see who got them right, who got them wrong, and then make some bold predictions for 2025. For 2026. We'll look back at the 25 picks and then make some bold predictions for 2026. All right, Rivalry of the Year. Rivalry of the Year, of course, doesn't really need much description. Sometimes it has been a person versus an entity. I recall the days of Jake Paul versus MMA. This has happened in the past, or it could just be two guys or gals who hate each other, and that rivalry played out over the course of the year. Mr. New York Craic, why don't you go first?
Yeah, I have the same pick as last year. It dominated the discourse. It was the topic of conversation. And if it should ever heat back up again, it will be the number one headline in MMA. And that is John Jones versus Tom Aspinall. It continued from last year into this year. It dominated every single part of the discussion, even to the point that when it was clear they weren't going to fight, John Jones was still taking shots at Tom Aspinall, and that was still getting major play. So John Jones, Tom Aspinall, They dominated last year's discourse. They dominated this year's discourse. This was the rivalry of the year.
Okay, the people agree with you, so shout out to them. They also gave it to those two gentlemen. Of course, they didn't fight, and who knows if they'll ever fight. GC, do you agree?
This one I actually struggled with. I ended up not going with what Rick had. I went with a trifecta, a rivalry triangle, and that is at the top of lightweight, which is Paddy Pimblett, Ilia Topuria, and Arman Tsarukyan. If you just go on their social media feeds, we know about all the jabbering and interviews and everything like that. 12 of Arman's last 14 tweets are in regards to either Ilia Topuria or Paddy Pimblett. All of their most recent tweets are about each other, whether it's Ilia about Paddy, Arman about Ilia, Paddy about Arman. They're just always taking shots at each other while circling the top of this division, and yet none of them are fighting each other. We're getting Paddy Pimblett versus Justin Gaethje. Maybe we'll get one of them versus Arman or one of them versus Ilia down the line. But there's clear vitriol. The whole, was it a slap? Was it a hand on the neck thing with Ilia and Arman? Will we see one of them fight in 2026? I don't know, but it would be fireworks from the press conference all the way to the octagon if they did.
That's a great shout. And by the way, you could almost go like a four-headed monster and include Islam Makhachev in there too, who kind of like gets involved.
Yeah, you could. I mean, that would be a fight that I really want to see. The only thing is Islam he's more civil with it. They're all always going at each other.
No, it's a great shout. It's a great shout. And none of them fought in the year 2025. So a bit of a theme there. Mr. Petesy, who are you picking?
It's Tom and John Jones for me, for same reasons Rick said. Talked about, like, for the first, 3-4 months, we had to do daily updates about this. Dana White involved there as well with the guarantees and 100% and all this stuff. Of course, it didn't happen. It broke all our hearts, but it is something that we continue to talk about. And the heavyweight division will continue to reel from what happened with John Jones there, but I think it's going to be a far more exciting year for the division.
So I will give you a bit of a spoiler. I give a nod to this one at some point, but I'm a stickler. I'm old school, and I kind of feel like the rivalry of the year has to have some kind of payoff. Like there has to be at least some kind of payoff for it to be a true blue rivalry. There has to be some sort of they got to touch each other. And with that in mind, I go with Alex Pereira versus Magomed Ankalaev. They fought back in March. It got a little bit heated. It got a little bit personal, and it was a very, very underwhelming performance from Alex Pereira. And then in the aftermath, and of course, Magomed won the belt on that night, and not a lot of people saw that coming. I mean, that could have been one of the upsets of the year, at least certainly a candidate. And then in the aftermath, it got quite personal between the two of them with some tweets and, and who knows who was writing said tweets and all that stuff. But I felt like as the rematch, and there was a time where Magomed was saying this guy doesn't want to fight, and I'll see you in August, and let me fight this guy or that guy because he's not, ready and willing to step up. And then by the time the rematch was booked, and then of course we get to fight week, it felt like there was a lot of heat there. the face-offs, the back and forth. Remember this stuff at the PI and all that. He's like, yo, man, let's not talk anymore. Let's settle it. They're using the Google Translate. This was intense stuff. I know it doesn't look necessarily intense with Alex sitting there with his legs crossed, but it was intense. It was intense.
Shit talk between the Google Translate app.
It was intense. And then, of course, it pays off with Alex Pereira getting the knockout. And then and it was a little bit different than the one that he gave to on Jamal Hill. Like this one had emphasis. And now he is reigning supreme. And to the victor goes the spoils and the girl, it seems, because not only is he champion once again, but he is also madly in love, it appears. And he might be getting married. Who knows? Based on the video that we just saw. So shout out to Alex. Shout out to Magomed. It was a fun one to chronicle. And I couldn't agree more with you guys as far as both of those picks. Tom and John, or the three-headed monster. We did really talk about those guys throughout the year, and Tom and John in particular. But I kind of felt like there needed to be some kind of, maybe not even like a finality to it, but some kind of payoff in the midst of it all, and that never happened.
I also had Armin on mine, but I had it as Armin versus everybody. Because like Justin Gaethje was getting it on social media. Don't forget how good the build for Hooker and Armin Sarukian was. Like when they were going back and forth, like Armin was coming for throats in 2025. He was fantastic, and I really enjoyed his work in building things up.
Well, hopefully he gets his just due for social media influencer, the Kaposa social media.
Tune in to find out later in the show.
And that will be coming up later in the show. For now, though, we move along with, honestly, can I just say, guys, this might be the toughest one. I know I said this, but this, I think, is the toughest one, Coach of the Year. Do you know why I think it's the toughest one, guys? Because it's like, all right, how much credit do you give the coach? How much credit do you give the fighter? And truth be told, like when the coach is really working their magic with the fighter, we're not there. We're not at the gym. We're not there like in those like real rugged, in the trenches moments. Weeks out, months out. We're not there, so it's really, really tough. We used to have Coach and Gym of the Year. Remember that back in the day?
People also have multiple coaches. It's a very difficult thing to break.
It's a very, very, very tough one. I had a lot of trouble with this one. This might have been my toughest one. No joke. GC, you go first. Coach of the Year 2025. Who are you giving it to?
Yeah, it was my toughest one as well. It felt like there was no true like auto standout that you just knew you could rely on to choose here. So I actually went with Nicholas Ott, coach of BSD, Nasruddin Imavov, and William Gomi. They go clean sweep 3-0 on UFC Paris, but obviously BSD, my comeback fighter of the year, 3-0. Nasruddin Imavov, the win over Israel Adesanya, and also Kyle Bahalio, which to me seems like he locked up a title shot with that. 5-0 between those guys at the top of their division. Just really incredible work from the guy.
That's a tremendous pick. That was actually my runner-up. An incredible year. And you know why? BSD in particular spoke many times about like the changes that he made in his career and how good it is to have a coach like him in his corner. So that's an incredible shout. Shout out to Nicholas Ott. PT, do you agree?
I do not agree, although it is a great shout. I went for Khabib Nurmagomedov, Coach Usman Nurmagomedov, Umar obviously, and Islam Makhachev, who became the 11th two-way champion in UFC history.
It's a great shout. And then again with that one, is it Khabib and Javier Mendez? Is it just Khabib? They seem to be
his father, of course, massive role in there.
Yep, a two-headed monster. Had the Movlid Khaibulev infraction. So I did consider that. I was thinking of Khabib too, but that one, I don't know. Yeah, and again, how much do you dock him for that? So a great choice. The people, by the way, went with John Wood, and he was another guy that I was very, very close to picking because he had an incredible start to the year. Back into the year, there were some tough losses. Obviously, the Merab fight, the Roundtree loss. There were some tough losses, and they looked good. They looked ready. So I really struggled with this one. In the end, I'm at peace with my pick, and I like my pick a lot because I feel like it's recognition for someone who has been in the game for quite some time. He is one of the head coaches over at American Top Team. He is Marcos Pahumpa Damata, who is the head man for Alex Pantoja. And look at all the great work that he did with him. is by Armin Tsuruki's side, by Kyoji Hiraguchi's side. You saw him in his corner as well. Hanato Moicano, Bia Mesquita, who's a big-time prospect that a lot of people are excited about. Austin Vanderford had a great start to his UFC career, getting that win back in February as well. He's got a very, very strong stable of fighters. Also, Carlos Shoeface Jr., the PFL champion. So Pahumpa is someone who has been in this game for quite some time, and I think, in particular, given his work with Pantoja at the very top of the list, I think he deserves credit for all the great coaching. So my coach of the year, Pahumpa, but Nicholas Ott, Khabib, John Wood were very much in consideration, and I wish I could give it all. You want to sometimes do that, but then you don't want to be like Jason Kidd, Grant Hill, like split the award. So you got to make a tough choice. Mr. New York Rick, who is your pick?
Yeah, I actually thought this was my easiest because you mentioned not seeing the work, but we see the work. We saw the work in the octagon when Petr Yan went in there and beat Merab Dvalishvili. And then we saw the decision tree.
Wow.
Then we saw the decision tree from Kairat Nurmagomedov.
Yes.
Coach to Petr Yan. And we saw what went into taking apart the machine. And for me, this had to be it. Like, as soon as I saw this image, I knew that this was going to be my coach of the year. To map every single thing down to this decision tree and have Petr Yan execute it to perfection, to me, is showing a relationship between coach and student that is very hard to achieve. And then he was able to execute it to perfection. That was enough for me. Once I saw this, it had to be him.
Tremendous pick. That's tremendous. So we don't agree with all
four.
Yeah, I love that.
And the people all
five.
Too.
Yeah.
They had a different one too.
John Wood, love that. Shout out to Plinio Cruz and Glover Teixeira. They got Alex's belt back. And shout out to Pavel Fedotov of Valentina Shevchenko's team, longtime head coach. 2 title defenses for her, 2 victories this year. And then, of course, the big win over Zhang Weili to end the year. Very one-sided fight. So those are some names. And you know what? I like that it this showcased some new names. We haven't talked about some of these names in the past. So this is good. The sport is growing. There are new faces, new coaches, new leaders. That pick is an all-timer right there. I wish I could zoom in and actually read everything that's on there.
You don't want to give it with a game plan. You got to keep some things.
It's a tremendous pick. It's a tremendous pick. Oh, I love that. Actually, yesterday I was watching the Bills dismantle the Jets, and one of the guys, Mitch Trubisky, was looking at an iPad, and my son goes to me, he's like, they have iPads on the bench? I was like, yeah, of course. This is the way of the world. It's not just for watching YouTube shorts. You can do all kinds of things, like, break down title fights. Yeah. Guys, event of the year is a very fun one, and that is up next for this very prestigious award. Look at this thing right here. Again, shout out to our friend over in Turkey, the great Sarp, who's done tremendous awards for other entities, and now he's a part of our family as well. Can I give you some factoids, courtesy of our friend Alan Murphy, regarding UFC events in 2025, as I tee this category up? 42 events for the UFC in 2025, 42 in 24, 43 in 23. They are figuring to do about the same for this first year under the Paramount Plus deal. They had 10 Contender Series events, 12 Road to UFC events. Number of events in the US, 28 versus 31 in 24 and 33 in 23. So they got out a little bit as the world continues to open up. Number of international events, 14 versus 11 in 24 and 10 in 23. 2 in Canada, 2 in Australia, 2 in UAE, 1 in Brazil, 1 in China, 1 in Qatar, 1 in Azerbaijan, 1 in Mexico, only 1 in the UK, London to be exact, 1 in Saudi Arabia, 1 in France. They debuted in both Qatar and Azerbaijan in 2025. For the second straight year, the UFC visited Canada just twice. And, back in the day, they would go 4 times, 3 times, although this wasn't an upgrade over just once in 2019 to 2023. They visited 13 different U.S. states in 2025: Nevada, New York, New Jersey, Texas, Illinois, Iowa, Louisiana, Tennessee, Georgia, Missouri, Washington, and California. So a little bit more old school, spreading the love. Obviously, site fees are a big deal these days. 16 events in Nevada, that's the most. 12 at the Apex, 4 numbered events. 12 events in 2025 took place at the Apex, 17 in 2024, and 17 in 2023. So we've knocked 5 off of that list, which is tremendous news. Hopefully it's even less come 2026. 38% of all UFC events happen in Nevada. 29% of all events happen at the Apex. Return to Atlanta, as you know, GC, for the first time since 2019. Return to New Orleans for the first time since 2015. And to Iowa for the first time since 2000. So there you have it as far as the UFC is concerned. Can I give you a couple more event factoids?
Yes, please.
As we try to wet the app. You're not enjoying this. Well, perhaps you'll enjoy it.
I'm actually loving it.
Shout out to Atlanta. Shout out to Des Moines.
Europe.
We're there.
Europe. Not too many events as far as UFC is concerned in Europe, but large-scale events, as you know, Petesy. Octagon in Czech and Germany, FNC in Croatia and the Balkans, KSW, Poland and France, and WOW in Spain really were big events that happened over in Europe. 2025 marked the first year since 2008 that we did not see a Bellator event. First time in 17 years that we did not see a Bellator event. How about that? PFL staged 24 events, 8 in the US, 16 across 8 other countries: Benin, Rwanda, South Africa, UAE, Saudi Arabia, France, Belgium, and Northern Ireland. PFL officially launched PFL Africa, as you know. You may be wondering about the GFL. They held 0 events. Yes. Yes.
Still the best fucking song, though.
Tremendous
they smoked
song.
everyone in the soundtrack section, I'll tell you that much.
Tremendous song. How many UFC events in Europe last year, PT?
In Europe, France, UK, 2.
Yeah, crazy, right? Well, some of these other promotions, like I said, are doing big things over there. We all know about the upstart Victory Fighting League. Kron Gracie didn't end up fighting for them, by the way, but they did hold an event in Times Square a few months back. So shout out to them. And you know what? Shout out to Ryzen. Shout out to Ryzen held 8 events in 2025, 3 of which reportedly drew over 40,000 fans in attendance. You know, I noted over the break after their year-end event that, you know, perhaps they'll never reach the Pride levels, but they seem to be enjoying their most success and popularity in Japan in particular since the Pride levels, certainly more than the Sengoku days or the Dream days. It's really been one of the great stories to watch over the past year. And that tweet, guys, seemed to have offended a lot of people. I even had the matchmaker, Shinjo, coming after me like, what do you don't talk about Rise. I mean, I feel like we give them, are we talking about them on a weekly basis? Are we having a ton of interviews on the show as much as UFC? Obviously not. There's just way more UFC events, as we mentioned, 42 versus 8. But we always talk about how we want to go there. We show like Yuri over there and Mark Coleman and even Saki Kabara with the incredible open. I appreciate that. And some people were like, actually, they're bigger than Pride because, Pride has never... I'm like, really, are we doing this? Pride, by the way, I hope they get to be bigger than Pride. And 10 years is incredible, and Pride enjoyed 10 years, and they're going to outlast Pride. There's no doubt about that. But there was at least one year where Pride did 4 events over 40,000 and, had the likes of Fedor and Mirko and Big Nog and so many others. Superdome. Yeah, I mean, it's even had one event that was like almost like 90,000 people. So I was giving them all the props every year. Like it's a time-honored tradition. After a Ryzen event, if you comment on it, the comments will always be like, "Well, did you stay up for all 9 hours and live blog this whole thing?" It's always like this badge of honor amongst the hardest of the hardcore. And God bless you guys, a great contribution to the sport. I was trying to give you props, but nevertheless, not to go on the tangent, a great year as far as...
That was my fault.
No.
I did that.
It was me. International MMA is concerned, a great year, I thought, and it's nice to see the sport growing with other players involved. Mr. GC, your pick for event of the year.
Yeah, my event of the year, there was a couple options that I went back and forth with, but ultimately I would go with UFC 320. You get Pereira getting his belt back against Magomed Ankalaev. You have Murad Dvalishvili and Corey Sandhagen in an unbelievable fight. Yuri Khalil, which won my comeback fight of the year, some people's actual fight of the year. Zalal with the armbar in like 90 seconds against Josh Emmett. Joe Pyfer finishing Abus Magomedov. Atiba Gauthier round 1 knockout. Willie Cat KOing Ju Sang Yu. Patchy Mix losing his second fight in the UFC. The card delivered and more, and it felt like it was one of those one that crescendoed into the end, especially those last 3 fights.
Okay, great choice. Petesy, agree, disagree?
Disagree. Great shout, though. 317. I went for Topuria Oliveira in the main event. You had Pantoja underlining his legendary status with Craic France. You had the fight of the year by most people's estimation in Van v. Royval, Dariush Moicano and Talbot v. Lima, which was, there was a lot of expectation on that fight too. That was the one I went for event of the year.
So I thought that there were a lot of good to great events, but none that really jumped off the page for me. But in the end, there was an obvious one, and it's not 322, and it's not 317. And it's actually one that I think you guys are going to be surprised by because, GC said, and rightfully so, he said that 322 crescendoed with a great finish. Mine didn't necessarily crescendo with a great finish. It crescendoed with a historic moment, but the last 2 fights weren't great. Nevertheless, UFC 322, in my opinion, was my event of the year. Number one, MSG, everything always feels bigger. But remember this, everyone will focus on, Makhachev's win over JDM, which JDM has now since said in a stream with Neon that it was somewhat boring, and Valentina Shevchenko's very one-sided win over Zhang Weili. But there was a stretch there in the middle of the card. Ethan Ewing pulls off the upset over Malcolm Wallmaker. Aaron Blanchfield submits Tracy Cortez. Rodriguez over Kopylov. Bo Nichols' head kick knockout win against Adolfo Vieira. Benoit Saint-Denis' vicious knockout of Beneil Dariush. Carlos Praches' vicious knockout of Leon Edwards. Michael Morales' vicious TKO win against Sean Brady. That was just... And I don't know if there was any event that had that much action and that much excitement and some shockers back to back to back to back to back. And so ultimately, with that, and then you consider the fact that Islam makes history, gets the 2 belts, has that moment as he moves up to 170, and even giving a nod to Valentina's greatness. I thought Zhang Weili was going to win that fight. To be honest, that was my event of the year. UFC 322 in November at Madison Square Garden. Mr. New York Rick, do you agree or disagree?
I'm aligned with Petesy on this one. 317, fight of the year between Royval and Van, the Pantoja masterclass, the nasty Ilia Topuria KO. We saw Peyton Talbot get back on track there. It narrowly edged 320 for me. GC's pick, but for me, 317 had everything I wanted from a fight card.
Well, the people agree with Mr. GC. They went with UFC 320. Some other ones worth giving a shout out to: 314, Volkanovski, Lopez. Remember that one in Miami? That was a fun one. The Paddy Pimblett fight against Michael Chandler. 311 at the very, very beginning of the year. The Islam Makhachev versus Renato Moicano. And how different would this year be if it ended up being Islam Makhachev versus Arman Tsarukyan? We shall never know. What about the UFC Fight Night event in Paris, which is always a fun time? Mr. Nasruddin Imavov versus Caio Bahalio. It broke the single event KO TKO record. Ryzen 50, Ryzen Landmark. The Cejudo Song card back at the the Climate Pledge Arena in Seattle. That ended controversially, but that was a good shot as well. And the Arman Tsarukyan versus Dan Hooker card over in Qatar was a pretty solid one as well. So all over the place on this one. UFC 320 is the people's picks, and I thought overall, the UFC didn't have a blockbuster, but a string of very good events. And I thought back end of the year with 323, 322, 320, these were all very good PLEs, as we say now, to end the 2025 campaign. Okay, this is always a fun one. Walkout of the year, guys. Walkout of the year. Had a little, usually this one's a very easy one for me, but I had a little trouble with it. NGL. Walkout of the year. Mr. Petesy? Did I skip one, by the way?
No.
Yeah.
So. Did he?
Who's the chat?
Yeah, it's not on my.
I just got excited because you went to me for the first time here. I was like, this is my moment.
It's actually not. Can I go? Can I stick with this, Jordan, or does that mess you up? Walkout of the year, and then I'll go to the next one. Walkout of the year. I have gone to you multiple times, PT. So I don't accept.
know. I think we'll have to replay the episode.
I don't accept, but please go ahead. This is such bullshit, by the way. I have gone to him. I'm actually trying to do this in my brain, like who went last.
It's actually becoming a bit of a habit. I will go, and then you'll be like, Petesy, do you agree? And he's just like, no, I don't agree with Connor, but great shout nonetheless.
You know what? I'm trying my best.
Just looked like I annoyed him so quickly there.
I'm trying my best here, guys. All right. By the way, how come you guys aren't wearing your glasses?
Let's wear them.
Mine are, y'all got the nice ones, man. Someone ordered me the paper ones. These things are breaking down.
Oh, wow. PT, where are yours? Yeah, there he is. Oh, there was a dude who scored against Forrest over the weekend that did that. McKenna or something. It really annoyed me. He did that exact thing. Is that why you did it?
It is.
Exactly
Nobody's watching Forrest this year, mate.
Oh, for fuck's sake. Fuck you. Go first, all right? Go first. Can't read shit now. Go first.
My one is Paul Hughes in Belfast. And look, yeah, I know. You're going to say it's a hometown, whatever. Maybe it is, all right? Here's the thing. I never thought we'd see Irish people feel this way about MMA again.
Can we listen to it, or will we get
This is
docked?
Boy Vance playing Grace. And if you remember,
let's not.
After his fight with Usman Nurmagomedov, there was a whole tit for tat with Conor McGregor, who suggested that Paul was not Irish because he is from the north of Ireland. He comes out to this song that's synonymous with the Republican movement in Ireland, Grace, about a man who gets married just before he's executed by the British. It goes into Nipsey Hussle as soon as he walks past Foy Vance. And, you know, there's 8,000 people there absolutely just buzzing for this guy. I hit the town early that day just to see what the crack would be like. And it was mental. The whole city was just turned on to this fight. You know, we thought he was fighting to get that rematch with Usman Nurmagomedov. There was all that kerfuffle afterwards. But honestly, I don't know how they could have looked in any other direction after this. This is absolutely unbelievable. He KO'd Bruno Miranda in 30 seconds, but just a spine-tingling moment. And look, people have done this in Ireland before. The Irish get behind fighters. But this was in a different era than the Bellator events where Gallagher had these entries, where Kiefer Crosby had these entries, Peter Queally famously had these entries, Aisling Daly, all these people had these entries during a time when MMA was very popular. For Hughes to do this 3 hours up the road from Dublin, at a time where opinion on MMA was so low, I thought it was absolutely exceptional. That's my walkout of the year.
Well, I am delighted that I went to you first because you did a tremendous job of breaking down and explaining why my walkout of the year was so special, because I had it for Mr. Paul Hughes as well. Would you believe that? Would you believe that, Pete? You didn't think I had it in me. Yeah, it was a great time. And I'm so happy that you went first, truthfully, because you gave it, you know, that same sort of je ne sais quoi, which reminds me of when we were walking around the streets of Dublin and you were telling me about this artifact and that door and whatnot. It was a great scene. Unfortunately, we can't play the music for all of you because we don't want to get dinged on YouTube, but trust us on this one and go seek it out. A tremendous scene, emotional. It felt big. It fit the moment. I love that there was a backstory, that it was localized. Beautiful stuff from Paul Hughes. So shout out to him. Big year for him and a tremendous walkout as well. Mr. New York Rick.
Yeah, this is one of those guys that could win any year, any walkout, any different thing, but this one in particular stuck with me, and that's Ilia Topuria at UFC 317. And what stuck with me the most, in addition to obviously when that music hits and everything else, the smirk on his face. I remember saying this on the watch party as me and GC were sitting there. He knew something that the rest of us did not know. And it was that, remember, he did the party beforehand.
Yep.
And everything just led me to believe that this man was going to achieve what I had initially doubted in becoming a double champ. But when you see him start to, and I think we're going to start to see it in a second here, when it switches to the tunnel view, when you see the smile on this man's face, it's as if he's going to do one of his favorite things, not get into, armed combat with Charles Oliveira, unarmed combat rather. But he's just smirking, smiling, couldn't be more happy to be there, couldn't have less of a concern in his mind than in this moment right here, just sauntering out to the octagon to dispatch of Charles Oliveira. He's cold, he's cool, he's the man. Ilia Topuria's walkout at 317.
And we pray everything that he's dealing with ends up, working out in I don't want to say in his favor because we're not taking sides here, but just has a positive ending. And it seems dark and grim at the moment. And you see him there and he seems so happy and there was so much to be excited about. And so hopefully everything gets sorted and that everything's okay for his family and his kids and that he's able to go back to doing what he does so well. But yes, 100% accurate with that description. It was an incredible moment. Mr. GC, do you agree with Petesy and I, or do you agree with Mr. New York Rick?
Well, I agree with New York Rick in the fact that Ilia Toporia's walkout at UFC 317 was tremendous. I've rewatched it probably 800 times. The smirk when he hits out the tunnel and he starts doing the shadow boxing and then he starts trotting a little bit. And then I actually wrote it down. John Anik, as he's making the walk, has this incredible line. He says, "Enter the former featherweight champion Ilia Topuria. 16 have tried, 16 have failed. And when the weight cut seemingly became too arduous, with the greatest featherweights in his wake, Topuria, DC, he moves up, and tonight he will try to join the group you are in as a 2-division UFC champion." And this is why he's got the smirk on, and everyone's going crazy. All-time walkout. But that is not my walkout of the year. I actually head to Paris. Not for UFC Paris, for Hexagon 23. Theo Ulrich. I'm a sucker for props. I'm a sucker for production. And I was a big fan of the show The Walking Dead, and Theo Ulrich walked out with 3 zombies in tow, with the bat wrapped in barbed wire, Lucille, and he's playing the role of Negan here.
Wow.
I mean, even the RMC Sport, the camera crew, they're adding in some sort of effects here.
So good.
Have to give a shout out to the production. I know you can't do that in the UFC. They're not going to let you do this. So the effort put into this, and then he goes out and gets a knockout in the second round of this fight. Shout out to Theo Ulrich. Shout out to the thought, the effort, and really, really trying there with that one.
And by the way, shout out to you. I mean, 5 years ago, you don't know what UFC stands for. And here you are with an octagon pick and a hexagon
Hexagon 23.
Yeah.
He actually, Theo Ulrich, stay tuned. He fights this weekend as well. I'm very, very interested to see what he's got in store.
Everyone's lamenting the fact that there's no UFC. You're locked into Hexagon 24 or maybe not 24. I don't know. How many events have they had since?
I think they've moved on. That was January of last year.
Oh, gosh. Okay.
Yeah. I mean, the octagon card over the break.
Sure.
Yeah, the Ryzen one, I was on my burner in your comment section for sure.
Oh, hell yeah.
You never even talk about it on that fucking show.
I know. Shout out to Will Fleury, by the way, for the
double
big
jump,
win over Martin Bugai.
Smashed him to bits.
Petesy hit me with the update, too.
Oh,
he was like, "You guys watching this octagon card?" And then he was like, "Main event walking if you guys are interested." I was like, "You're damn right."
Nailed it. Dustin Poirier's walkout prior to his retirement fight at UFC 318, James Brown. To me, this one didn't quite make the cut. You know why? Because Lil Wayne seemed completely disinterested from the proceedings. Remember that? He was just kind of like...
Not even disinterested, but why have him there if he's not going to do anything of entertainment value?
No.
Wasn't there like an Eminem with Terrence Crawford in the same situation as well?
Yes, but he kind of he mouthed 6 words at least, and then
so you give him that.
Yeah.
Lil Wayne should have been to Dustin Poirier what 6'9" was to Jake Paul,
or 50 Cent was to Chris Eubank.
Yes,
right.
Boy Vance was to Paul Hughes.
That too. Diego Lopez, his walkout at Noche UFC. La Chona is the name of the song. Remember that crowd? That crowd exploded when he walked out. Absolutely exploded. Want to give a very, very special shout out to our good friend Chris Bungard. Remember his walkout at Cage Warriors 187? He may or may not have been in my DMs over the weekend campaigning for the
Was this the Bray Wyatt inspired one?
No, this was him coming out to Jerry Cinnamon's Disco Land. You know all about
Disco Land.
Yes.
Disco Land. Yeah, look, he deserves a shout. Sorry, Chris. All right, I should have done. Wonder how Chris is feeling today with the departure of the Celtic manager. Can you imagine?
The one that he was propping up on the show 33 days, I believe it was. Out, sacked. It's a cruel
7
business.
games.
It's a cruel business. Charles Oliveira's walkout at UFC Fight Night Rio was a great one. Kyle Dawkins coming out to The Boys Are Back in Town, back in Shanghai, kind of signaling the fact that he was back in the UFC as well. And I'll be 100% honest, sometimes I tap others for some help here. Mr. Kaposa gives me a list of fights. I mean, can I just read the promotions that he's giving me fights from? All right, Octagon 76. There's a Hexagon 24 shout here too, GC. So I don't know if you spoke to him. CFFC 148, Fury FC 101, Pro FC 16, LFA 208, Hexagon 32 and 34, Combat FC 11, Alish Pride 113. I don't even know what Alish Pride is. And then KSW 113 as well. So all kinds of great walkouts happening.
How many fights has he watched in his life?
Oh, boy.
Oh, in his life. Golly. Who knows? The people, by the way.
Amazing how
Dustin
normal
Poirier,
he is too. Like, right? You think a guy who just watches this many fights would be somehow deranged or something.
a walking,
such
talking
a lovely
encyclopedia. Yeah, it's unbelievable. Dustin Poirier got the nod from the people for his retirement walkout back at UFC 318. What a great crowd that was over in New Orleans, there to celebrate one Dustin Poirier. Unfortunately, he didn't get the win, but it was still a great moment. And with that in mind, let us go to Crowd of the Year, guys. Crowd of the Year. Again, sometimes a subjective one. It's usually a hot crowd. It's usually a crowd that, everyone's going crazy, throughout the event, and they really make their presence felt. And in the era of Apex events, up the wazoo, dare I say now more than ever, this category is so important to recognize because we miss the crowds. We love the crowds. We want to see them. There was a time where, we were doing this award show and I have to go back and look, like after 2020, what was the crowd of the year? I don't even know. I remember Darren Till's walkout with no music was my walkout of the year because it was just so symbolic of the time. Anyway, Petesy, why don't you kick us off for crowd of the
thanks
year?
very much.
Yes.
I'm doing this too much now. Go to the other loads.
No, go ahead. Please.
Give the guys a chance. You know what I mean? They're all stars too. Sorry. What are we doing?
Crowd of the year, Mr. Petesy.
Crowd of the year. UFC Paris. They're going to win every year. It's going to be some Parisian event for me. I'm looking at you, Madrid, to take the helm this year, but they're unbelievable. It's the biggest hotbed of MMA in Europe at the moment, possibly the world. They are so tuned in. They become a feature of the event. It's almost like the cage. You cannot watch these events without just constantly going, Jesus, that crowd are unbelievable. The UFC Paris crowd in September is what I went for.
Okay, so I kind of agree and I disagree. I agree with the country. I don't agree with the city and event. And it's just a few weeks ago, and it's PFL Lyon. I mean, they've got the freaking fire. They've got the fire in there. It looks like a Bundesliga matchup. Yeah, the flares. They got the flares. Patrick Habirar comes out like a freaking superstar. That crowd was unbelievable. And what I love so much about, the PFL France crowds, and whether they're in Paris or Lyon, it's a lot of local guys who, us here on this side of the fence maybe don't know about, and they come across the superstars, and I want to learn more about them. I'm like, we were introduced obviously to like the feud with Baki and all this stuff, Cedric Doumbé, and you're like, wow, they're so entrenched in the local scene over there. It's a beautiful thing to watch. So that PFL Lyon crowd, in my opinion, was spectacular, really. And they got the two title fights at the top, and they were probably like least interested in those. Even though it had Cyborg and Vadim Nemkov, or to some people,
that's why I didn't
Victor
pick it.
Nemkov. Yes, because they trailed off.
Yeah, no, but I mean, I was debating. I was like, it's going to a French crowd one way or the other. That's the reason why I didn't pick that one.
Mr. New York Rick, do you agree with me, or do you agree with Petesy, or no one? Do you agree with no one?
Neither. You had mentioned the era of the Apex. My pick, UFC Apex.
Don't even fucking start. This is such a joke.
Go on,
Rick. This has to be the worst.
No, it's not. It's not. It's UFC 319. Chicago had been dying for a card. They finally got one. They delivered. We had gotten infinite, I have never gotten more messages about any single thing in MMA than people asking when the UFC is coming back to Chicago. They finally come back. They got a great main event. And the crowd delivered. So for me, a tribute, a tip of the cap to Chicago and UFC 319.
Great shout, yeah. That was like a question that we would get,
Infinitely.
every few months for like 5-6 years, since 2019, since their last show. And then they finally went there and they delivered. Shout out to the United Center. All right, so that's UFC 319. GC, your pick.
Yeah, I'm actually going to side with Petesy on this one. Just pencil it in every year, UFC Paris. Go ahead and schedule the tweet. Oh, man, this Paris crowd, it's so crazy. They deliver every time. And honestly, to your point, just the French in general, the PFL Lyon crowd was incredible. They do it for UFC, PFL, WWE. Anytime we see a combat sporting event there, they deliver.
Well, the people agree with you guys. They picked the UFC Fight Night event headlined by Nasruddin Imavov versus Caio Borralho. And you are right. I was just going to say that. Whether it's pro wrestling, whether it's MMA, not so much boxing for whatever reason, but those two entities.
Do they have good boxers?
Over in France. I mean, not really. They had the young man who scored the upset of the year, knocking out. I'm drawing the blank now. Golly. I scored the knockout of the year, and then they had the rematch over in Saudi Arabia.
I can see the guy you're talking about because you told me about him.
Oh my God! How
I'm sorry.
France upset of the year. Not Cedric. I keep thinking Cedric. Upset of the year. Boxing. Come on, hit me. Bruno Soras. And he beat Jaime Munguia, and then they fought again in a kind of stinker, if you will. But yeah, no, I actually was talking to a coach from France who I saw in Montreal, and I was like, why does it seem like French boxing isn't as popular as French MMA and wrestling? He says it's coming, so let us see. But yes, those are the picks, and the people agree with some of us going with that Paris event. Okay, this is always a fun one for me. Promo of the year. And you can go with, a few different routes with this one. You could go with like the old school promo on the mic. You could go with like the promo, there used to be some great ones back in the day. DC Jones, Connor and Aldo, less these days. It could be something promotional. The way I'm looking at it this year is old school promo on the microphone. And this was a tough one for me as well because there were a few great ones. There were some emotional ones. There were some, ones that stood out. But in the end, I went with one that we got towards the end of the year because it came out of nowhere. It was memorable. It was fun. It was to the point. It sent a message. It was a storyline to watch. It was a massive talking point. It was Kyoji Horiguchi on the microphone after his victory at UFC Qatar, his submission win over Tagir Ulanbekov, gets on the microphone and delivers this masterpiece.
Of course, I want to get the UFC belt, Where's the Pantoja? he's my teammate, but it doesn't matter. I will beat you ass. Whoa!
It's very rare that we see a teammate wanting to fight another teammate, but you don't care. You just want that belt.
Yeah, I don't care, but I'm really respect for you, for Pantoja, but fight is a fight, business.
So good. I love that one.
Was that Frank's drop right there? Fight is a fight.
Fight is a fight, business.
There it is.
So good.
Just as long the second time.
It gets immortalized. It gets immortalized. Frank, you don't agree with this one. You don't like this one.
It's just a little long.
That's my God. I mean, as a drop, it's
fantastic promo, not the best drop.
Sure. Anyway, love the promo. Love that he called out his teammate. Love that he had Pahumpa in his corner, calling out the guy that, he's the head coach for. Loved the comeback. Loved everything about it. My promo of the year goes to the great Kyoji Horiguchi. Mr. New York Rick.
I've been noticing a trend, which is that the best promos are coming out of the fighters themselves. The best promos are coming from the fighters and their video teams and their social and editing teams, and that the UFC is not the delivery method for these promos anymore, right? And when I'm saying promos, as opposed to what Horiguchi did where he cut a promo, I'm talking more produced promos, right? We used to get the UFC producing some of the best promotion for their fights. Now we are getting that out of fighters, and the one that stood out the most to me was Nasruddin Imavov ahead of UFC Paris. He played with the storyline heading into it perfectly. The editing is absolutely insane. Whoever his editor is, this guy needs to be paid more because he absolutely killed it. So his promo ahead of the UFC Paris card was absolutely incredible.
That was so good.
He's a Russian. He just used French as a tool. He's not a guy that respects the French people.
Tu sais ce que c'est qu'un Français, toi?
Oh shit, this was brilliant.
Look at this shit.
So good. So good.
Oh, I forgot all about this.
Yeah.
This is just from Nasruddin himself.
Yeah, this is so good.
Hey Nas, c'est à toi de jouer. À ton tour maintenant.
C'est de jouer. Okay, I'm afraid we're going to get dinged here with the music.
Yeah.
This is so good.
It's so good.
So good.
It's so good.
Yes, PT gave us a whole breakdown of the historical significance, the football, France and Brazil. So you're going in a different direction as like a promo material, which is fine. You could go whichever direction you want. I love that. That's a great shout. And yes, a lot of guys are taking matters into their own hands. You could see the UFC. I think even the UFC Europe account reposted that. Anyway, GC, do you agree
Fantastic shout by you, Rick. I had honestly forgotten about that one. That video is insane. But I actually agree with you on this one, Helwani. Horiguchi getting on the mic afterward after the comeback and a very impressive win over Tagiro and Bekov. And then to be in his second language, the "Where is Pantoja?"
Yes.
Is fantastic. Calling out his teammate, like you said, fight's a fight, don't care, while still showing respect to him was tremendous stuff.
Okay, love that. Love that we're in agreement. We haven't been in agreement a lot throughout today's program, so this is nice. Mr. Petesy, your pick.
Yeah, that's 3 for Horiguchi.
Hell yeah.
And just one of the things you didn't mention is you both have covered it so well. Like, this is such a departure from the first Horiguchi we met. The quiet fisherman who, we'd rarely hear anything from. To see him then roaring into the mic, calling out his mighty mate, as he put it, Pantoja. Absolutely brilliant.
Okay, wonderful stuff. The people, by the way, agree with none of us, and they went with Brian Battle's promo after his dirty boxing victory. Remember, Brian Battle won this award, I believe it was last year, yes, with the, you think I was going to lose to a Frenchman? Anyway, he had a great one. Dirty boxing, does that fall
It's
under
an MMA award show. I don't know.
Yeah,
that's good.
The crowd got it wrong. The people got it wrong. Hard luck, guys. Terrible fucking choice. Horiguchi wins.
By the way, some candidates. Can I give you some candidates?
Yeah, please.
Mario Pinto in UFC Rio saying he knows nothing about BJJ, then receives his brown belt and pretends to only speak Portuguese and then has perfect English. Remember that?
That one was fantastic.
That was a great
Big
one.
London geezer in the end.
Yes. Oh my God.
Josh Hokett, remember his win not too long ago, gets on the microphone, cuts a memorable promo.
Contender Series 1 or UFC?
No, the UFC one.
We're going to go the UFC
one. The UFC one. Iwan Kutilaba, UFC Seattle. Who now is Power? I am Power. Do you remember that? That was a great one. Derek Lewis, after his win in Nashville, I need some more of them taxi cab drivers they got in Brazil. I want my wife next. It's going to be a lot of GNP. Kayla Harrison, now on a bit of a more emotional note. Her win in Newark was great, but then she gets on the microphone. This is for anyone who ever felt hopeless, and she has an incredible, speech about all of her trials and tribulations. Ethan Ewing had the great line about the what was it, the warrior with the sword. Do you remember that line? I didn't write it down. Ethan Ewing promos. It was like a sword or something. What did he say? Do you remember that thing that he said? Anyway,
yeah, for sure. We all remember it off the top of our heads.
Are you serious?
I have it tattooed on my back.
The thing that you're saying was so great that you don't remember at all. We definitely remember.
He said the sword is deadliest in calm hands. That was a great line. It was a great line.
Marab at UFC 311, when he went on the speech, he said, don't let them bully you. Don't let them underestimate you. I believe in myself. I believe in hard work. I don't give a shit what people think about me. I thought that one was good.
Jalen Turner, very recently, saying that he almost gave up on his dreams. Emotional. And the one that was my runner-up, believe it or not, Mr. Alex Volkanovski. Adversity is a privilege.
Hey, that was this year?
Yeah, in Miami.
Wow.
Yeah.
I don't know why. I thought that was 24. Yeah, that was a good one.
So I love that one, but the Horiguchi one felt like it had more impact. But the Volkanovski, especially coming off of like Izzy doing a similar thing in Miami, and he referenced it. I see you shaking your head there, PT. You didn't like that one, huh?
No, but no.
Like
30 million for the kitchen scrap. I was giving it that. Like, you know what I mean? It's halfway. Like, I think you're confused by my head.
And the one I forgot about that maybe could have taken Horiguchi was the Pinto.
I should have picked that. Although the Nasruddin one is great. For more like that one, Nasruddin also did one after for calling out Kyle earlier this year. Same editing style, absolutely incredible. And don't sleep on Joaquin Buckley. Actually had a really good fighter produced promo for ahead of UFC Atlanta. Like, this is where I'm feeling the creativity and the energy coming is from the fighters as opposed to from the promotion these days.
Yep. It's not quite thumbnail of the year. The search?
No.
The clowns? No. All right, let us move along. Poster of the year. Speaking of artwork, who is going to get... See, this is why I call this the most robust and comprehensive award show in all of sports and entertainment, because, we don't, of course, anyone could do Fighter of the Year, Knockout of the Year, Submission of the Year, and still to come, our very prestigious male and female Fighter of the Year. But I love, these are the elements that make the fight game. These are the elements that make the fight game posters of the year. And this is somewhat of a lost art in our sport these days, because some just kind of do rinse and repeat, Photoshop, all this stuff. Poster of the Year is a very fun one. I just want to throw it out there. I have long been a stickler. People like to throw out those artist series ones and all that.
Or do.
It has to be the official, in my opinion. These are mine.
Okay.
It has to be the official. And last I checked, it's the Helwani Nose. It has to be the official. All right. No. It has to be the official. Mr. New York Rick, please proceed.
I went with the art. No, I didn't.
Wow.
I have normally done that.
Wow.
I have normally done that, but this year the official poster broke through, and it could only come from one source. It had to come from Ryzen. It is Ryzen
so good.
Otaku Matsuri for their May 4th event, and I'm sure you've seen this one.
So good.
It's punching the drum. Absolutely incredible. Like they do things at a different level when it comes to these posters. Like it is never just head facing off. In fact, most of the time it's like 100 heads, right? They're trying to showcase every single person on a lot of the posters. This one, they went in the opposite direction with simplicity. That poster, you can instantaneously kind of feel what they're trying to convey there. Absolutely loved it, and that was my pick for this year.
You can almost go to like their Tapology page and just go through their events and pick from there, because they're usually one of the finalists. It's a great shout, no doubt about it. Mr. GC, your pick.
Yes, every year you give the speech about no artist series poster.
Yes.
Every year I continue to pick an artist series
upsetting.
poster. Honestly, because this one was such a no-brainer. One of the most impressive artist series we've seen to date, and that was for UFC 320, my event of the year. Shout out to Warwick Wong, who put together this masterpiece.
Oh shit, that was cool.
How this isn't the official poster. And the UFC sells it as the artist series. How this wasn't the official poster boggles my mind. It's truly incredible. It's kind of video game style. You got 6 of the fighters from the card on there, all in their own ways. That's very them in terms of art style. Absolutely fantastic. This was my poster of the year.
I feel like I say that with every art. What do you call them? Artist series or something?
Yeah.
How is this not the official one?
How?
They're always better.
It cannot cost the UFC that much money to make those the official.
It probably does, though, because then they have to give royalties and they have to get into a negotiation. They probably just have to save the money so that.
Or what if you just hired like a few quality artists? Like does Ryzen have the insane poster budget to always be in this category every single year? Come on, man.
It's very.
Are you defending
They usually pay people so well.
No, I hate it as much as you do, but I'm saying that the reason is probably because they don't want to pay royalties out to these artists, and they probably just give them a lump sum, say, it's going to be the secondary limited artist poster, and yada, yada.
Definitely wouldn't make it cooler, Let's keep throwing up the face-off slop with, this one will be neon. Well, this one will be purple.
That's how I feel
they're
about
in
the
Montreal.
shorts.
We'll make it blue and white.
Yeah, no.
Beep.
It's all, Turkey appreciates a good poster. Mr. Petesy, your pick.
Look, I obviously shouldn't be able to pick this because I was obviously I was featured in it. I am the model in the picture, but I went for the same one as Rick.
Wow.
The Ryzen one there. Yeah.
That's you.
That's me. Yeah.
Oh my lord.
Yeah,
I see why you get $30 million for the kitchen scrap with a back like that.
Oh yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I really shouldn't be able to pick it, but look, that's the way it is. And look, if I'm being honest, and I probably shouldn't be saying it on air, but I think we should be talking about Ryzen a bit more on this show. I'm just saying.
Yeah, you know what? You're 100% right. And we are going to rectify that. In fact, I have said that one of my wishes for Uncrowned Films is that we go to a Ryzen event. And we were actually thinking of sending Casey alone. I was like, no, I have to be there. You can't go before me.
You've been banging that Ryzen drum for a while, Petesy. Metaphorically and literally in that.
I thought you were going to say I was, and you're going to say like everyone should back up.
No, but Petesy hit the drum literally in the poster.
How about we prove it to everyone? Mark it on the calendars. Ryzen New Year's Eve.
No, there's.
I thought you wanted me to get shirtless. I thought you wanted me to see the back in real life.
There's some incredible scenes, like the fighter who got an incredible knockout, Ilhom Nazimov. Did you see that knee? He had an incredible knee in the fight. Took the fight on short notice. He was like. He was mobbed by people. He had like a meet and greet with fans, and they had to shut it down. There's so many people. Jose Shorty Torres, of Fight Circus fame, lost and had a meet and greet. And every single fighter, I've noticed this. Even Pat Sabatello, like who won a title, shout out to him. they all start tweeting in Japanese, and every single one of their tweets gets 3,000, 4,000 likes. You notice this, GC? Every single one of them who are attached to the Rising cards. So there's obviously a deep
Honestly,
love and appreciation over there.
All these Japanese fighters get insane engagement. There is love for combat sports, and Ryzen is not short on that.
Speaking of which, my turn now. I did want to give a couple of honorable mentions. First, a big shout out to Rise 7. How about this one? Black Combat Rise 7. This is an honorable mention. It was featured back in August 2nd, Iron Hip. There we go. Here are some of my honorable mentions.
Wow.
A beautiful one on the left over there. So Black Combat Rise 7. Look at that. The yin and the yang. I love that Ryzen, speaking of Ryzen, don't show them any love, World Grand Prix one. I love that it's like the guys at the bottom and then it's all roads lead to the arena. Do you see that in the faraway distance? Beautiful, beautiful stuff. I love the sun. I love all of that. It really tells the story of the Grand Prix. Yes, look at that. The tournament, the first round tournament poster, always beautiful imagery and the design and the colors. I adore it. And then Deep Jewels is always featured on this list. I love the pins. I love the look of the pins on the t-shirt. Again, the colors, the imagery, it all pops. But can I say, guys, and don't show mine just yet, can I just say, my pick for poster of the year, this might be not only pick for poster of the year, but upset of the year as well. Because in a million years, did I ever think that I would give poster of the year to the PFL? Because I find their posters to be uninspired at times. I thought they absolutely smashed the poster for Usman Nurmagomedov versus Paul Hughes 2. Don't believe me? Look at this. This is a tremendous poster for multiple reasons. It tells the story of the first fight while selling the second fight. The blood, the marked up Usman face, the cuts. Remember the iconic shot of Paul Hughes standing there, upset that he lost. And you have the venue in the back, or you have iconic Dubai imagery there. The color, like, that's a very nice looking poster. And very rarely do you get a rematch poster that kind of tells the story, I think, of the first fight and the war that they engaged. I thought it was phenomenal. They need to do more posters like that. That's my pick for poster of the year. What do you say? What do you say, PT? I'm surprised you didn't have this one, to be honest.
It's a weak category for me. I remember last year I picked the AI one.
Yeah,
good old laugh at that.
Oh, yeah, I forgot you AI'd it.
Ain't that what journalism is?
Yeah.
Yes, it is. Thank you, Jamal. And then at the time I forgot what I picked, and then he flashed it up at the screen, and I had to make a case for that being my poster of the year. So I made sure to actually put in a bit more work this year. It's something that I should pay more attention to.
Pete, you were part of the making of it. Like, they took photos of you for it. You would think that you would pick that
didn't
one.
you say the same thing last year, that it was like a picture of you also sitting on the throne or whatever?
Listen,
you know what? He actually did say that.
Yeah, just go back to the well, man. Just go back to the well.
Recycled material. Golly. No, you did not. You didn't mail it in. I feel like the people mailed it in on this one.
Wait.
No.
I want to show one more of my.
Okay.
Same. I got an honorable.
There's another Ryzen one that under the gun. Their New Year's Eve one for this year on the right side. I also had the Artist series because
the Warwick Wong.
Warwick Wong's a gangster, and that's incredible. But the right side here, the double fist for the this year's New Year's Eve card was incredible as well. Ryzen is just number one.
You're not going to believe whose hand that is. You're not going to
It's you,
believe
Pete?
You, Pete.
Both? Is it both, or is it another one?
I'm just doing this.
Yeah, right in front of the camera. My honorable mention is also from Ryzen, Super Ryzen 4. Sort of like a inspiration.
Well, you don't like this? Why is PT laughing? I actually love this one.
Sumo inspiration.
Yeah, I love it.
But you got the Ryzen gloves on it. Someone on Reddit said, in terms of the art, the tagline for this event is Midsummer Fight Festival. Summer, it's a festival, it's a fight. Directly ties into the Japanese tradition of summer matsuri, which is festivals which often feature sumo demonstrations, fireworks, and other entertainment. It's just great, man. Like, you got all the pictures on the bottom. That's all you need to know on who's on the card, date, time. Obviously, it looks like it's hand-drawn. It's tremendous.
I feel like Frank really appreciates that one.
Oh, that's great.
I feel like that one speaks to you.
Yeah, he actually stood up and gave me a standing ovation here in the control room.
Someone has to. I don't know why Pete was laughing.
I tell you what, I was laughing. I was like, whatever comes up here, I'm going to say that's me in the picture.
Oh, yeah.
You were laughing at your own joke. I respect it. I respect it.
Can't wait for Post of the Year 2027. where we can hear the exact same joke.
The people gave it to an official UFC poster, the UFC 318 poster.
The fuck?
What?
Poirier Holloway. Do you remember there was a lot of yellow and black? We don't have it up here because
I don't remember.
Bro,
I don't
what?
care to- I don't care to remember.
Yeah,
That's
do you
almost as
remember
bad
that?
as yours.
Yeah.
That's
This
crazy.
can't be
As mine?
Yeah, like I wasn't as enthralled by the
Yours
the
was
UFC
okay.
variation of floating heads.
Wow.
You sold
it
me
looked
though
kind of the same.
by
Yeah.
having the old injuries on
Yes.
the back one. You sold me a little bit. Still not my poster of the year.
Nah, you guys
same
are too
level,
hipster.
same level as
You
this.
guys are too
Hipster.
hipster. Yeah, you guys are too
same level
hipster.
as
Next thing we know, you're going to be saying UFC Apex 112 is poster of the year.
Wow, I'm actually surprised.
Yeah, look at UFC 318 here. We got Max Holloway facing off with Dustin Poirier with yellow on it.
This is bad.
Bravo.
The scratched out names.
Yeah, with
Is
their
that the-
former foes.
That is fucking shit.
Another absolute winner here.
Yeah, the people really.
That's ass.
This is akin to me how people have become with the Venom shorts, where they're so beaten down that they'll take anything. They're like, oh, we did some clip art dragons on it. Isn't this the most amazing thing ever? But everybody
100%.
loses their mind. These posters are shit. Just because this one's less shit than the other one doesn't mean it's any good.
Don't forget, the very next event, UFC 319, the poster, they really, broke through with it. It's DDP facing off against Hamzat Chimaev. But instead of yellow, it's in black and white.
Yep. No, those will never win.
Never.
I wish they would get rid of like those little boxes. It's the same format. And remember when Gary Cook came in and he was like, "Oh, everything's going to be uniform, and here's our little like our mood board and our uniforms and our posters, and they're all going to have this, and it's all going to be like it's all going to be." It's going to say like 19 June set. It'll be like a very European. I was like, well, what are we doing here, Gary? What are we doing?
Didn't last long, did he, Gary?
Yeah, but this lasted long. This has been like 15 years of this.
That's fair.
Meanwhile, I'm looking at the artist series for UFC 319. It's tremendous.
I bet. They're all great. All right. So, prior to this year, we introduced, of course, the much talked about Performance of the Year award. Congratulations to Pierre Jan. Our latest addition to the awards prior to this year was the Photo of the Year, which we try to give love to all aspects, not just the poster, but photo. There's some great photo journalism that happens each and every event. And so many great ones to choose from. Honestly, a ton of great ones to choose from. A lot of great moments, a lot of great photos. Why don't we go with you, GC, first up?
Yes, I would be happy to. So back in May, me and Rick and everyone are at UFC Des Moines, and we watch Bo Nickel get fraud checked by RDR. Everybody's hating on him, everything like that. Now he gets his next fight. It's going to be at Madison Square Garden. He's going to be on the main card against Adolfo Vieira in what to me was sort of like a must-win situation. You can't lose two in a row. You can't drop those two after being undefeated, having all this hype behind you. He delivers in the biggest way. He's dominating the fight and then finishes it with this emphatic head kick knockout, which leads us to this picture right here. Him sitting up on the octagon, hyping up the crowd. I think at this point he's giving the double birds to the crowd. Adolfo Vieira is completely knocked out cold. He's getting helped out by the referee and everything. Just an incredible picture. I have to shout out Ashika Samant, who, according to her Instagram, is a Texas A&M Aggie who is just an intern at Getty Sports who took this one. This picture didn't even make her carousel from the event, but it made my picture of the year simply tremendous.
I love that. That's great journalism on your part to get all that intel. That's tremendous. Petesy, your pick.
Yeah, I just went for a classic,
By the way, when you set it up with "I just went for it," feels very sort of like
Ho home.
Yeah. Like build it up a little bit. Give us some panache.
Well, if you want me to build it up a bit, we're talking about a guy here stepping out of a shadow.
Yes.
That was, cast by one of the greatest fighters of all time, by some people's estimation. Certainly one of the greatest lightweights of all time. Well, guess what? He wasn't doing it at lightweight. He was doing it at welterweight. And, back in New York, first ever event, an Irishman got in the cage with two belts on his shoulders.
Sure.
Big moment. Islam Makhachev doing the same thing. Welterweight champion. There he is, screaming. He's probably saying, "Look at me! Look, I'm better than Habib now. I told you." That's what I think he's saying, and that's why.
Or I told yous.
I told yous. He's bricked. Yeah.
Do you think that he was doing that to either pay homage to Conor or mock
the moment?
Do you think it had anything to do with the Conor moment, or was it just completely coincidental that it was?
They all do it.
Yeah.
Cormier did it.
it's just something that they do when they get the 2 belts. It's like
I was just say, what else can you do?
Yeah.
When you got the 2 belts,
swing them
your
around.
shoulders. Yeah. What do you want them to do?
I don't know. I guess because it was in the same place, it reminded me of it. Exactly.
Islam been bigging up Conor lately.
Yeah.
Bigging him up. Well, maybe to slight Ilya, he's doing it. But it's just if I see that picture, I'll go 2025 immediately.
Yeah. No, tremendous pick, tremendous choice. Not ho-hum at all. Can I give you some honorable mentions for me, if I can? Our good friend Cooper Neal had a great one with Dustin Poirier as he was laying the gloves in the middle of the octagon. Beautiful stuff there. Cooper Neal, who works for Getty Images, and Zuffa. Yeah, there it is. Look at that one.
Oh, yeah. With
his team in back of him. Saba Homasi, Mike Brown, Thiago Alves. Wonderful stuff. What about the aforementioned Alex Pereira, who did the, what is this guy called? What is this?
Kabi Lame.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a great one.
Sean M. Haffey of Getty Images snapped this one. It might have actually been my winner if Herb didn't kind of ruin the shot there by blocking Magomed, if I'm being 100% honest. Would you believe another nod to our good friends over in Japan, over in Ryzen? I'm not trying to start a thing here with Ryzen, by the way, but here's a great one of Nobuyuki Sakikibara. Okay, we don't have this one. As I'm bigging them up, is it possible to get that one? It was a great one. Jordan, it's in your Slack. If you just scroll up a little bit. Should I move on or should I give him a second?
Let's move on and then come back.
Okay, but can he grab it? I wanted to give a shout out to the aforementioned Paul Hughes. This photo was taken by Jose Penuela. How good is that, right? That is
a sadistic fucker that man is, huh?
That is the 2025 version of the Rory one, right? Right there.
Yeah, absolutely. Brilliant.
Okay, we do have the Ryzen one. This taken by Sachiko Hotaka, Nobuyuki Sakikibara.
I mean, that's the only pick you need if you're Sakakibara.
Yeah, he looks fantastic.
Like, what is he doing, man? He's getting on and he is looking so good.
Yeah.
The hair,
but
the physique.
But in the end, my winner is this snap from Chris Unger back at Madison Square Garden, my favorite event of the year.
Yes.
I mean,
that's great.
Does this not tell the story of the fight? Leon Edwards climbing Carlos Prates' back, and Carlos Prates is completely unbothered. That face, snapping that moment right there where he's just like, yep, I'm not bothered by this at all, and I'm going to knock you out in short order. I just love this. I love this. It tells the story of the fight. It tells the story of Prates, his personality, snapping that moment. Great stuff. Shout out to Chris Unger of Zuffa and Getty Images. Mr. New York Rick.
That's a great one. I didn't have it on my honorable mention somehow, but I should have. That one meant a lot to me. But this was mine because, and I often go this direction with photo because the emotion that it brings out of me. To me, this is the most important, one of the most important rivalries, if not the most important rivalry in UFC history, that has now turned friendly, and that is Stylebender, Israel Adesanya, and Alex Pereira sitting front row.
Such a good one.
There's a few images of it. There's this one. Then there's one where I think they Israel from his social media photoshopped them onto a roller coaster together. Just the idea that these two could be sitting together in the same vicinity and enjoying themselves and watching the fights after how heated their rivalry was and how much significance it held in the history of this sport is very significant to me, and it brings the emotions out. I think one year I picked Israel and John linking up. These tend to be the moments that I go toward when it comes to the photo. So just seeing Israel and Alex in that state did something for me.
Great one. Whitaker and Izzy had a great moment earlier in the year as well. You know why I can't quite give that one the nod? Are Izzy's eyes closed in the picture?
For the record, that's not the one I provided and selected. This was the one that Jordan chose.
Wow.
Teeth look great. Honestly, the teeth look so good it takes away from the eyes being closed, so you don't even notice.
And why is Pereira wearing his uni walk out there? Did he walk someone out earlier?
He was cornering somebody.
He was. Okay.
He was busy. He was busy.
Is he so happy he's closing those? Don't you laugh hard? They're like,
yeah, I know, but they're like too close for that. There has to be a sliver, no?
There's somebody to take that up with, and it is not yours truly.
Is that Aaron Blanchfield behind them holding up?
Caitlin Clark in there.
Yeah,
James
it looks like.
Tuhuna?
Yeah, what is going on? No, it's not Aaron Blanchfield, but that definitely is a Caitlin Clark. Whose heads are they holding?
Maybe it's like a bachelorette trip or something.
Who knows?
I was thinking the same thing, and I was afraid to ask.
But I mean, a bachelorette trip to a UFC event seems out of place.
Yeah. Who knows? Anyway, shout out to that one. The people, by the way, gave it to that Alex Pereira.
Yeah, it's a good one. It was definitely on my honorable mentions list.
Yeah.
I'm surprised Aspinall with the eye isn't on there. Like I was thinking about that, but I didn't want to bring up painful memories from myself.
Sure, no. I mean, it
tells the story.
Tells the story. It's one of the more talked about moments. Were there any other honorable mentions?
Yeah. I got a couple in
All
there. If we want to rip through them real quick, Ilya celebrating after knocking out Charles Oliveira.
Oh, that's great.
That's by Jeff Botari. Benil completely face planted against BSD. That's also by Jeff Botari. Yiza melting Weston Wilson.
Oh.
This one is this is the Yiza versus Weston Wilson. It's also by Jeff Botari. And then Chris Unger grabbed the Mohamed Yahya. This is obviously after I think it was 6 knockdowns in that fight.
That was insane.
The pregnant eye socket.
Oh, it's crazy. JDM knee on Bilal. This is also by Chris Unger. Just a great shot there. Pantoja, after dominating KKF, just sort of walking off. I really like the walk-off shots. That one by Jeff Botari. And then Charles at the homecoming by Ed Mulholland. We might not have that one.
But
either way.
You love seeing a lad getting splattered, GC. That's the theme that's occurring here.
The
right?
walk-off with the body behind you is about as hard as it gets.
Great ones. So many. I mean, honestly, you can give a shot to so many. I feel like for the longest time there were like 2 or 3 people that we would just go through the stuff. Shout out to one of the greatest of all time, Esther Lynn. But there's so many great photographers, so many people doing great work. Wanted to give them a nod as well. So shout out to all the great photogs doing great stuff, capturing these great moments. All right, we move along now to a very fun part of the show. Love this one. This is the Kaposa Social Media User of the Year. And this, it's ironic when we introduce this one in honor of the great Kaposa, who is the most prolific MMA tweeter or Xer or poster on the planet and watcher on the planet. This was New York Rick's award. What's ironic about it is he's probably the least on social of all of us these days. Well, certainly of myself or GC, Petesy, kind of hard to say.
GC is definitely off social more than me.
GC's off social more than you?
Yeah.
I post more than Rick. Rick is in the trenches on TikTok 24/7.
Okay, fair enough. In any event, I could have excluded that part. The point is, this is your award. Explain to the newbies what it is, what it entails.
Yeah, it's a little bit straightforward, which is who via the vehicle of social media had a tremendous year, right? Who was able to get attention, do creative things, capture the minds of the MMA fandom via the vehicle of social media, right? We obviously have very few interactions with a lot of these athletes through their actual job, right? They fight very infrequently. You're getting a max, like a 5 out of Waldo Cortez Acosta. Most of the time out of the top level stars, you're getting a 1 or 2 times that you see them per year. So to fill those gaps, we need to have these hopefully not parasocial relationships with a lot of our fighters. And for this year, I think the choice was very obvious. And for the record, as I've stated before, but worth mentioning again, I do consult with the one and only Kaposa on this every single year.
I'm about to explode here if this doesn't go. Yes, go ahead.
We always tend to find some kind of middle ground. This one, I think, was very obvious. Neither of us even considered any runner-ups. This was the one. Dylan Dennis once. No, I'm just kidding. It had to be Armin Sarukian. We did a 4-minute promo earlier in the show of him just doing social media things. The eating content has been a staple of it, but there's just, and also GC in highlighting his rivalry was talking about Armin in this triumvirate. As I expanded it to his claps at Justin Gaethje, his claps at Ilia Topuria, his claps at everybody in this division and outside this division. Here we go. Just like side note, Dan Hooker's still a bitch. That build up to that fight, everything that he did on social media this year, I don't think he missed. I don't think he missed at all. Whoever is writing these, whether it be him or people around him, is nailing it. Whoever's producing the food content is nailing it. He had a tremendous year on social media. If there's a breakthrough social media specific award, it's him. But what a year for Armin on social media.
You know what's funny? Early on, I feel like people didn't think that this was him, and now he's become like this incredible.
It doesn't matter if it's him at this point. That's the best part.
But the videos are so entertaining.
Oh, they're great.
And I know it's just him eating or just like he hardly ever speaks in any of the videos, right?
But that's the brilliance of this and why I think this is important. And did Marab win last year? Marab was a contender for one of them.
Oh, this one's nuts.
The importance of it is you have to find a way to convey your story with what you're good at, right? Armin is perfect in this element. It's like, hey, do these luxurious, lavish type things, and we're going to record it. Just eat. Do these things. He doesn't have to cut promos. He doesn't have to sit there voicing to the camera. And so I love how they've been able to enhance his profile and do what they've been able to do with him. Shout out to Armin Tsarukyan. What a year on social.
There's no wasted posts by him either.
That's it.
It's always like some sort of entertainment or like a fight announcement or this or that. On Twitter, he has 194 tweets all time. That guy doesn't even have 200 tweets yet.
I'm just admiring the haircut here. It's almost like, like he shows like a lavish lifestyle and he shows riches and all this stuff. It's like a more wholesome Andrew Tate in a way. Like there's nothing toxic about it, but he's kind of showing off a little bit.
Oh no, he's flexing on our ass.
Yes, he's flexing on it, but it's like, oh, you know what? I'm enjoying this.
Did this all start with the Dave's Hot Chicken? Can we take a little bit of credit for like being like, what's with the Dave's Hot Chicken?
You know what? Maybe you're right.
I think that was the OG food video, was the Dave's Hot Chicken.
But
he did have a lot in that thing. So whoever came up with that idea, but yes, you're 100% right. We did find that very, very funny.
But you mentioned the flexing on him. I also think it's important that it becomes part of the persona, right? Now we have this image of Armin, and he continues to kind of keep it up. It played into that amazing build that I said about the Dan Hooker and Armin Tsarukyan fight, where Dan's like, he's posh, he's a rich boy, and blah, 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 blah. That plays into and actually provides credence to some of the storyline building that you're doing for the actual fight part of it itself. It's great. It is fantastic. He is my choice, Kaposa's choice. Shout out to Kaposa, who's a living legend for our social media user of the year.
Any runner-ups? Any honorable mentions?
No, it was too obvious. There was no reason to even dig deeper.
Wow. I love that.
With a bullet.
He smashed it. As I said at the top, if he didn't win, I was going to riot. I can't even think. I mean, there were some others, of course, who do good stuff. Aspinall's YouTube page is good. Patty's doing stuff. There's people, Jamal with his great show. Joaquin with his great promos on
John Pork.
John Pork, yes, John Pork. But he's trying to move away from it. It's
you got to lean into the John Pork.
Yeah. No, you're 100% right. That's a great one. And by the way, was Kaposa on board from the jump?
I said, I have an answer that I am resolute in. I don't really have any runners up. Tell me where you're at on it. And he said, we have the same answer.
Okay.
And it was Armin Tsarukyan.
I love it. All right. So that's New York Rick's award. No one else weighs in on that one. That's all him. And we like to keep it that way, although we like to have opinions, of course. I may have threatened that I was going to riot, but it was all his. Now time for GC's picks. These are his awards only. Of course, a bit of a betting focus. He is our resident gambling guru around these parts. And so GC, explain to the people what the awards are and who won said awards.
Yeah, so we got 3 quick awards for you here. We got Betting Underdog, Lock of the Year, and then Most Profitable Fighter of the Year. Betting Underdog, obviously, it's in the title. Who essentially was the biggest betting underdog that was able to pull off the victory? Lock is, who is that guy that you are most confident in? You could throw him in the parlay. You could take his money line. You had nothing to worry about the entire time. There was no sweat. Always a lock. Got it done for you. Made you a lot of money. And then last but not least, Most Profitable Fighter is who, if you just threw $100 down each time they fought, who is going to be that most profitable guy? We'll start with Betting Underdog. And this one, for the first time, was like a little bit tough deciphering lines because a lot of these smaller promotions, the line moves a lot. There was Justice Harris beating Nick Gebhardt as a plus 950 at CFFC. Richie Miranda beat Richie Lewis in LFA as a plus 750. Ronnie Gibbs against Biagio Ali Walsh as a plus 700. You mentioned Alfie Davis. I've seen plus 600. Tapology has plus 705. I saw plus 1,000, plus 1,100, plus 1,300 for his win against Gadzi Rabadanov in August. Zebo at Aries, plus 1,400. The biggest thing with all of those, though, is that it doesn't feel like they're widely bet. They're not a widely available market that's going to be getting a ton of action on them, maybe other than the Alfie Davis fight. So I had to go to the UFC. I had to go to the main card of a pay-per-view event where we saw a top 10 a top 5 according to Tapology upset on the betting odds, and that was Raoni Barcelos upsetting Peyton Talbot plus 710. Tapology users 98% Talbot, 2% Barcelos. I think we have it here. The top 5. Maria Agapova has a minus 1,400 against Shayna Dobson. Minus 1,400 Ronda Rousey versus Holly Holm. Minus 1,300 George St. Pierre against Matt Serra. And then minus 1,150 Peyton Talbot. Plus 710 against Raoni Barcelos at UFC 311. An upset for the ages that I know a couple people that were on. So unbelievable call by them.
Wow. That's incredible. Hart, by the way, how do you go through all of that? Like, how do you find all of this?
Yeah, a lot is depending on Tapology. Tapology actually has biggest odds upset for every sport, including boxing. So you go through that, and then you control F 2025, and then you narrow it down from there. We go to the lock of the year.
Lock of the year. What does this mean, lock of the year?
Yeah, so this is the guy that you could throw him in a parlay. You can just bet on him, and you don't have to worry. It's never a sweat. It's not like, we're going to the judges' scorecards. Come on. Like a Nathaniel Wood bet earlier this year where you're like, oh, fuck, I hope he pulled it off 29-28. This is just like, you bet it, and then you're counting your winnings. And for the first time ever, this isn't a parlay piece. This isn't even a money line. This is actually a method. Your lock of the year is Walter Walker by submission.
Wow.
Plus 400 against Dontel Mez. Plus 550 against Kennedy Nzechukwu. Plus 120 versus Louis Sutherland. But look at how quick he gets it done. It was never in doubt. Minute 17 against Mays. 54 seconds against Kennedy. And then a minute 24 against Sutherland. Even if you were sweating because you took a method and you're getting big plus odds on it, you didn't sweat for long. Less than 4 minutes of total sweat time between these three fights. Shout out to Walter Walker by sub. I mean, it's becoming a bit of a meme here. I mean, he gets the necklace with the heel on it. Shout out to Walter Walker. No heel is safe around this man. I believe 3 in 2025, but 4 straight heel hook victories for Mr. Walter Walker. So I imagine you're not going to be getting the plus 550 on him by submission anytime soon. And then lastly...
Can I just say one thing?
Please.
Number one, is that the first time, I mean, we've only been doing this like 3-4 years, this particular category. First time that it's a prop that would be the lock?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
first time it's not even just like a parlay piece guy.
Yeah,
it's only
yeah.
like an Islam Makhachev or a Hamza Chimaev where it's just like, I know they're going to win. No sweat. We'll throw it in the parlay. But yeah, Walter Walker.
And I'm still unclear on this one. I saw a bit of news over the break that Walter Walker is going up against Zion Clark in karate combat. Did you guys see this?
Yes.
The wrestler without legs?
Yeah, they've had beef.
Is this a real thing?
I've seen some Instagram messages shared of him, and he's calling out Walter Walker, and he's just like, "Yo, like, are you just like doing this for the fans, or like you actually talking shit?" And Walter Walker's like,
"So they're gonna have a grappling match, and it's and so basically, obviously, no heel hooks. This is wild.
Zion seems to be open to it, so I don't know.
I mean, they announced it February 13th.
Yeah. It's very karate combat, you know.
Yeah, no, I guess
it works.
All right, and what is next?
Lastly, most profitable fighter. Who, if you just put 100 down on him, who's going to give you the biggest return on the year? And like I mentioned earlier, couldn't find like an exact line, but I just went on the first line I saw of someone betting on Twitter, and that is the Axeman, Alfie Davis, 3-0 in 2025, all 3 coming as an underdog, and then obviously the Gadzi Rabadanov. Doesn't matter if you got him at plus 700, plus 1,000, plus 1,200. He's going to be the most profitable fighter of the year because he paired it with a plus 150 win and a plus 130 win in the PFL season. Clay Collard, Brent Primus, and Gadzi Rabadanov, your most profitable fighter of the year. And this is, I believe, the second time it's come from PFL.
Wow.
Is Alfie the Axeman Davis.
Wow. Shout out to him.
What was the other one? Like Hausch Manfield, right?
Yeah, shout out to Hausch Manfield. An unbelievable 2021, I believe it was. We all remember the run.
Wow. That was your first one, probably.
Yeah. Shout out.
All right, so those are the sort of betting, gambling-esque awards. So great stuff from Rick. Love that. Great stuff from Connor as well. And obviously there's 4 of us, and I'm doing a lot of the heavy lifting here. So I wanted to give it up to Mr. Petesy.
Thanks very much. Got out there. Go ahead.
For his inaugural Crack of the Year award that we're all looking forward to so much. So, Petesy, please take it away.
No, I wasn't aware of this.
Really?
No, nobody told me this. What does that mean?
I
What does
did-
it even mean to be a Crack of the
You
Year?
did the tuck shit last year, man.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
We said Rick has, social media user. GC has his gambling picks. Your show's The Crack every Friday at 1 o'clock. So we thought Crack of the Year, good time. Fighter, good time. And you said, yeah, you were all good.
Yeah.
Come on.
No.
Jordan, flash it up.
What's gonna happen? Are Shamrocks gonna fall?
What
from the
are we
ceiling?
talking about here? Nobody told me this. I
Are
even
you
rang
serious?
Jordan. I said, Jordan, do I have anything to do? He said no.
Really?
I mean, what am I meant to do here? What is a Crack of the Year? Are we talking about asses here? What are we talking about?
This is a joke, right? You're winding us up.
I don't know I don't know what's going on. What are you talking about?
Crack of the Year. CRAIC, not CRACK.
I was looking forward to this.
I don't even know
This is
what
so
a
crazy.
Crack
I
of the
literally
Year would
texted
be.
you yesterday and said, "Are you
Yo,
good?"
look at me.
Look, I
What
knew
is
that.
this?
Look,
What?
look at this.
great.
Littler is unbelievable. Me to you. He's the greatest ever after Phil Taylor.
What?
Can't believe United couldn't beat Leeds. This is our conversation. There's
What is it?
Shemane's nightmare.
Am I having a stroke? I don't remember this.
Your
At
face
least you're
is
not as bad
dragging
as
to
4.
one side.
Wait, keep going.
What's
I
going
said,
on here?
are you all good for Crack of the Year tomorrow? I think it will be great. You said ready to go. Bills
This
have
is-
clinched.
you're fucking with me.
You remember the Bills have clinched. Perfect. It'll be fun. Yeah, it depends on the seating, sound. You don't remember any of this. This is so crazy. You know what's so crazy about it? You know what's so crazy? Oban Elliott, one of our biggest fans, sent me a video today about this
What is it?
specific
What the-
award. This specific award. Here it is. I sent it to him because I was
I
so
don't even-
touched
I don't even
that he
time.
was so excited about this. Here's Oban Elliott. And if we could can we keep Petesy on here because I want him to see what Oban had to say. I don't know if it's too late for that, but here's Oban Elliott talking about this specific award.
What's happening, boys? Happy New Year 2026. Really looking forward to the award show this year. You guys always give out the best awards, but this year I'm really looking forward to the Crack of the Year award.
There it is.
Obviously last year you boys spoke about it, so Petesy, you're the man for the job, mate. I'm really looking forward to seeing who you've picked, who's going to win the inaugural Crack of the Year award.
There it is.
I can't wait to find out. See you soon, boys. Much love.
Okay.
Well, here's
now-
the thing. It's so funny. It's so funny because Oban Elliott is the winner of the Crack Award.
Wow.
I was only joking. I knew it the whole time. You know what I mean?
Oban.
Okay, so it all worked
General
out.
banter and love for life. It's Oban Elliott. Of course it was Oban Elliott. It was always Oban Elliott, wasn't it, Jordan?
Who's to check?
Yeah.
That's not who I had.
Okay. Well,
We all thought you were going to go with Paul Hughes.
Yeah, he was on the short list.
Shauna
for sure.
Bannon.
Yeah.
I had this guy with the mustache.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. He's funny.
We thought that was a good crack right there. Oh, what about this one?
Yeah.
We
Chris
thought-
Bungard was on the short list too.
You even gave these to Jordan to set up the vibes for Crack of the
You
Year.
gave honorable mentions.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh.
jeez, well done. I got so many messages about this picture. They were like, "How many drinks did you have at this point?" And I was like, "Actually, no, I was just very tired."
Crack of the Year.
Yeah, well done, Oban. Well, you know what I mean. Congratulations.
Crack of the Year.
You nailed that. You nailed that, PT. Well done. No, I appreciate you reading all the messages and forgetting about our conversation from yesterday.
Yeah. Well, I don't actually. I tried to check there, and I'm worried something's happening to my brain.
It's tough.
Yeah.
That was
I'm being honest.
you asked me about the Bills and everything.
Yeah.
Littler. Shout out to Littler as well, back to back.
Crack of the Year. He was on the short list too.
He was on he had a great crack. He had a great crack.
Because it happened in January. He couldn't be on the list, but I knew
That's true.
he would win.
Is there anybody who wasn't on the short list for Crack of the Year? It sounds like it was like
there
wide
wasn't.
ranging.
Actually, everybody was on it.
Okay.
Real quick though, something suspicious about these text messages. You said, trying to think of something we could do to trick Frank. Let me know if you have any ideas. Great idea. Let me have a think. How much time did you spend thinking on that, pizza?
That was
all right, man?
Yeah. What's
Can we
up
go
with
to
that?
the full screen of Petesy?
He's looking so close.
Yeah. Listen, I haven't been drinking that much this Christmas.
Maybe that's
like
the
if this
problem,
was
man.
any other Christmas, I'd be like, this could have happened. But I think you're fucking with me, guys. I think you're all collectively fucking with me, okay? And if not, we need to get me in an ambulance very quickly.
Paranoia
and get an
is the
MRI
first sign.
because I'm
Well,
worried.
I do have to say, you can consider it payback for yesterday's Tux or last year's Tux reveal. I am very upset at myself. I really botched the.
I am sweating. I am sweating.
Pre-show, Ariel's like, we're gonna get him so
We're gonna
good.
get him
We're
so
like,
good.
Are we? Is he? And then you're
Petesy,
just like,
I couldn't keep it together.
Petesy, go ahead.
I couldn't keep it together.
No, I was worried. I was like, when everyone's just deadpanning me there, I was like, oh, fuck.
We had the text messages. I changed Connor's name to your name. We did a whole conversation. We had Oban send in the video. We had everything. We had the pictures, and I botched the
I was
delivery.
sitting there. I was like,
I was actually as you were rounding out, like the gambling awards, my heart was beating so fast. I was in anticipation of this moment because I wanted to get him and I wanted to see him explode like this. We did get some of it. It was great.
I was very worried, especially when he's all deadpan me when I was like, ha ha ha, yeah. Then everyone was like, I was like, oh God.
So we did get you.
You got me, but you know what I mean? It's been fairly sober compared to most Christmases. Any other Christmas, I would have been like, this happened. I definitely wrote back to him, shit-faced, and I was like, this is great. And completely forgot.
Any particular reason for that, by the way?
Just, you know what I mean?
New year, new you.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that's it. That's it. By the way, speaking of which, I got
You don't get a back like that for nothing, boys. You know what I'm saying? That's all I'm saying.
Of course. Easy work. I do think we should institute this for years to come, Crack of the Year.
Is it about arses or just...
No, just about people who gave us...
I think that's a bit, you know what I
Who
mean?
were a good time. It's
Like,
whatever
he
you
is a
want to
lovely
interpret
arse.
it as, like who's good banter, who's a good time, Think about it. You have about 365 days. I did get a call. I looked at my phone New Year's Eve, and I have a missed call from Frank, and I'm like, oh gosh, something.
Who, me?
Like, who's calling me on New Year's Eve, who's part of the show? And I got a call from Frank, and, he made, I don't know, a couple of grandpa's cough medicine, would you say, Frank? Or
Just straight crack at that point.
Fair play, Frank.
Like CRAI.
I was like, Frank, is everything okay? I'm on vacation with my family. Frank, I just want to tell you, how much I love you. And it was one of the nicest conversations
Never
that I
again
ever
will I
had.
call.
It was.
He'd had a couple of grandpa's coughs.
It was
Can I
really
actually-
nice.
Can I actually break the fourth wall?
Oh
on New
yeah,
Year's
go
Eve?
ahead. Go.
Get into town on the 30th. Family was getting sick, everything like that. I was sleeping on an air mattress on
You had enough.
Christmas, 10 days, ready to get home. Last minute on New Year's Eve, I'm just like, you know what? I'll shoot out a couple feeler texts, see if anybody wants to come over. Send one to Frank. I was just like, hey, man, if you and your wife want to come over, please feel free. He responds, we have decided to stay in this evening. We will not be going out. Thanks, though. I was like, all right, no worries. At like 6:30, he calls my roommate, completely unrelated to me, and was like, hey, Connor offered for me to come over earlier. Does that offer still stand?
Wow.
I'm on the way over now. And I was like...
Behind your back?
Yeah, I get out of the shower, and they're like, yeah,
Surprise.
Frank's coming over. And I was like, oh, okay. Yeah, a couple cough medicines, and I'd say.
Wow,
Was in
Frank.
bed by 9:30.
Your version of the story?
That's exactly what happened.
He's also like, I was just talking to Ariel on the phone outside, and I was like, what's wrong?
Yeah.
Exactly.
Well, it's funny you say that because he walked up. He showed me a video of him talking to your roommate, and your roommate goes like, Ariel, stop bothering him on New Year's. And I was like, well, I didn't even initiate this call. I wanted nothing to do with him. I was happy to get a phone call. It was the highlight of my night. I was in bed by 10:30 as well. But
roommate.
what's up?
Sounds like there's beef between you and GC.
No, not at all. But I didn't appreciate
Owen
the
was a bit
insinuation
wild.
that I was bothering Frank on New Year's when in reality he was calling me to spread good cheer.
I think this is most interesting to me because over the break, I tried to call Frank because of something that was very important.
Wow.
And I didn't
wow.
even get a call back.
Wow, Frank,
So-
please.
I tried to call Frank about something very, very important. I don't want to. Do I want to say what it was?
This is a good debate, internal debate
there was
happening
some,
right now.
Expenditures
Frank
on the company credit card.
Frank was buying things on my credit card.
Wow.
So, let's just say I have a very intimate
Frank.
look at his Apple history of season 6 of this show or whatever
Frank,
he was trying to buy.
What?
And so this is all taking place on my credit card. So I try to do the math. I'm going over my credit card statements and I try to do the math and I'm like, who would have access to this and then be buying things from the Apple store? But also, it couldn't be fraud because one of them was returned. And I was like, no Somali pirate guy is returning it. And so I'm like, who could have access to my card that would be making such a silly error? Oh, I know who it is. It's Frank.
Wow.
So I call Frank. No answer. I call Apple and I'm like, can you tell me who's doing this? They're like, we can't, unfortunately. You're going to have to guess it. I'm like, is it Frank Lenz? And they're like, yes, that's exactly who it is. Fucking Apple.
Wow. What a segue to Frank's fraud check of the year. Take it away.
And so I text Frank and say, hey, Frank, you're committing fraud and making charges on my identity theft and you're making charges on my account. And then finally I get a text back that's like, oh, shit, my bad. But
Frank,
nice
why
to
did
know
you
that
have
he's
his
calling.
credit card? Why did you have his credit card, and why didn't you call him back?
Look, these accusations are unfounded. And if there's anything you'd like to say,
Jordan, the text messages that I sent you.
Yeah. No, but seriously, why was it linked?
Frank had purchased something with my card that I was going to lay out for, and then he never switched it back accidentally.
Interesting. So did you put it in your wallet basically and double clicked on it?
Like he had in his Apple account, he put my card.
Yeah, I know. But I wondered if he had it because sometimes you have it in your Apple wallet and then
Literally, I used it last on my Apple account, and it just kept going back to it.
Yeah.
In total, how many? How many charges?
We don't want to.
Wow.
What are we doing, Ariel?
Was there any
you have to tell us. How much?
No, it was just.
Was there any questionable charges?
He was having a good time,
Any porn?
He was definitely
having a
telling
good
his
time.
wife, he's like, I got a corp card.
Any blue? Come on, tell us.
Any
Was there
movie
blue?
you want.
I only bring this up to say, some people get a proactive call from Frank.
Yes.
Then he's calling back GC or his roommate to try and come over to the house. I'm calling Frank to alert him to the fact that he's committing identity theft on me, and I can't even get an answer. So that's where we're at in the
Silence
relationship.
is deafening.
Was there any blue there, Frank? Be honest.
What does that mean again?
You love a bit of blue, Frank. I know you do. I know you love
What is blue? What is blue?
Orange.
Why blue?
Is it blue
Yeah.
And you love a bit of blue. It's fucking crazy.
Frank, there's definitely blue on there. No one is saying no. Nobody is saying no.
Listen, I don't want to talk about what was purchased, all right?
Frank and his blue movies, man. What the fuck?
I mean, his favorite Christmas movie, right? He's talked about this many times.
Eyes Wide Shut.
Listen,
Eyes Wide Shut is blue. Everyone knows it's drama dressed up as blue. That's what it is.
I got to put that into my daily vernacular.
Gosh.
A bit.
Might want to clip that one off for a future job. You'll have a little blue there, Frank. All right, gents, let's move along. Fun and games over. 4 left. Just 4 left, my friends. The most robust, prestigious, and comprehensive award show. Just 4 left as we say goodbye to 2025. Look ahead to 26. And a reminder, prediction show on Wednesday. Boxing awards tomorrow. On the nose tomorrow as well. Story of the year. You know us media guys. We love our stories. You know us media guys, we love our stories. There were a lot. And to me, it could be like just one massive story that was like atomic bomb, or it could be a story that kind of threaded throughout the year, that just kind of happened at the beginning and was a constant theme throughout the year. I don't remember what's our order at this point. You guys just had your fun. And so I'll kick things off to reset the order. My story of the year was a story that was mentioned earlier. It was mentioned when we were talking about rivalry of the year. It was John Jones versus Tom Aspinall. And so I didn't give John Jones versus Tom Aspinall and their saga, as I put it. I didn't give it rivalry of the year because there was no crescendo, in my opinion. There was no, I'm not going to say finality, but there was no payoff. But it was the story of the year because we wanted to see, at the beginning of the year, we all said Aspinall versus Jones. Dana White told us it was going to happen at the end of last year. I start reporting on the 30 million. I tell you that he says yes. I tell you that he says no. By mid-year, finally they pull the plug. Dana White reveals John is retired in Azerbaijan, of all places. They're going to do the Aspinall fight. Aspinall obviously fights, but like 2 days after, Jones retires, he says he's coming back. He wants to fight at the White House, so he's still lingering. Aspinall gets hurt. The eye pokes. Jones is mocking him, and I still feel like, while Aspinall has this thing with Ciryl Gane and Jones is trying to go for Alex Pereira, this is still, one of the most talked about rivalries and fights and stories in the sport. And so to me, the story of the year, a story that threaded throughout the entire year, Jon Jones versus Tom Aspinall. There's a lot to choose from, but since I'm going first, I'll save the honorable mentions. New York Rick, you go next.
Yeah, I had that as my number 2, but my number 1 was the end of the ESPN and pay-per-view era and the start of the Paramount era. Like this was the conclusion to a 7-year relationship with ESPN that I think was not profitable, but beneficial maybe to both sides of the equation. And now it has concluded. And the pay-per-view part of it, I think, is going to be one of the most relevant parts for a lot of the fans that are watching this show and continue to watch the UFC product as we head into 2026 and the beginning on Paramount.
That was my very close second, 100%. I felt like it was just a story that happened, and then it became like a story throughout the back end, but it's a great shot, and obviously we will feel its remnants throughout this year and beyond. The people agree with you as well. Mr. GC, what do you say?
I am with Rick. I am also with the people. UFC signing a $7.7 billion deal with Paramount Plus, leaving ESPN, leaving pay-per-view behind is massive. There's no telling how this will shape the sport over the next 7 years. And, it could end up being the story of the decade by the end of it.
Mm-hmm. I had a massive amount of water in my mouth. I wasn't expecting you to throw it to me there. Yeah, you see the stats right over there. First show, January 24th. Close second, by the way, for me is TKO getting into boxing. I know it's technically not an MMA story. By the way, their first show, January 23rd. It's January 5th. January 23rd is 18 days away, and the event not officially announced, but we do know the Apex was put on hold. Still no fights announced, which is a little bit surprising, but let's see what kind of rabbit they pull out of their hat. Nevertheless, Petesy, your pick.
I'm with you, Ariel. The Aspinall and Jones saga, for me, dominated the year. First half of it, certainly. And it's still, we're still having after tremors, I feel. It's been around for so long. I don't think Tom's able to do an interview without being asked about Jon Jones, which pisses him off a lot. And I don't think Jon Jones is able to do an interview without being asked about Tom Aspinall. So that's, for me, was the biggest story of the year.
Yeah. Both great choices. Some others that come to mind. A massive one was the Isaac Dalgarian betting scandal, which still doesn't have any sort of finality to it. Neither does the James Krause one. The official death of Bellator. Like I said earlier, first time since 2008, no Bellator events. The restructuring of PFL, bringing in John Martin and getting rid of the tournaments and all that, that's really coming into play this year, but they announced all of that last year. You can really say the Jon Jones retirement and unretirement could be its own story, but I think very much tied to the Tom Aspinall saga, as I put it, the GFL story, which kind of died mid-year. But remember, this time last year, we were gearing up for the GFL draft, which happened in January. And then a massive one, which will really play out this year, was the announcement that the UFC will have an event at the White House. And now it seems like every fighter talks about it. Every fighter is asked about it. Donald Trump announced it on July 4th weekend. And since then, it's been talked about, and we've seen pictures, and we're debating who's going to be on it, and that ties into Conor McGregor and all that stuff and more. So I feel like the UFC White House story breaking mid-year was a gigantic one as well. Any other honorable mentions?
One more, just the massive championship turnover at the UFC. Like, I don't think any of us expected. All of us came in under the number that it actually ended up being, but the massive turnover for the UFC's champions, to the point that, as the stat you read earlier, like Valentina Shevchenko is the only one with a current streak in title defense as a UFC champion. It was kind of startling to see all the new faces as champions.
Agreed. Yes, I had those stats earlier. 9-8-1 for the champions going into title fights in 2025. Which is a crazy stat. 11 title changes, and the one being the no contest, obviously not a draw. 11 title changes, 3 victorious in vacant title fights during Topuria and Volk. So yes, a lot of turnover, and we'll make our own predictions regarding those champions on Wednesday on our prediction show. We move along now, 3 to go, and this is one of my favorites, feel-good story / moment of the year. Love this one because there's a lot of darkness, there's a lot of sadness, there's a lot of heartbreak in combat sports and sports, in life, in this world. Very important to highlight the good, the moments that we love. We've talked about a whole bunch of them throughout the show today, but let's pick one each, and let's go with Mr. Feelgood himself, Mr. New York Rick. You kick it off.
It's apropos you say that, actually, and I'll tell you why in a second.
All right.
I actually had another one for a long time. I thought I was going with this to the point that I had to make a last-minute swap with Jordan, which I don't normally do. But this was the one that when I was thinking back on the year after having already locked in on something, I was like, oh, it had to be this. I remembered it, and I couldn't believe I forgot it. It was Yuri Prohaska and Ashley McGarrity's relationship, stemming from this initial Reddit post where she posted that before shaving her head, she was going to do Yuri's hairstyle as pictured here. And then obviously Yuri getting involved with it and having connection with her, then cutting his own hair, the donations that were made to help support and other like fallout from this was incredible. And you say, like, Mr. Touchy-Feely me, like, Yuri himself is not always so great with, people paying tribute to him, as we've kind of seen on this show. And so the idea that, like, they made this connection to me was very special.
Oh yeah, this was incredible. Great stuff from Yuri. One of a kind he is. This was
and so many others too. Obviously, this was a Yuri and Ashley story, but then it became a bigger story in the community, and so many people wanted to help as well. So,
100%.
Just a really good feeling story from this year.
Love that one. That's a tremendous choice. I thought you were going to go with the Pereira Adesanya moment, but that's an even better one. It means a hell of a lot more. What about you, GC?
I'm going to go with Dustin Poirier getting his retirement fight in New Orleans. Rarely do we get to see a fighter go out on a positive note, and I understand he didn't get a win over Max Holloway, but he got to headline a pay-per-view in his home state, a place that the UFC hadn't been to in like a decade. He gets all the fanfare, he gets all the tributes, the touching moments, the picture right here. And then I believe we have this video that they played for him as well.
Dustin Poirier, you are an absolute legend.
Yes.
One of the best to ever do it.
Okay, I'm worried about the music though.
Through the entirety of your career.
You've got me scared, but yes.
Just for him to get all of that tribute and all of that love for a guy that was never an undisputed champion just shows how much he means to the company. Truly paid in full, as he says, legend of the game. So it was great to see him go out like that.
Obviously an incredible choice, an incredible moment, an incredible week, an incredible distinction for a guy who earned it. And as you said, rare to see that happen, especially in the UFC. Petesy, you agree with either of them?
I don't, but it's funny because Rick says Yuri Prohaska, not a guy you'd associate with feel-good moments. I have him for a completely different moment.
Wow.
It is his emotional reaction to Alex Pereira reclaiming his title against Ankalaev. And honestly, it's just... Man, poetry could be written about this kind of thing. I want Ben Folks to write something about this. Like a guy watching a dude who has knocked him out twice, knock out a dude who's beat him, and just having this beautiful reaction to it. Like really emotional and just very real reaction to this happening. I think it's one of the coolest moments the fight game saw all year. And it could only be Yuri Prohaska.
I considered that one as well. We ended up asking him about it on the Monday because I think a lot of us thought that he was so happy for Pereira, and then it seemed to me, and guys, correct me if I'm misinterpreting this. It seemed to me like he was so happy because it meant that he was going to fight for the belt next.
He seemed to imply that he was very happy that he got some clarity.
Yeah.
That it cleared the picture up for what he needs to be able to do. Which again, I'm still feeling the emotion of that.
Sure.
As somebody who's that like locked in Zen samurai type of thing. But it wasn't necessarily like, I'm so happy for Alex. It was more like, I know my path now. I know my destiny, which is very Yuri and also pretty cool.
Incredible. Yeah, you will never see something like that. Only he can produce a moment like that. There were a couple that I thought of. Kayla Harrison, like I said, when she won in her post-fight interview was a beautiful moment. Volkanovski, again, just seeing him at his age get that belt back after those 2 losses, those 2 knockouts, that was like my close second. I thought of the Prochaska moment with the young woman back in Inglewood at the start of the year, back in January. But in the end, I went with GC's pick, which is the Dustin Poirier retirement fight. And it was mainly because of all the emotions that we were subjected to throughout the week. And I kept thinking to myself, like, how's this guy going to fight? How's this guy going to fight? It seemed so emotional, that video that they played, the tributes, him getting a fight in his home state is such a rare thing. And for a guy who never won the undisputed title, he won the interim, and he has nothing to absolutely, hang his head down about. For him to get this, no one gets this. Even the greatest fighters of all time, the greatest champions of all time don't get these moments, don't get the retirement fight in their home city, hometown, home state, even their home country sometimes. For him to get that, it was everything other than the loss. It had it all. He didn't get the result, but he got the moment, and he seemed very much at peace with it because he showed up on the show on the Monday after, which I very much appreciated, and he gave us this great moment where his daughter gave him this Best Dad Ever belt, and as you see, it's from his daughter Parker. And I remember that, him telling us, like, oh, you want to see the belt that my daughter made when I came home? And he was so happy. He was so excited to show it. That belt meant so much more than the BMF or any other UFC title. Just a diamond of a human being, great family, welcomed a baby boy later in the year. I was struggling with this one because it's like, in the end, I felt sad, not because Max won, because I was rooting against Max, and Max handled it so great. Remember, Max gets on the microphone and said, it's not about me, and he gives the floor to Dustin. The moment with Rush and Dustin as well, dating back to their first meeting, or actually their second meeting in 2019, and he has that moment with him in Atlanta, and then they kind of tie the bow in New Orleans. Like, it just brought out a lot of good, and it felt, you just kind of felt happy for everyone involved, and that was a great one. The link ups there. We talked about Izzy and Pereira. Izzy and Whitaker was just as heartwarming, in my opinion. Ian Gary and Carlos Praches. There were some nice link ups throughout the year. Zhang Wei Li and Ioanni Jacek. So always some great moments throughout the year, and it's good to highlight them. Some mentioned moments. Anything else that we didn't mention, guys?
My other one was going to be Josh Van buying his mom a house.
Oh, yeah.
That one hit me in the feels.
Yeah.
Shout out to that guy. What an incredible year, and to be able to make that gesture for his mom was special.
Amazing. All right, guys. Rounding third here. Final 2 awards for the absolute prestigious 13th. Why you guys? I just can't
From the base.
I can't. Oh, yeah, I know. I had to pull it. I just can't get over this thing. It's unbelievable. What's so funny?
What is going on?
That's got to be a job.
What? What?
No, nothing. We're good.
In any event, again, I could show it to you, but as we gear up for our final 2 awards, Female Fighter of the Year, Male Fighter of the Year, take a look one last time at what they are fighting for. Yes. Look at this. Look at this. I mean, look at this. Look at this, PT. Have you ever seen anything quite like this?
No, it's stunning.
Male Fighter of the Year. That's the one of one. Female Fighter of the Year. One of one. Peace and love. Peace and love. Oh, look at this. Wow. We have truly leveled up. And again, shout out to our good friend Sarp Unger, who made this all possible for us. The pride of Turkey, who's told us some great stories about listening to the show on his way to work in a different lifetime, now a part of the family. This is tremendous. We don't want Tom to feel sad, so we're going to put him like that. Okay, guys, Female Fighter of the Year up first, and then we'll end the proceedings with Male Fighter, our 25th and 27th categories of this very prestigious award show. Mr. GC, why don't you go first?
Yeah, no brainer for me here. Valentina Shevchenko, Female Fighter of the Year, beats Manon Fiorot as an underdog, and then goes on to put on a clinic against Zhang Wei Li, who is my pound for pound number 1, defends the 125 belt, stops her from becoming a double champ. 2 incredibly impressive performances. Now she's set up for a big 2026 as well.
Incredible. Yep. There were some tough choices to be made here, but Valentina I've seen pop up on some people's lists. Of course, everyone waits for our winners because, again, most prestigious, comprehensive, unbiased. Petesy, your pick.
Same as GC. Valentina Shevchenko, cut above the rest.
Okay. Short and sweet. There she is. The pride of Kyrgyzstan, doing her thing. Winning at the end of the year against Zhang Weili. A lot of people thought that would be the end. It was not. It was very one-sided. Mr. New York Rick, do you agree?
3 for 3, Valentina Shevchenko.
Wow. 3 for 3, Valentina Shevchenko. And the people agree with you guys as well. They say Valentina Shevchenko. Can I give an honorable mention? To the great Kayla Harrison, who became bantamweight champion of the UFC women's bantamweight champion. She did go 1-0 this year, but won that belt in a in a weight class that she said that she thought she would never be able to make, that 135 pound weight limit. She said she'd have to cut off her leg to make it back in the day. Liz Carmouche, guys, went 3-0. She won the PFL Women's Flyweight Tournament. Mackenzie Dern, not enough talk about Mackenzie Dern. She went 2-0. She became the vacant champion. She won that vacant title, becoming the strawweight champion, defeating Virna Jandiroba, beating Amanda Ribas earlier in the year. Bit of a comeback year for her as well. Seika Izawa, I know our Drake Riggs, a big fan of hers. She defended her Ryzen title and was victorious. She went 3-0 last year. Fatima Klein, who I mentioned as well, Jocelyn Edwards, Lupe Godinez. But in the end, guys, of course, it has to be Valentina Shevchenko. The wins over Manon Fiorot in Montreal, the win over Zhang Weili at Madison Square Garden, the super fight. She really dominated that fight. It was never really in doubt. It was never close. And the Fiorot win was quite one-sided, I thought, as well. Manon Fiorot was on a great run. Again, some people are a bit down on Valentina right now because they feel like there's not enough style points, but she is systematically breaking down her opponents, and she's beating them at their own game, and she's neutralizing them, and she's just showing her dominance. And she's been doing this for so long. I mean, I'd love to know how many years have we given her the Female Fighter of the Year award? It's got to be a bunch. At this point.
Yeah, she's definitely been deserving of it. Can I make a meta proposal?
Yes.
That I feel is important. Losses should not eliminate you from Fighter of the Year contention. And I say that to say, as an example, right? Manon Fiorot.
Yeah.
I think had a very good year and is not ever mentioned in any lists I've seen or anybody talking about this. But I thought that was actually a closer fight. Like I thought, unless I'm mistaken, I think Valentina only won by 1 round. To be in that competitive of a fight with somebody who we're now unanimously calling Fighter of the Year in Valentina Shevchenko, and then the dominant performance against Jasmine, to me is like worth maybe more than 2 wins over lesser competition. And so I do think there's this tendency that people like eliminate somebody with a loss, but I would just propose, I think Manon deserves mention, and I think that a loss should not eliminate somebody from contention for a lot of these awards if you put it in the proper context. To lose to Valentina in the way that she did, I think is more significant than maybe a win over lesser competition.
It's a great point.
I just put that out there.
By the way, that might come up for our male fighter. Yes.
I have a feeling.
It might come up later.
A nice little, what would you call that? A little foreshadowing?
A little sprinkle.
A little foreshadowing. By the way, the people agree with us, as I said, Valentina Shevchenko. I failed to mention that their pick for a feel-good moment was Alex Volkanovski's big win back in April. But yeah, I really didn't see a lot of other, like I said, I think those other people that I mentioned, Kayla and Mackenzie Dern, Liz Carmouche, I don't think got enough attention. Tremendous years, but Valentina very dominant, and really was that win over Zhang Weili and how she beat her. Considering how good Zhang looked back in February, defeating Tatiana Suarez, I really thought that cemented her place as the 2025 Helwani Nose Award winner for Female Fighter of the Year. And thus, my friends, we have reached our final award. Wow. It's always a little bit emotional when we reach this point because so much goes into this show. And I know everyone across the world of mixed martial arts, everyone waiting with bated breath to see who will win the Male Fighter of the Year award. There's a lot at stake here. There's reputations at stake. There's legacies at stake. There's major milestones and accomplishments at stake. There's people want the justification. They want they want to know that, hey, this was all worth it. And it was all worth it because I won this award. The blood, sweat, and tears is what I'm trying to talk about. In any event, I'm rambling here, my friends. Let us get on with it. I will go first here. My 2025 male fighter of the year. I will admit, it was a little bit tough because I had to look within myself. I had to consider the things that Rick was just talking about. And in fact, I do believe in our 13 years of doing this is the first time that my male fighter of the year or even female fighter of the year winner has a loss on their record in the calendar year. But in the end, I looked at what Merab Dvalishvili did, going 3-0, and then, of course, losing to Petr Yan. But the activity, trying to make history, 4 title defenses in a calendar year, being active, coming back, giving himself, hardly any rest, breaking records. To me, he symbolizes everything that you want in a great fighter, in a star, in a champion. It didn't work out in the end. He will be back. But we came to the conclusion that, you know what? A loss shouldn't derail everything else that you did throughout the course of the year. And you know how I ultimately came to this conclusion, guys? What if he would have started the year with that loss and then went 3-0? And I know it's a chronological thing, but maybe we'd be not even having to talk about any of this. In the end, I felt very comfortable with the fact that Merab deserved it. He was more active than anyone. He put it on the line 4 times. Again, didn't end the way he wanted it to end, but I thought he had an incredible year. So shout out to Merab, my 2025 male fighter of the year winner. Rick, you go.
If there's one thing I've always said about you, it's that you're a very smart man, Ariel.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that.
Congratulations on being on the right. Congratulations on being on the right side of history. The answer is Merab Dvalishvili. And for me, it wasn't particularly hard from the perspective that, as I kind of alluded to when I was talking about Manon in the female fighter conversation, you look at the 3 wins. You look at the wins over Umar, O'Malley, and Corey, and you look at the loss to Petr Yan, and you just put that up against other people's resumes, and to me, the math says that it's still Merab. Now, if Yan had gone out there and maybe got one more win against somebody, because when you put that win over Merab, tie it with a win over Marcus McGee, that's a fantastic year so far. But I feel like he needed one more to make the math kind of work out and be close to equivalent. For me, the body of work that Merab submitted this year, and then in losing to a pound-for-pound guy now in Petr Yan, did not equate to him losing the discussion for male fighter of the year. So for me, it was still Merab. When you put his resume up against any other resumes this year, the math still looks right to me. The logic still makes sense that it was his year. And so that's where I ultimately landed, and it sounds like you did as well.
Okay. GC?
What Merab was able to do in 2025 is, it's the stuff of legend. 3 title defenses, the activity off the charts that we rarely see, dominant performances, and then truly going for greatness against Petr Yan in December. But I think when you go for greatness, you put everything on the line, and I think he did that against Petr Yan, and unfortunately he came up unsuccessful. And credit to Merab, the accolades, how incredible he is as a fighter. The guy that beat him then, I believe, deserves the fighter of the year, and that's why I'm going with Petr Yan.
Wow.
As amazing as Merab Dvalishvili is,
wow,
the accomplishment that Petr Yan was able to do by getting his belt back and defeating the man who was having this unbelievable year, to me, earns him that credit of getting this accolade. Merab knows what he was doing when he was putting the belt on the line, 4 title defenses, greatest year of all time, and everything like that. To get systematically beat down like that, I think the award should go to
wow.
So that's
it's a great shout. Can I break the fourth wall?
Please.
This is what propelled me to introduce the performance of the year, because I was struggling. I was like, how do you not give Petr Yan any type of award here? How do you not shout out that performance? And so it was like, okay, that performance was great, but I thought Merab had the year. You're 100% right. And yeah, I struggle with it. First time ever. What do you think, Petesy? What do you got? Who's your pick?
I don't have either of those guys, I'll tell you that much.
Wow. Paul Hughes again, huh?
It's Paul Hughes.
Wow, who's this?
It's similar to
I could see.
my female pick, the greatest female fighter in the world, Valentina Shevchenko. I went for the greatest male fighter in the world. Proved that again by winning
a second belt in a second weight class, Islam Makhachev.
Wow. So 2-0 this year, a January win, and then the historic win in November. Yeah, those were the guys.
It's tough. Honestly, I was going back between Merab, Jan, and Islam, and I think I overthought it. I just kept on weighing them all up. I think they're all good picks. I just went for Islam because the historical ramifications of it and the fact that he is the best fighter in the world. And a lot of people, I think, including everyone that is on the pound for pound rankings committee, decided that this was a win that keeps him atop there and keeps him on top of the world. So that's why I went for it. He completely dominated Jack Della Maddalena, and he's a savage.
Ultimately, in my opinion, it came down to 4 people. It came down to Islam. It came down to Petr Yan. It came down to Merab or Josh Van, who went 4-0. I don't think anyone else had a really strong case. Obviously, guys like Ilya had a win and Khamzat had a win, Volk had a win, but those guys were the most active. And I wouldn't hate any of those picks. If anyone here said Josh Van, I'd be like, yeah, Josh Van went 4-0 and won the belt. And even if that accident didn't happen, that was a great year. So in the end, I think we, 2 of us agree, the rest not. And the people, by the way, they went with Merab. So say what you will about the people.
No, I've always said they're very smart.
Yeah. I really was thinking about it, and I probably could have looked through the archives. I don't think in all my years of doing this, to me, it was always automatic. You're disqualified if you have a loss on your record in the calendar year.
Well, what I think is unique about this one and why that happened is nobody is as active as Merab has been.
Yeah, no one tried to really go for it.
Let's be very clear. We have to state this. This is very important. 3 title defenses is still tied for the record in a year. Merab was able to do that. He didn't fall short on that. He did that. He would have set the record and been alone in that if he was able to do 4. But he tied the record for most title defenses in a year that he ended up losing at the end of it. You can't just disqualify that because he had the loss. And so to the reason that I believe this happened is because champions typically are only going to fight 2 to 3 times per year, which he bucked the trend. And so if one of those champions loses, they're often not going to be in your fighter of the year contention. But because of how active he was, because of how willing he was to put it out there and put it all on the line 4 times in a calendar year, that is what allowed this opportunity to happen, where somebody who could lose ends up. If it was the second loss in the year, I'd still look at his resume and go, holy shit, he defended the title 3 times this year. It didn't really matter that it was at the end for me.
Yeah.
I think it did. For me, it did, to be honest.
And that's fair.
Well, it mattered, but if he had lost earlier in the year, then he wouldn't have been fighting for the title in the following fights.
If he gets a rematch, though, it could be.
Yeah, if he would have lost, PT, if he would have lost in January, but then, won 2 and then wins the belt back in December.
Absolutely. Fighter of the year.
Yeah. So it's how he ended it.
It's about risk, though.
Yeah.
It's a sport. You are putting things on the line when you compete. He had the risk. He's like Icarus flying too close to the sun, and he deserves all the credit in the world for that. But the consequence of that is losing the fight. And for me, he can't be fighter of the year. Just my opinion. If he lost the last fight of this great year to Petr Yan, I'd be more on GC's side of that. He's the guy who beat him. He should be fighter of the year. But then Islam comes in with the historical ramifications. But I understand what you're saying. I don't criticize, just have a different point of view.
The criteria is different. My criteria is different than your criteria, right? Because if I put Islam's resume up against Merab's, I don't think it's even close in terms of the level of competition that he faced. Merab faced better competition. Renato Moicano being one of the 2 wins that Islam had this year is not that significant to me, as opposed to names like Umar, Corey, O'Malley, and then Jan. And so I weight that more than I might the history of the second belt. But to your point, the narrative sense, or what he was able to accomplish as an achievement in the sport and getting that second belt, that's very significant. And so there's different criteria as this weighs out, but that's how I break it down, and that's how you break it down.
I get it.
Ultimately, I zeroed in on that word fighter, and I felt like he was the quintessential fighter who had the highest stakes attached to his fights.
That's fair.
And it doesn't necessarily have to be winning his fighter. And like I said, I think it's the first time that I've had someone who has a loss, but I just felt like he defined fighter. He was so big for the UFC. He came back to fight time and again. And he really probably, I think, should have ended the year with the Corey Sandhagen win in October. He went for it, didn't work out, but I have no problem with Islam. I have no problem with Josh Van, no problem with Jan, no problem with Merab. In the end, there has to be one. I don't think we've ever done a co-winner. We might have. Some people back, there was one year where I think it was like Masvidal and Izzy and people were giving out co-winners.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you can't do that. You can't do that. There has to be one. And so it's Merab Dvalishvili, as far as I'm concerned.
No, majority wins, right? That's the people, you, Rick, you know?
Yeah, you could, okay, fine. I mean, listen, if you want to go that way, we haven't really had that criteria.
Islam are pretty close, so I don't want them.
Sure, yeah, 100%, 100%.
Ireland and Dagestan, friends forever.
Can I tell you, I think, I don't remember, because I didn't look, because I wanted to keep it fresh. I think I might have picked him for my Fight of the Year in the prediction show last year, I think. So I kind of wanted to say like, oh, I told you so. You know, that's really...
So you just...
Oh, you told us so.
But I don't know. I could be completely wrong.
Long version of what he picked him. I was like, kind of said on the prediction show.
I wanted to check, but I was like, you know what? Let me just revel, you know.
Pretty sure I missed everything on that prediction show.
Yeah?
I think it was Breakout was Lock Dog. Female was Zhang. Male was Tom Aspinall.
You're ruining Wednesday show. You're ruining Wednesday show.
Yeah.
Oh.
How do we feel, gents? That's it. That's it,
man.
We did it.
We were just
done and dusted.
Again, going through the beast, 3 hours and 43 minutes. Going through the beast, really do have to give a massive shout out to On Air Jordan.
Yes.
We did a lot of the heavy lifting there. Massive shout out to Andy. Going through everything, no issues whatsoever, no slip ups, no mistake, nothing. Some nice new wrinkles as well. Frank, I thought this was one of your cleaner shows. We'll have to listen to the podcast after the fact. But I
We're
thought
going to need to talk after.
Yeah, I thought you did. Okay. And massive. I don't like when he's been through. Oh, and there goes.
Oh no,
Damien.
this is a disaster.
Anyway, massive shout out to our good friend Sarp. I mean, can we just talk about this one more time?
I mean, it's a beaut.
One more look if we can.
Oh, watch out, Tom.
Listen,
hold it by the base, please.
I could show it to you, or I can really show it to you. One more time, guys. Look at this. Ah, there it is in all its glory. The 13th. It smells fantastic too. I mean, oh yeah, look at those nostrils. GC, true or false? My real nose, right?
This is your nose.
Yes.
Yeah.
It looks familiar.
Yeah, I was in the planning stages with old Sarp, and he had every angle of it.
Unbelievable.
There was one of you sitting in your living room.
Weird. What is he, spying on me or something? What's going on? Anyway, this is phenomenal.
There they are.
Yeah.
All 27 categories, including the
crack of the year. Yep. Oh, what a moment.
Shout out to Sarp, man. Shout out to Sarp Ongor. Go give him a follow on IG. Legend.
Incredible. All right. We're almost done. One bit of breaking news that has dominated the news wire. Our old friends Daniel Cormier and John Jones are back. They are going toe-to-toe, not quite as you think, but they have been announced as the new coaches, not on The Ultimate Fighter, which would have been a great idea, but on that Russian reality show.
30 million for the kitchen scrap all over again.
Yeah, here it is. What is this? Alf? They did the Jan Aljo one.
Is that Alf in the middle?
I don't know. On Monday, Jones and Cormier were announced as coaches for the Alf MMA reality series. They've had Hamza, Jan, Aljo, Nate Diaz.
Coaching.
God knows what would happen
after they're not fighting.
Another man.
That's true.
In the kitchen.
Yeah, well, I didn't say they were fighting. Did I say they were fighting?
No, I'm asking.
Have you seen them in the kitchen yet? Because that's where it gets spicy.
This is 30 million.
Well, that's their first face-off right there, that picture. That's their first face-off since 2017. I had to look at it. I was like, that doesn't really look like DC's face. But I guess it is.
In sight.
I will say that there was filming over in Thailand. Some of us may have been on the inside, and one member of the team actually spent time with DC over that. You will see that over in Thailand. You will see that in the weeks to come. So some of us may have known, but again, lips sealed. You tell us something, we put it in the vault. Off the record is off the record. But can I ask?
But hold on. John Jones and DC are in the same locale together?
Yeah, they're hanging out. Seeing each other every day.
This to me smells like there's going to be a friendship on the other side of this. I think they will soften to each other.
Are you surprised,
How do you feel
though?
about
Oh, wait, let me ask you guys. Are you surprised, though, like this poster here, like they're holding the UFC titles in the poster? Like that's...
Oh, yeah.
That's like... Are you surprised the UFC allows this?
That's a little rough.
I don't know if the UFC is like fully aware, like the legal.
There might be a letter. There might be a letter going to some.
They for sure had to okay their involvement. I guess I'm just surprised. Like, if Jones and DC were going to do this, and I'm sure they got paid a pretty penny.
Yeah.
Why wouldn't you have them coach the Ultimate Fighter?
I agree.
I imagine this penny was prettier.
You think prettier than certainly not that they could afford, but maybe that they were willing to pay, right?
Yes.
Sure. It's kind of wild that the Jones DC reunion happens on a reality show, I guess a Russian reality show.
Yeah,
which is why
I'm not trying to diminish it, but it's just like wow.
No, I get it. I feel exactly the same way. It is weird that the first time we see them, that's why I'm like, they're in the same place. The first time we see them actually like cross paths again and ignite those emotions that they have from their rivalry is on a reality show. Like,
Alf Reality 2, Jones versus Masvidal did big numbers on their YouTube channel.
But it's like Misfits weigh in. This whole show is just like that. The whole time. It's just lads going for each other. We'll get the clips.
Does it
Alf,
cheapen?
by the way, is that guy that we saw in the middle there?
Yes.
Of the poster. His name is actually Alfredo Auditor. 5.2 million followers on Instagram.
Wow, legit. Work or shoot.
Oh, this is the same show that did Jan Aljo.
Yes.
Those numbers were big for that too.
Work or shoot though.
Fair play.
Who's to check?
Who is to check? That's a good point. That is a good point. Does it cheapen the rivalry?
If they fight in the kitchen?
It depends. Well, yeah, it depends on what the result of this is. Is it if it's both of them just coming in and getting a bag and being like, well, still hate you, fuck you, see you later. Like it's kind of useless.
I hope that's
but
what
if they're like if they either become closer and actually become like semi-cordial or friendly with each other, that'd be interesting. Or if the rivalry gets even more heated. But if it's just like, hey, you getting paid? Yeah, you getting paid? Cool. All right, see you never. Fuck off.
If
like,
they were willing to do it, I can't believe that it didn't happen on The Ultimate Fighter. Especially, like, could you imagine first Paramount Plus?
He doesn't want to pay for that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think they just got insane money from Alf.
Oh, 100%. 100%. Yeah, it will be interesting. I mean, it's made a big splash. Everyone is talking about it. I don't think it ends with a fight of any kind. Maybe down the line a grappling match. I know DC over the break said to someone that he'd be open to a grappling match. But remember, when John Jones turned down the $30 million, he was filming this. I think it was the version where it was him and Nate Diaz, and then Nate left, and then Jorge entered. And he's getting a lot of money for these shows. This is his second go around. And so I think that was part of the thinking, like, hey, I'm getting a lot of money to do this. I do the thing over in Chechnya. I don't need that $30 million. So we don't know.
If Raf can put together DC versus Jones as a grappling match, that'd be.
Could you imagine?
Did you actually watch that one, Rick? Yeah.
I'm already in for the Yoel Romero aspect.
This Saturday.
Of it. This I would go
Romero,
out.
Bo Nichols, gigantic.
Yeah, that's fun.
Armin. Lance Palmer. So there you have it.
Get Yoel to wrestle that lad that he just sat in the courtroom for.
Yes.
Which one?
The guy
That
who
story?
like was in his house or tried to harm him in some way, and then he just showed up at the courtroom and was just mean
Every
mugging
day.
the whole time.
Yoel Romero.
Yeah.
Like 20
I don't know this
days
story.
in court, just sat there looking at him.
Wow. When did this happen?
Last year, it was fucking crazy.
Wow.
Last year?
I think it was like a few years ago, maybe 2 or 3.
I didn't see
Maybe,
that.
yeah, man.
Yeah, this guy did
It
him
was an
wrong.
MMA fighter too.
Yeah, this guy did him wrong, and then he basically like haunted him by just being
Yoel
stoked.
Romero courtroom.
I'll just be like, lock me up. I'm done. Do you know what? It's better off
Federal
because
fucking
Yeah.
prison.
No, the
what I
story
mean?
that comes up is when he was awarded $27 million for that in New Jersey. Do you remember that story?
No, there was another story. A guy attacked him.
Crazy. All right. Well, shout out to UL and shout out to Alf MMA. Any super chats before we go?
Super chats.
First one says, "Go Bills."
Yes. Oh my gosh. Bills Jags 1 p.m. Sunday.
fucking hammered him.
PT, this is the thing.
I'm telling you.
No
Quarterback in
Mahomes,
the playoffs.
no Burrow, no Lamar. The path has never been more wide open, and yet we're a little bit weak. Josh is banged up. We said goodbye to Highmark yesterday. A lot of emotions. James gets the rushing title. Shout out to James. Go Dogs.
James Tahuno?
No, not that one. The other one. But I don't know how to feel.
That was great timing.
No home field advantage, which is crazy. How are the Broncos the number 1 seed? I can't believe it. I mean, shout out to Chuck. Yeah. Pittsburgh beats Baltimore at the last second. Field goal, crazy
Where's
game.
the Tyler Luke?
I think you need to pick it up, Helwani. I know how hard this is. I know.
I'm trying to like do reverse psychology. I feel good. Listen, this is what's going to happen.
Trevor Lawrence going to beat Josh Allen. No fucking way. No way.
No fucking way. We're beating the Jags, then we're beating the Broncos, and then we're beating the Patriots to exercise all the fucking demons. And oh boy, please God, because you know when they won the division, when they lost to the Eagles last week, and the Patriots won, the inbox, the fucking DMs.
Bill won't stop. Bill won't stop on the show.
He won't stop. He won't stop. But we'll have our moment. I'll be watching in the middle of the night in Italy. It's going to be perfect. It's going to be poetic. Maybe you come over and watch with me.
I'll fly over. Of course I will.
Yeah?
Bag of
For the
cans.
Craic?
Yeah.
Let's go.
Absolutely.
All right. Well, thank you for that. Anyway, anything else, Frank? What else?
Speaking of the inbox and the DMs, someone says, favorite part of the break was watching my beloved Eagles beat the Bills. It was legendary. Hope Ariel is doing okay.
That's not true. Eagles are terrible to watch. That can't be true.
It was a crap game.
And then they put a bald eagle afterwards.
Yeah, it was a crap game. Josh missed Shakir, 2-point conversion, missed the field goal prior. Not the field goal, the point after prior.
The Niners absolutely killed them.
Yeah, that was a tough one. It's a pretty good slate of games, right?
Great slate. Wide open NFL playoffs. It's fantastic.
Great slate. Can I say, hate the Monday night playoff game?
I'm with you.
Hate it.
I'm with you.
I despise it.
Texans? Who's playing?
Yeah, Texans against the Steelers. I don't hate I don't mean I hate the matchup. I hate that there's a Monday night playoff game. Playoffs should be Saturday, Sunday, right? Yeah. By the way, me versus Tony Khan again. Remember what happened last time?
Yeah, we had the tracker and everything.
Yeah. And the difference, of course, is I'm a fan of the team. He owns the team. So it's not quite, apples to apples.
No, same.
They had to move them out to London to get more fans.
That's true. Yeah, down with
we don't have enough where we live. Let's take over London and hope people buy the jerseys. Yeah. And they don't.
What's that, Jordan?
You own them after this weekend.
I hope so, yeah. Oh, you think that's at stake?
Yeah.
Ownership
I
of the
assume
team.
you win by 50, you own the team.
What do the cons win if the Jags win?
Tony gets to host the show for 1 week and one week only.
Wow, 1 week.
All AEW. Imagine he's like doing one of those like posts like, thank you so much for watching. Incredible episode of the Tony Khan Show.
This is the Misfits method. He's coming in like the new CEO. He gets to run the show.
So, Pete, your official prediction, Bills winning.
Bills win. Hammer them.
Wow.
Hammer the contest.
GC, what do you think?
Yeah, I think it's going to be a good game. I'm looking forward to it.
Bills, what is that? What kind of a pick is that?
Whoa, what the fuck? We have money on Bills. What?
Bills minus 1.5.
Yeah,
Bills minus 1.5.
Bills.
You're still upset about...
a little bit of disrespect to Trevor Lawrence. I mean...
well, you're SEC guy?
No, ACC guy, but he was like, he was the number one recruit coming out. Won a national championship in college. Was the number one.
Is he from your neck of the woods? Is that what it is?
Well, he was ACC, Trevor Lawrence?
Yeah, Clemson, number one overall.
Why did I think he was Florida?
I said he's a quality quarterback. I've been hearing slander about him all day today. I was watching Get Up for the first time in about a half decade. Horrible program. And they were slandering Trevor Lawrence there too.
Really?
They were like, Josh Allen in the same sentence as Trevor Lawrence?
I don't buy that. Josh is banged up, by the way. Josh is banged
That's
up.
What they're saying. But no, Bills by 50, yeah.
Bills by $1 billion.
Down with that too.
Minus
What's
1.5.
going on, GZ? I don't like this. I don't. You're freaking me out.
Yeah.
Because I thought we're all in the same, singing off the same hymn sheet here, and it goes to you, and it's a bit laissez-faire.
I think he's still down over the CFP, right?
Yeah, the Dogs, man. Again.
I tried to watch it.
An early exit. You tried to watch it.
Best game of that window.
You tried to watch it and it wasn't enjoyable enough, or you just couldn't stay up?
Couldn't stay up, I believe. Yeah.
Oh, wow, I've never heard you say that. By the way,
it's a fantastic game. It was
the best game.
Credit to Ole Miss. I hope IU wins it all. I can't get enough of these Indiana edits.
Oh, Mendoza, that guy is something else.
Oh, and the coach, Kurt Signetti.
Yeah,
he's a bar maker. I win. Google me.
But you're not truly broken up because you've seen them win twice back to back.
Yeah, but when the season ends, you're still damn.
No, I get it.
Especially on Ole Miss hit a game-winning field goal to win. You're still just like, damn, there it goes. It's over.
You think Olane is calling the shots behind the scenes?
No. Honestly, I'm cool with any of the teams winning the Natty. No one's won. The most recent was Miami in 2001. Love Oregon, love IU. Ole Miss, revenge for Lane, and then the U being back. All of them are good options.
Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. If you're a American football fan, you love
Unreal
it.
slate. Unreal slate.
Big
WWE
Forest
Raw tonight at Barclays too.
Yeah. We will not be there. Big Forest, West Ham matchup
game.
coming.
Crucial.
The Nuno Cup coming this week. So if you're that fan, Knicks Pistons. Anyway, what else, Frank? What else?
Sup, lads? GC, where's the new calendar at?
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
it's actually right here. Look at you testing me.
Wow.
There it is. It goes up tomorrow. Thank you very much.
Dosbrock sent it to you?
Yeah, shout out. Well,
Legend.
he sent it to me because I
You bought it?
paid him U.S. cards.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, sent him money.
Who's January?
Credit card?
January is Alex Pereira and
Fitting.
then Alex Pereira and John Jones.
Oh.
Yeah, it's a little side.
Is it usually 2 pictures?
Sometimes it is.
Okay.
Sometimes it is.
Legend.
Surprised it's not Alex Pereira and Tracy Cortez.
Yeah, I was going to say that. What else, Frank? What else?
Chat, we are so back.
Yeah,
Crying
chat.
emoji,
People like to say
praying
that a
emoji.
lot, huh? Chat.
Yeah. Made popular
I didn't know
by
what that
Wing
was
C.
for a while.
Yeah.
Yeah. Who had Jack Della's first comments being to neon on their bingo card? It's
not me.
It's a mad world we live
The
in.
old 2026 bingo card.
What else, Frank? What else?
Oh, this one says, "Hello, team. Happy New Year. Could you guys consider doing a best of 2025? Combine the 3 shows, best interviews, most heated moments, and funniest moments in one episode, 3 parts. Thank you so much for the suggestion."
Well, do you want our firstborns as well?
Yeah, exactly.
Frankie's on it.
Yeah.
Should we invite this person to all the producer meetings?
You know, we used to
Get
do
on
this
it,
back in the day. I think Rick would put it all together, right?
He's going to do it again this year.
Well done.
Unfortunately,
something in here?
to our good friend Sammy, I'm not going to be doing that because that's
No. And what I was going to say is, like, we live in an age where, like, you know, there's YouTube and VOD, and you can just kind of click around, and I kind of feel like you could just do that. You know, like, the best of in the linear TV days where there wasn't VOD made sense because you could sit back and be like, okay, what are they going to show us? But, like, you can literally pick whatever you want. So, I don't know.
Piece of piss.
Yeah. What else, Frank? What else?
What is MMA's biggest cringe moment of the year?
Wow.
Oh, where you just like couldn't watch.
I know what mine is.
What is it?
The Epstein Files
Was
without
it
the
Epstein Files without the sex.
Oh yeah, that's a
Oh
no-brainer.
my God, that is it.
No-brainer,
That is
most
literally-
cringe
yeah.
thing I've
I thought you were
ever
going to
heard.
say Prochaska watching GC.
That was
no, no.
wow.
Disingenuous.
But that makes me feel bad for my friend. That's not like
What? I don't know what you guys are laughing at. Didn't we have like a rough stretch that week? Like a bunch of stuff happened.
I don't know.
Where people called us out.
Feeling bad for me, and then Frankie on New Year's Eve after he'd had a couple cocktails, he's like, "Did you watch the Jamal Hill stuff?" I'm like, "Nah, man, I really don't care about it."
On New Year's Eve?
On New Year's Eve, he's bringing this up. I was like, "Nah, man, I didn't watch it. I really don't care about it." He's just like, "Well, you know, he did the second one." I was like, "Yeah, dude, I didn't watch that
I
one
didn't
either.
actually watch the second
I
one.
really don't care." And he's like, "Yeah, man, it's just like my heart just like breaks for you, man. It was just like really
What?
tough." And I was
He's coming after you?
Yeah, I was just like, what the fuck, man?
Now I'm gonna have
I
to
don't
watch
give
it.
a fuck. I was like, I don't care, dude. I don't care, man. He's like, yeah. But it's just like, the thing is, it's just like my friend, like my heart just like, it just breaks for you, man. I was like, get the fuck out of my house, Frank.
Connor, I was being
Disingenuous.
Frank's got a hard time here, man. You go out in Ireland, you can set yourself on fire, piss on your mate's mother, and they never just bring it up. They go, "You all right last
No,
night?"
no,
And you
they've
go, "Yeah,
been-
I think so." Yeah.
I'm bringing up 5% of what Frankie did on New Year's Eve.
Oh my God.
the rest got left.
fair
in
play.
2020.
I love it.
What else, Frank? What else?
Missed this big time.
Oh,
You
yeah.
guys brighten our days more than you know. Happy New Year and big things to come.
Well, thank you. We appreciate that. We missed you too. And we're excited not only for our New Year, but your New Year as well. It's going to be a great one. I feel it. But I got a lot of that over the break, and I do appreciate that. What else, Frankie? What else?
And then lastly, Benjamin Turk wants to know, how did you guys choose what drops to put on the trophy? Also, will you be sending them to the winners? Miss all the gang.
Why don't you take the first line there, Mr. GC?
Yeah, it was kind of back and forth with the designer Sarp. And yeah, it was just kind of a creative decision between all of us. You know, the big man had the final say.
It was a very collaborative effort, I thought.
Yeah, I thought so too. I think we got Who Me,
Yeah.
#1 unbiased awards, Peace and Love,
Peace and
Who's
Love.
to Check,
BITB.
and then you got the BITB and the
Crown.
Shamrock.
The Shamrock. Is it a Shamrock or is it a Clover, PT?
That's for Pete. I think Petesy fell
That's
asleep.
it's
Yeah,
a clover. Four leaves on a shamrock. So that'd be a clover.
Yeah. That's you see, that's the type of intel that we love from PT. Nice little signature here, 13. I mean, it's beautiful. We're gonna do these every year. As far as the second part of the question, so this is so prestigious, one of one. We did show all the awards there, but we say this is the real one. And in this digital age, we like when you give someone like a digital present, you say, here's a cadeau for you. That's sort of like what it is. Do you know what I mean?
Here's a digital gift card, and you email them the like $200 or whatever. That's what we do with these.
You do it in conjunction with Block Asset.
Yes. Perhaps we could get a gorilla eating a strawberry holding this. That would be
Darren Till as well.
The back is so cool.
He'd be all over it. Darren's gonna be on the phone later. I heard what you say on the show.
Yeah.
Let's do it.
By the way, that's an incredible.
It's not a bad Darren Till there.
That's an incredible version. So yes, we are working on all of this, and I feel like we've leveled up. Look at this trophy. Like look at this part right here. The see how it goes up the microphone. Frank actually weighed in a lot on the microphone because we wanted it to be authentic, right?
Yep. I was happy to consult.
Anyway, tomorrow, my friends, will be the second annual Ariel Helwani Boxing Awards, and there's a whole, from fighter and knockout. It's different. It's a little bit different, but it's my friend Ariel Helwani and I pointed to myself. It's been a long day. He'll be joining us from London. I might bring out the tux again because, truth be told, I only have one. And I'm not going to wear a suit. That would be weird. But then on the back end of that, if you go to arielhelwani.substack.com, we have the post up already for On the Nose. And, I was reflecting about the year that was. We ended very strong, had that live show in Miami and all the great interactions. The gang wasn't all here on the Monday after, so I feel like now we're fully back. And it was just such a great time. Thank you to DoorDash once again. Thank you to Hard Rock Cafe. It really, really was a great year. And this kind of feels like, all right, this week we put a little bit of 2025 to bed. We look ahead on Wednesday, and then we're back in earnest. Same old deal, beginning Monday. And the beginning of this year is going to be really interesting for us because, the UFC starts late, and then in early February, I'll be away. But don't worry, the train will roll along. You'll get all the content, all the same good stuff. But it's going to be a fun little change up in February. And then I really think like mid-year is going to be really interesting with, the stuff that's brewing as far as April, May is concerned, and then the White House stuff. It's going to be a fascinating year. I'm very excited. I'm very, very, very excited about everything that we're doing. Shout out to the boys over at uncrown.com. Over the break, really, carried the torch, so to speak. They did a whole bunch of awards in MMA, boxing, and pro wrestling. Shaheen leading the way, leading the charge. So if you missed any of that, go check it out. And we'll try to do it even better throughout the course of the year. We appreciate everyone who stopped by today. We appreciate everyone who continues to support us. Please, if you can, spread the love, thumbs up, follow, subscribe, comment, all that stuff and more. And I feel like we can put the 2025 Helwani Nose Awards to bed. I'm looking at the graphics. I'm looking at all the great, decorations that GC does such a great job doing. The graphics. I mean, it's really the show. I was looking at some of our old clips, and like it's just Rick and I. Nothing's different. Like we're wearing regular clothes. And to see how far it's come is really, really special. So thank you very much to everyone. I've thanked you all. You know who you are. Thank you for all the hard work. Thank you to all of you. And most important, congratulations to all the fighters, all the winners, everyone who had such a great 2025. Looking forward to doing this in exactly 1 year's time. Please, I don't take any day for granted, but hopefully we can, and that is certainly the plan. All right. Thank you very much. You can hear my music, Frankie?
Please stop. I thought this is something we left behind last year.
That's one of those things that we are going to carry into. By the way, Petesy, who is the new gaffer for Man United?
At the moment, it's Darren Fletcher, legendary midfielder. He has two of his sons play on the first team too, just newly put into the first team. The word in the street is we're not going to get a full-time replacement in until the summer, which is what Ruben Amorim wanted. You'll, of course, remember when he came in 14 months ago or whatever it was. Tough fell time for United. Feels like we're doing it all over again. But I don't need to tell you this, obviously going through similar things with Forest, but a dark day again, I'd have to say.
No, you'll be all right. You'll be all right. Darren Fletcher, of course, legendary Montreal Expos catcher back in the 90s, so I'm sure he's
That's him.
I'm sure he's up for the job. But I do wish United well, and certainly wish Crystal Palace well, one of my new clubs, of course, now that our old friend Brendan... I'm kidding! Although I am rooting him on. I am supporting
You should
him.
absolutely do that every year. Just dramatically
No,
change.
I am not going to... What? Love Crystal Palace. Selhurst Park? Are you kidding me? That legendary grounds? No, it's Forest till we die. Lean days, but I am very happy for Brennan, and we'll support him. And I'm happy that he left that sad sack club known as Tottenham Hotspurs. I mean,
Yeah, Jordan.
yeah, he got the win in Bilbao against Man United, but let's be honest, nothing else.
He
to
won
do
the
over
fucking game for them, and
He
they're
did.
getting rid of him. He scored more goals than anyone on that team last year, and they're getting rid of him.
there. Yep, it's a crazy, crazy world. Thank you so much for watching the 2025 Helwani Nose Awards. Back tomorrow, same time and place. Until I say peace.